expected it. Iran was broke, so they were not on path to have a nuclear weapon and be a nuclear power to harm the world.
All right. I didn't know it was dark, so you missed out. I was listening to Byron Donalds and Wesley Hunt talk about Trump, and you missed it. That's the nut behind the wheel. I screwed up. Markets closed. And I didn't realize it. I got to sign in. Be quick. I can do it quickly. So I can give you some quotes that are real time. I didn't realize that. 639,337. 639,337. Okay. So GME is down 23 cents in the after hours, but it was up during the day. It was up 366 at 29.12 GME. GTII actually had a little bit of legs today. It was 953 bid, and the ask was over 10 at the close. I don't know if that was ever real during the afternoon, but it was up. It was up a little bit. Closed at 0.0979. I'm not just giving a quote. I'm not making any kind of wow. That's interesting. Logic closed up 0.007, which sounds so puny, but that's 0.029. So it actually closed essentially at 3 cents. That's good. That's a good up. That's a good up. RCRT, didn't do much, but whatever. And Finger, that'll be the last one. Finger was up a penny at 279, but in the aftermarket, it's down 5 cents at 274. All they do is sell. All they do is sell. I'll try to get Ham on, but he's actually I'm out of sync on the timing. I think he's picking up his son. But anyway, I will try to get him. I don't know if you guys knew it. If I can find it. Wow. But today is holiday. And it's the, you talk about the 10 commandments. I was looking at it. I guess there's 13 sentences, it says here, in the accepted Jewish version of the 10 commandments. But it's hard to tell exactly which one is first and last. So there's 13 mitzvah commandments. Their allocation to the number 10 commandments can be done in a very different ways. Anyway, the first one is, I'm the Lord your God. I'm just going to read it briefly. I don't want to torture people who don't enjoy talking about God. The second commandment, you shall have no other gods beside me, then graven images, etc. Third commandment, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm just trying to do it quickly. Third commandment, do not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, which is one that once you start hearing people do that, it really grates in one's ear. Fourth commandment, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Fifth commandment, honor your father and mother. Sixth commandment, you shall not murder. Seventh commandment, you shall not commit adultery. 8th commandment, you shall not steal. Hey, how do these guys do this? They're probably, a number of them might even be taking this holiday. How do they and their lawyers meet this commandment? But anyway, let's not get particular. Let's go with the general. 9th commandment, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. That's a tough one. We have to be careful of that. And we have to be careful of that. 10th commandment, you shall not covet your neighbor's house. Well, nor his wife, his manservant, his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's. That's the Jewish division of the 10 commandments. And I went through it quickly. Most Protestant churches consider the first 10 commandments to be well, it'd be repetitive, but it says the Roman Catholic Church combines 2 through 6 into one commandment. And the Roman Catholic Church divides that one part into 2 commandments. 9th is you shall not covet your neighbor's house, and the 10th is you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Anyway, let's leave it there. A lot more to say about it, but it's not bad to think about what we're supposed to do in life rather than how much money we can steal. Remember that, you guys out there that are counterfeiting shares. All right, let me see if I can get I'll just send him a text. Look, I just reading here. I've got another ultimatum and another threat from one of the players on the Twitter Spaces. I'm not going to read it. I made some comments on MMTLP that I believe everybody should move their MMTLP to Nextbridge. I believe there's a number of people, including someone that uses the moniker Drew Diligence, who I don't know his name. He's accused me of having no spine, but he doesn't even give his name. But I don't believe he owns MMTLP. I'm not sure he has any experience in the securities industry. That's from my information. But I have no issue, no bone to pick with him personally. He can give his advice. You can listen to his advice. It's all fine. He's on call after call, so he's working hard. His advice basically is play the victim, freeze, don't do anything, leave your shares where they are. I don't agree with that advice. So if it offends him and somehow that's an attack on him, that's his problem. To me, that's a very almost narcissistic. Everything's about that person. My calls are not about him. My calls are about you, MMTLP, and what I think is the right thing to do. It's as simple as that. And I'm sure he's wealthy. I'm sure he's going to make a lot of money. I'm sure he's highly intelligent, highly talented. And if you want to listen to his advice, listen to his advice. The way to resolve the situation in MMTLP, personally take charge of your own life, in my judgment, is move your MMTLP shares to Nextbridge, because Nextbridge really is something. It has real assets. Also, if you go to court, and I don't know how you're going to afford going to court, but if you go to the court and ask the judge to give you a settlement because the system didn't honor its deal, I don't know what word to use, which was basically they owe you 1 share of Nextbridge for 1 share of MMTLP. 2 days of trading was taken from us. Well, that's litigated separately. It has nothing to do with this decision. And if you go before a judge and the judge hasn't, the judge asks you, did you move your shares? You're going to be in a weak position. Hello? Hello?
I just saw it now. They marked out finger motion again on the close again.
Well, you're live. You're live right now.
Okay. No problem. I just can't believe they continually mark it down every day. And William, I was trying to tell you before, I think they're trying to kind of mark it down so that when it spikes, the narrative will be finger motions up 100% at $5, let's say. And that puts in everyone's head the mindset that the stock has rallied, that you should be selling it because it's made such a monster move. The narrative is that it's still straight down, but they reversed the narrative. And as a trader, okay, we were always taught, these big moves, you got to take profits on those moves. That's, we were paid to make money, not to hold positions. But that's the narrative. Oh, the stock's up 100%. How could you not sell it? You understand how they try to position the stock? That's what I believe they're doing, because this is like totally every day. It's ridiculous that they just keep marking it down. I have friends that they're not buying big, 3,000, 5,000. I counted maybe 45,000 today. And they just hit every bid. They just keep doing it.
Yeah.
There's no sellers. It's ridiculous. It's every day. Bad way.
No. We're going to get through this. It's going to change. But right now, the sort of status quo ante is in charge. But it'll change.
Well, let me just go through a couple of things. Live. Number one, GTII. Richard said he expects action next week from the court to get rid of management. So pay attention. When something happens, we can talk about it, but that's not going to happen next week. If you feel adventurous, knock yourself out. I believe let's see what happens first, how long the battle's going to be. Since the guy is very old, maybe he just jumps and says, I'm out of here. I don't know. See what happens there. So that's out of the way. The second thing, again, this GameStop, people keep texting me to buy it 26. Listen, I'm not buying it. No one's ever told me who bought 120 million shares. The biggest holder in the company's Vanguard. We were training to study this information to make investment decisions. If you want to gamble, knock yourself out. That's not what I'm about. We're not here to gamble. I wasn't paid to gamble. You make a decision. We're not buying 10,000 shares trying to make 25 cents. If you want to do that, you can do it all day in this stock. But just remember, when they pull the plug, look how fast it goes down. Yesterday it was down 6. Today it's up 5. This roaring kitty option play, he's going.
Call ended.
Guess he'll have to call back. So anyway, quickly on what I was saying on MMTLP, I don't agree with Drew's advice to sit and do nothing and to wait and play victim. That's just my opinion. Other people make that same recommendation. I have no interest in entering into any kind of back and forth with Drew. None. What I do have interest in is that if you go before a judge and you never tried to get your property, and your argument is going to be they didn't give me my property, it doesn't make any sense. Finally, the most important thing is if we could move our shares, and not everybody has to do it, but people that are willing, move our shares over. Greg McCabe has a count. We expose the system because it's there. It's organic. He has his, I don't know, his Noble list. He has his shareholder list. And he can take that, put it on Ann Wagner's desk and say, thank you very much, ma'am. And that helps you. It helps us. And then the two worries I've heard, which people are concerned with, one is, what if MMTLP starts to trade? It's not going to. That's one thing it drives me crazy that you're sitting there thinking it ever will. But okay, let's say it starts to trade. And then you're going to add AST and you can't move back. That's just simply, I guess there's a scenario where you could come up that that's what's going to happen. But this is advice to get you just to freeze and do nothing and let your rights run out, in my opinion. And then you're not going to have money once all the fanfare goes away 6 months from now. Even a group of us isn't going to have money to hire an attorney.
Call from Andy.
It's just bad advice. That's all my point is. It's not the right advice, in my opinion.
Andy.
That's not a personal attack. I'm the guy who attacks everyone else on the planet. And all right, here we go. All right,
I'm
go
sorry. I
ahead.
don't know
Go
what
ahead.
happened. I was still
Go ahead.
talking. I said, I was bringing up two other names. I follow Wolf and I follow Kodak. They sell these stocks down like it's like they've been going up for 10 years straight. They knock them down. Kodak was down to, I think, 560 from, was trading at 618 yesterday. Hurry up, knock it down. They can't have these stocks go up. If they turn up, the momentum comes into them. They're deathly afraid of momentum. And, these stocks have 1 day up and then 10 days down. It's remarkable that they just keep doing the same thing. And those are names that, we know there's shorts there, but I'm not on top of them like I am with the other ones. So, I talked about that. What else, Williams? What else do you want to talk about?
Let me go down to see if there's any questions.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer says, go GME. She's good. She's smart too.
Listen, the way you make the most money is made is when it happens overnight, where you make no decision. And that used to be takeovers. We used to play takeovers. The stock's going to be taken over on Monday. It opens up on Monday up 20 points. I'm saying that's what Wall Street, that's how you make the most money. Up and down $2. If you're not trading it, I hate to tell you, you're missing the boat. That's the game right now. Buy the dips, sell the rips, buy back on the short. That's the game.
Yeah.
And they're giving you plenty of opportunities all day. But you can see it's slowing down. What do I mean by that? That means the hedge funds are giving up. The hedge funds are moving on. So be careful. That's the first sign that it's almost over. Because otherwise it becomes a pyramid scheme where William needs to buy it, then I need to buy it from William, and we need to keep getting other people to buy it. That's a pyramid scheme.
Or a Ponzi scheme.
A Ponzi scheme, whatever you want to call it.
Well, both, I think. But anyway,
Right.
Kitty just updated on GME, so I got to find out what that is. Anyway, this gentleman here, TK16, is pointing out that there's quite a few rumors swirling around Finger. He's very optimistic. I guess he's asking, is there news pending? Is there any truth to these rumors? He notes volume has dried up, which I think drying up volume is bullish, by the way, in my opinion. But anyway, go
Well,
on.
I look at it the other way. The
Uh-oh.
selling is dried up. It's just manipulation back and forth. Listen, I'm the first person to report naked shorts this, naked shorts that. I can't even say it because there's nothing going on. They naked short whatever we buy are 50, 60,000 shares, and then it just goes to sleep. There's nothing really going on. After you buy your stock, all you start seeing is 10 shares. I'll give you an example, William. A friend of mine bought 30,000. I forget which day. He got back his orders that he bought it. He had 900 buy tickets, meaning he bought 10 shares, 14 shares, 11 shares, 8 shares, 3 shares. They just kept selling it to him like that, which is the sign of manipulation. That's all that was. So, I mean, it's just, this is like, I don't know, second grade trading. It's just like, it's very stupid, and it's just, it's very childish. I don't know how the SEC allows it. But you know what? These guys are just about stealing money, whatever they can steal. That's all it's about. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that.
What are they saying? Oh, we can't pick a winner.
No, he's saying, wait a minute. Ham always criticized other stocks where people do not take a profit. But now he says, don't be fooled by 100% a gain. When it's one of his Ham stocks, he changes his tune.
No.
I just think that's not true.
Nobody knows what the fuck is going on at GameStop. Zero. You're listening to a guy who's bought options that was supposedly up millions and millions of dollars. He didn't take his profit. And now we're down to the last day. What's he going to do? Everyone's sitting here. What's he going to do? This is an old game. He didn't invent this game. People have been doing this a long time. What, are you kidding me? Hey, just out of curiosity, what did Roaring Kitty pay for his options? If he bought the 20 calls, when did he buy them? 8 years ago? Or did he buy them somewhere where the stock was between 10 and 20 bucks? Because if the stock was anywhere between 10 and 20, those options, I guarantee you, when he was buying that type of size and they knew he was doing it, or somebody big was doing it, he was probably paying $3 to $5 or $6 an option. Right now, they're worth $9 or going to be $10. What is the? Remember, he had to pay something for them. He didn't get them for free. So
Right.
For those who don't, my concern is, or I'm just trying to teach you, is how to play the stock market. You don't have to listen to me. I don't care if you buy it, hold on, go to the moon. I want to kill the shorts more than you do. But the stock went to the moon. If you didn't take profits, what can you say? Think about the people that paid $40, $30 for it. They're waiting for Roaring Kitty to come on and do something for them. Where is he? He's just telling you to chill. I don't tell you to chill. I stand here trying to fight every day. I don't tell you to chill.
Well, I would point out if you're trading, I mean, if you're buying for a longer period, that's a different thing. But Ham has been correct in GME over the last 2 weeks, roughly, my memory. But when the stock went to 50 something, 60 something, he said, take some money off the table. He was right. When it went to 30, 40, he said, take some money off he was right. Just recently it went up. He said he was right. So I don't know. If you're trading, I think you listen to him and you can make money. But it's tough making money. It's tough making money.
I'm not saying anything anymore because no one appreciates it. I'm giving you an opinion on what I see.
Yeah.
Who bought the stock in the secondaries? Every GameStop holder, not one person's telling me who bought them.
So
it's a big piece of financial information. Who bought the secondary? Not one person says anything. All they keep talking about is Roaring Kitty. 120 million shares was bought by somebody. Who bought it? It can't be a long because they would have to file. There's no filing. Who bought it? It's not like it's a big piece of information. I got it. People are buying the stock, the momentum. I got it. I would be trading it myself. I wouldn't be owning it. I'd be trading it because when they pull the plug in these things, they pull them quick, is what I try to tell you. That's all. And you say, well, they mean they pull it quick. Well, the stock was just 40, 50 bucks. And now it's, 29. And tomorrow's option expiration. Where is it going to go? I don't know. But you think Roaring Kitty is Goldman Sachs all of a sudden? The guy's a buffoon sitting in his basement who rolled the dice. I got it. What's that?
That's going to get a lot of responses.
He is. Tell me what he knows. He doesn't know anything. He bought whatever, 120,000 calls or whatever it is. Listen, go back and read about Bear Stearns puts. Get back to me on that. That was the same strategy. Buy a lot of calls and everyone's attention to it and come out and say he bought it. Why did he buy it? He was going to force the shorts to squeeze? It's not him, people. It's the hedge funds that are doing it. He's not behind this. There's hedge funds that are doing it, and they're giving him the credit. They're giving him the credit. They're making all the money, and he's going to one that's going to be called in to answer all the questions. That's what I see going on. He's not smart enough. He doesn't have enough money to move the markets like this. There's big boys around it. They're the ones doing it. They're cashing out. No one even knows who they are. What are you kidding me? The big players on Wall Street have to be in tears over this. They're using it, squeezing the stock, and Roaring Kitty's out here saying it's basically him doing it. Because he wanted to be a star. He wanted to be a star. I don't know how he didn't take the profits. If that was me, I'm going to be honest about it. I'd be sitting there with 15 girls on TV giving you the middle finger, telling you I sold it, and I left $20 million with an attorney. You want to sue me? He'll pay all the bills. Get lost. And I would have hung up on you. What are you kidding? You make a couple $100 million in a month, and the guy's sitting here because he's trying to prove a point? That's complete nonsense. There's more behind the scenes than we all know about.
Kitty just posted on Twitter, no more call options, just the stock. And per ace, 9 million shares. I don't know. It's hard to follow. It's a good thing to be a spectator. Let's just sit in the stands and watch.
All right, so he owns no more calls. He sold his calls because they were expiring, and now he owns the stock. So now he's Vanguard. Okay, now what? All right, so he's like the rest of us putzes now, right? I thought he was going to exercise his calls and drive the stock to the moon. What happened to that? Right? That went away.
He owns 9 million shares. Shares. He owns 9 million shares.
All right, so good for him.
I personally saw something. I can't find it now, but I think he got out. He sold all his calls. I just think he sold them.
You just told me he did.
Yeah, and then it's on Twitter. That's a good point.
You just said
I'm losing my mind. So let me see if there's any questions.
So everybody here, he went from a short-term event. Now he's a long-term player. So, okay, so now he's in GameStop for the long term.
Oh,
all right, so now I've been in finger motion for the long term. We all got our own stocks. There you go. That's the stock market. Good for him. All right, so we can end that conversation, right?
Yeah, we can end that. I don't see any more questions on what you're saying. This guy's Ordinary Angler, who is pretty good. He says that he only sold some of his calls. I can't find the article.
Well,
where
listen,
I
he can
read it.
only sell some of his calls. He's got till tomorrow. They expire tomorrow. So all the people that are asking about GameStop, can you find out what he paid for his 20 calls? That's the key. And based on the premiums that I see in GameStop, the 40 calls for next month are $3 or something like that. I'm sure, right?
Right.
So what did the 20 calls back in time? They had to be $4, $5. And if someone buying that much size, the people selling them say, hey, I'm not going to sell you that many, right? He
Right.
wasn't doing it for E-Trade. What was he putting up, 100 at a time?
Right.
Yeah. So again, when he got into it, somebody knew he was doing it. It wasn't like it's a secret, and they made him pay more for it. So let's say he paid $4. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. He paid $4. He sold them at 10. He made $6.
Yeah.
He could have sold them at 60.
Yeah.
He should have sold them at 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 20, 21, 22. Wait a second. Who tells you to sell them as they go up? Oh, I think I told you how to do that, right?
Here's where
It's,
this guy called Portfolio Armor wrote in a post that he sold all his calls.
well, I think that was yesterday.
Yeah, I
And
think
he
it was
sold-
either yesterday or overnight. Yes.
He sold them
Yeah.
yesterday. That's why the stock collapsed from 33 down to 25.
Yes.
They saw it come in. Sell them. He was selling them probably by the bushels, and that's what drove the stock down. So he didn't sell them at $10. He was selling them on the way down. All right. So what did he get? $8 average. What did he pay? 4 for them? 3, 5, whatever he paid for them. There's your difference. And now he exercised whatever he's got left, and he owns the stock. Congratulations.
Well, people are trading and making money, but that's the thing. You got to be able to trade.
Listen, the hedge funds are going to walk away from the trade. The
Right.
excitement is going away.
Right.
And you say, what do you mean? If you think you get bored with a stock, hedge funds get bored in 30 seconds and move to the next thing. 30 seconds and they're gone.
Do you mean they have the same attention span you do?
That is correct.
Although it has taken you 25 years to paint the
I
Sistine
watched
Chapel.
hedge funds. I watched hedge funds. Okay, the same group of guys trade 6 different names in the same day, and each time they got into it, they loved the story, and each time the stock went up, they sold it and they forgot the story. That's how fast. Oh, it's up 3 points. Sell the 80,000 shares I bought. You just told me you loved it. Get me out. I made 200 grand. See you later. Next. Hey, I got this story. Okay, well, let's buy that one. Is this up? Sell it. That was it. That's how they think. That's 100%.
Jennifer says his Roaring, whatever his name is, Keith Gill, his average share cost is $23.41.
There you go.
That's not too
24.
pretty. That's not too pretty.
He didn't buy him at 10 cents.
Wow.
I mean, so listen, everything costs money on Wall Street. Nothing's free. I keep telling you that.
So
the
ordinary.
The stock went to 70, and this guy sold it at a $28 average. Big deal.
So ordinary angler who's good. He has a lot of insight. He says Cohen has $4 billion to work. Kitty paid 20, but a fee of 567. So he had to get a price higher than 25.67. But this brings to mind what you were telling me earlier, Ham, that Jim Cramer talked about, the leases of GME. Do you want to share that thought?
Yeah, listen, I hate Kramer more than you guys do. I think he's a complete idiot. He's the only guy that brought a company public to Goldman Sachs at $70 and it went to zero. He never talks about that. But anyway, he said the other day that if he was Ryan Cohen, they have 4,000 stores he should pay off the leases on all these stores and, start over fresh. But he also said to pay off all the leases, it would cost him north of $1 billion to do it. That's how many he has long-term leases. And how do you get out of these things now, right?
Yeah.
So it was interesting that he's going to have an expense getting out of this nonsense. And, so, 4 billion goes down to 3, if that's the number. Then he has to buy a company, listen, I'm not getting into the long-term fundamentals. Let him do what he has to do. I believe he should just do nothing. If I was him, I would sell another 50 million shares at $20 and take another billion in.
Okay,
That's what I
so
would do.
this stock, you talk about it, this the so-called CEO, but Nico is pointing out that DBMM has a similar stock price to where GTII first started before it ran, and it's tightly held here. But the one thing he points out is every day, 90% of the stock is marked short.
I see it every day.
Marked short every day, 90%. So
every day I see that. It's amazing.
I
do follow that. I see it every day. Listen, I care about one thing. You guys are all starting to understand this whole thing. I'm just trying to show you that each day the market has stories, whether it's long, short, there's different versions of things that are going on. What's going on with Roaring Kitty and GameStop, I've seen it 1,000 times. Guys take positions. I've actually told you about Asher Edelman. My friend worked on his desk. Asher used to go over 5% buying the stock. The traders on the desk, everyone saw him go over 5%. That means he had a file. And he was so slick, the guy, that he'd be selling calls and get himself below 5%. Think about it. He at $25, everyone says, "Oh my God, Ash is going over 5%." Meaning like he's going to take over the company. Everyone starts buying the 25 calls. All of a sudden they went from $1. Now they're worth $3 because of the hype. The 30 calls are worth, $1.50 now because of the hype. What was Asher doing? In the other room, he was selling the calls to open, meaning his 5% stake, his position was getting lowered because now he's short versus his long position. And that's how they used to try to, and get people to, he took advantage of the hype that he created. So, I mean, these guys are devious. So all the things what I see, I've been telling you, it's just history. It's just the same nonsense. Go back and look at Bear Stearns puts. Someone bought, I forgot how many thousands of the puts, the $30 puts with the stock at 65. They were going to expire in 2 days. They created such a panic. The stock went to 2 and out of business in 2 days. They made millions. And then they started doing out of the money puts in Lehman, and they started to create a panic there. These are all, they keep trying them. That's what, I guarantee you're going to see another GameStop, another stock like GameStop, where someone comes in and buys 100,000 calls in some stupid name, and it's going to be the same pattern. And he's, oh my God, someone's buying game or whatever, XYZ. And it's going to go. That's part of the game. At least now you understand how it works.
So Albino Rhino says that Kitty sold 80 calls for 74 million, and he exercised 40 calls for, obviously that's not the exact number, for 80 million. So maybe. So he had 120,000 calls.
He sold 80,000 calls?
Yeah. He just left the zeros off, and he exercised 40. That's what Albino Rhino was saying. And so I don't know how you know that, but that's he posted it. He put it on Reddit. Roaring Kitty put that on Reddit with pictures, apparently.
So where did he sell the calls?
Albino didn't say where he sold them. I think he sold them yesterday.
I'm saying, so he really, basically, what did he make?
What he sold them at an $8 average, he paid $4 for them. So what do you make? $4 times whatever amount he bought. That's what he did. And why didn't he sell into the hype? Because if he sold into the hype, the SEC would be down his throat. And everyone, Andrew left, announced that he covered his short he covered his short in GameStop, correct?
Right.
Go back and tell me if Andrew left ever covered his short Peloton, Beyond Meat, EXAS, and any stock he's ever done, he never said boo. But now he's giving you fair disclosure. Wonder why.
It's all very interesting. Thank you, Albino Rhino. That's good information. And I guess what that means, right, Ham, is by selling all his calls and exercising the rest, he's still hoping to make money on the stock, maybe to...
He's afraid that what's going to happen is what's going to happen tomorrow. He doesn't know if the stock's going to be 20, 30, 40. He has no idea. So now he went from a short-term holder with options. Now he changed his position to long-term.
Well, his calls are next week, of course, but it's the same idea. Or they were next week.
I thought they expired tomorrow.
The 21st.
Okay.
But anyway, it's the same idea. To me, the reason he did it now is there was still premium. He doesn't know what's going to happen next week. So
the premium is out of him. I was looking this morning. The premium has collapsed on the gold.
So the bid must have been gone from the 30s. He could have made so much money selling the other calls, the other strikes.
If he sold the 40s, he could have sold the 40s for $10 a week ago, right? When the stock was going through 50.
Yeah.
He could have sold the 40s for 10. And he would have had, instead of paying $4, he would have been in a black +6.
Wow.
And still have his position. But, he didn't do it. Obviously, he was afraid of manipulation. His lawyers told him that whatever you do, you can't promote your position and then sell it to the hype. So that's why he held on.
So let's see. Yeah, the trading was yesterday, Albino says. He traded all his calls yesterday. And
and the stock collapsed yesterday, correct?
He was up in the pictures, according to Albino. I don't see the pictures, but I have no reason to believe Albino's not reading Reddit. He says he was up 30 million today with the pictures he put on Reddit.
That's pretty good. So what's the story as far as that goes? When you play big, you win big, right?
It's just more zeros. Same bet, more zeros. Same.
That's all he did.
Same stress.
Hey, listen, it's a long-term play. The company's got a couple $1 billion in cash. So there you go. I think the short squeeze stuff is being put to bed. I think that any run up the company would do another secondary and take more money in. And I think the SEC and what the hell's his name? Cohen cut a deal saying, hey, do this secondary and we'll make your lawsuit go away.
Right.
Isn't it funny how the lawsuit went away? His lawsuit and the SEC on Bed Bath & Beyond, when he promoted Bed Bath & Beyond, it ran to 30-something. And guess what? He sold it. Does that sound just like what Roaring Kitty did? Sounds like it to me. Only Roaring Kitty was smart enough. He didn't sell it. Otherwise, he would be on the hook.
I hope when it's all over, you can give us a primer on what happened, and we can all learn lessons.
I told you what happened. Ryan Cohen was forced to do the secondary, the second one, and that's what killed the short squeeze. The second one, not the first one, the second one. The second one killed the short squeeze. And it was done for one reason, because the SEC told them, hey, we have this lawsuit against you. If you do not do the secondary, we're going to proceed with this thing and go to put you in jail. Or you could do the secondary, we'll let you go. Secondary next day, lawsuit was dropped. That day he closed out the transaction, correct?
Right.
And that's what I see. And that's what killed the loss, and that's what killed the short squeeze, because he plugged them for 120 million shares. And I guarantee you, if the stock were to get hot again and all this nonsense would go on, that Ryan Cohen would be forced to do it again. He'll do
Albino
another secondary.
Albino says that Roaring Critty's last message shows he's up $51 million just in the stock price, which is pretty good, but it's not 250 that he was before. I'd love to have 51 million. It's all numbers on a page, but still, it's a lot of quid.
It's a lot of quid. That's what you're going to say again. Listen, I don't understand it. He bought his position. He should have said, hey, I bought it. Tomorrow I'm going to sell it. And he should have sold it at 40, 50, 30, whatever it was. Got the hell out. Go enjoy your life. He's making a fight out of it. And he now he's got himself in a shitty position because, we love him and the world hates him. That's the difference.
Right.
And there's no reason for this young guy to be caught up in this nonsense. I'm for him. I hope he could have killed him. I hope he did kill him. But it wasn't him. Ryan Cohen was involved in GameStop. How much money did Ryan Cohen make in the short squeeze in GameStop the first time? For those who haven't paid attention, Ryan Cohen, what's his name from The Big Short, Michael Burry, and others were all buying GameStop to squeeze it. Go look at my report. These guys owned it all back then. It wasn't Roaring Kitty. It was these guys. So Ryan Cohen made a fortune, and people go, well, Ryan Cohen bought all his stock in GameStop. No shit. He probably paid 10, sold it at 200 or 300, and bought it back at 20. Big deal. I'll do that trade any day, right, William?
Right.
Buy something at 10, sell it at 300. Then the company comes, we want to make you the CEO. You got to buy back in at 20. No problem. And that's what he's done.
He's come undone.
Listen, all I'm trying to teach you is how to look at things from a Wall Street angle. Do whatever you like. That could kill us. I'm telling you, on a trading desk, the discussions are just like I described to you. Who did this? Who did that? The boss wants to know. What are we doing? Are we going to take a stake in this thing? Are we going to buy it? Give me the answers. That's how it works. No answers, no play. That's how it works.
This guy's acknowledging that you were the long-term expert on GME. He doesn't really agree with you here. But the thing that bugs me about what's going on here, that everybody says that the stock, he's got $4 billion, he can do this and that. That all sounds long-term to me. And we're talking about short-term trades. So I don't know. I tend to think.
Listen, William, listen. That's for Roaring Kitty and all the GME followers. Good luck. I don't care. I'm just trying to describe to you, okay, someone did a secondary that's monstrous. One person has an answer. Who bought it? That's a pretty simple question. I'm asking the universe here. Who bought the secondary? It wasn't 4 million shares. It was 120 million shares. Did Roaring Kitty participate? Is that where he bought his stock from? If so, why didn't he tell us that? Who bought the secondary? Not one word was said. Every time a long investor buys a position, they file it. They want people to know. Not this stock. 120 million shares, it did not a peep who bought it.
Right.
Not a peep. Maybe this stock would erupt. This stock would be up 30 points tomorrow if we had a real buyer. Who's the buyer? Is it Carl Icahn? I don't think so. Who is it? Nobody. Is it Warren Buffett? Because Warren Buffett buying this stock would make the stock $300. But none of those guys stepped into it. Why? Somebody did. Who was it? And just think about it. They sold it all the way up to 80. on this last run, right?
Right.
And they bought it back in what? 20, 25, $30, whatever the hell it was.
You know, it occurs to me that all of Warren Buffett's trading has to be short term now, or relatively short term. That guy's almost 93 or something.
Right.
Right. Morgan Stanley has 1.1 million shares of GME, according to Albino Rhino, which they're just lending out.
What does he think they're doing with it?
They're lending it out. They've probably lent out 25 million shares.
They lend it all out. They lend it out. They're a prime broker. Anybody, they did it in Overstock. I put it out there 1,000 times. Morgan Stanley owned 10% of Overstock for years. It went from 3 to 120. They never sold it. Back down, up, down. Then eventually one day they did sell it, but they were controlling the lending of the stock. They were making more money lending the stock than if the stock went up. When the stock went up, everybody wanted to borrow it. Morgan Stanley lent it out. Probably made $30 a share. The stock came back down. They called it in. Morgan Stanley calls in the stock. Then the stock starts to go back up because these guys have to buy it back. And that's it.
So this gentleman, Greg Kirchner, is asking, why are we angry about GME people making money? I'm not. Ham's not. I'm not sure everybody's making money, though, Greg. If people bought in Monday morning because they were all excited over the weekend, they're down half their money. So I'm not so clear that everybody's making money. But to me, it's interesting. It's interesting.
I'm just teaching you the facts.
Yeah.
If you learned about the facts, when they did the secondaries, I said, get out. The stock went down to $23. They bounced back up, but I told you that was a bad thing that they did. And it did. It worked out. It went down to 23 the other day. It was down to $23. And now it's back up to 30. Do you think that everyone on this phone is buying GameStop on the collapses and selling it on the rips? I hope you are. If you are, you're doing great. If you're not, you're sitting here crying. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I hope you make a fortune in it. I hope Roaring Kitty kills him.
Exactly. I hope everybody makes millions. And I think if you're viewing it as a long-term trade, this might be a time to, I don't know, sell puts, but it might be just a time to step away, let the stock play out, because I think you'll be able to buy it cheaper before the long term. But who knows? It might make a lot of sense long term. But what Ham's talking about is trading.
If you want to play it long term, good luck. They got what? First of all, if you want to play it long term, you have to figure out what you're doing with the money. Let's hear his.
So Eric is done with you and me because Overstock was in the Stone Age. Sorry, Ham and William are over the hill ancient. I'm done with these guys. Good luck, everyone.
Thank God.
Good luck, Eric. See you down the highway. And you take your self-assurance and self-satisfaction. Go elsewhere.
He doesn't know he's going to get out of here.
Wow, this guy bought GME at 10 and 11. Good for
there you go.
He bought some higher too.
70.
He bought some higher too, but I like that, Ben, because that's how.
Wait. Yeah. You know what that means?
What?
He was buying it when no one wanted it.
Yes,
that's exactly. What he just. So that is exactly the way I love to play stocks.
Exactly.
I buy them when no one wants them, and when they come for them, I sell them. Congratulations. That is a great purchase and a great move. You were buying it when people were tossing it out the window. They thought it was dead and buried. And then everybody came back to life and you were in there first. That is great. Congratulations.
Yeah. And it's also, for me, Ben, I mean, it's been a long time since I've been a big swinging, you know what, but that's what I do. If you know a story, you like it, and the stock pulls back and the story hasn't changed, it's perfect if you can add money at lower prices. It's perfect.
That's how it goes. And when they're ugly, it's tough to be a buyer when they're ugly. It is impossible. People like everybody, like, oh my God, it's going to zero. Oh, it's going. That's all you hear.
So this,
And I reported on GameStop in 2020 for the Big Mouth Eric. I reported it in 2020 facts. I showed everybody it was 177% owned by institutions. That's why the stock went. Not because Roaring Kitty said the stock is a good buy and he loves games. That's bullshit. It was already set up. All the institutions were loading up. And that's what I look at. Institutions, by the way, Eric, they dropped from 34% to 28% in GameStop now. That's in the filings. That means institutions don't believe in it yet. Don't get me wrong, they may come in tomorrow, but I like to follow that information. I just don't throw a dart, Eric, and follow people saying, oh, it's going to go. I don't do that. I follow the information. It may not make it work all the time, but that's how I believe it. That's how you follow it. That's how you make real money.
the new slogan is don't trust anyone under 30. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
They don't
know
remember.
what's going on.
They don't remember what. Ryan Cohen is transforming the company. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a long-term type thing. I don't know how it relates to short-term trading here, but anyway, yeah. What's amazing is 640,000 people listen to that guy's call. That's some power. I wish they'd come over and listen to Ham's finger call.
Listen, I don't want anybody to come here. My friends, we keep accumulating it. That's how it works. There's nothing you can say. If you believe in a story, you believe in it. If you don't, I don't need roaring kitties. He has nothing. Listen, again, good luck. God bless him. I hope he makes a fortune. He should have sold when it ran and not listened to anybody, but that's what he chose to do. He should have came out, told everybody. He posted, he bought it. He should have posted, he sold. I'm selling and goodbye. That's it. That's all he should have done. It's not his job in life to babysit everybody. And now it's cost him multiple millions of dollars.
Miguel, the Kitty, I think, did that whole charade to post his position and all that and giggle and I guess give some good advice. I don't know. But I think he did it because possibly he's a compliance officer, used to be. And I bet he got legal advice. You better fully disclose all this or you're really in trouble if something happens. That's what I thought it was about. And no, Ham cannot post his finger position like Roaring Kitty posted his GME position. It's just silly. That's just
because
silly.
If I did it, I would have to tell you every time I sell it, right? You're gonna do the good and the bad, right?
Just assume
so
Ham.
Everybody, when finger went up, my tooth fell out of my mouth, and I told everybody I had to sell 1,000 shares to pay my dentist bill because the dentist wouldn't fix my teeth unless I gave him the money. What would you like to tell you? Oh, I sold 1,000 shares because my fucking tooth fell out of my mouth. Would you already do that?
So there's a couple of questions relating to Devin Nunes. One is the lobbyists or whoever are working hard against the CAT system, and maybe it's time for Devin Nunes to speak out. The other question is, have your friends talked to Devin Nunes lately? And I would point out that Robert Kennedy's in the fight too now, and I don't know if you guys are talking to him. But anyway, go on.
No, I know people that talk to Kennedy, and but Devin Nunes, the committees are very tight-lipped. I tried to bust a move and try to get me the date. They won't tell you. I said that I have, I have medical issues that I need to attend to, and when is the date of the meeting? And they said, sir, we will inform you when it is. They wouldn't let me know it all. So there's no heads up about these committee meetings. That's just how it goes. I can't. I tried to be a Wall Street slickster. I couldn't get past it. That's how it works. I tried.
So
yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
So again, but all you have to look at is Donald Trump said he's going to help the Bitcoin miners and get Bitcoin to be part of the United States and the mining industry, or that whole thing. He wants to help them out. If you think Donald Trump is helping those people out and not going to help his stock out, I would faint. I'm just basing it on who he is. He has. Do you think they haven't seen what happened to GameStop and how much billions this guy made versus fighting the shorts? Correct.
Right.
Everybody knows Ryan Cohen and GameStop made $4 billion squeezing the shorts. They didn't sell a thing. Squeezing the shorts. They raised $4 billion. The shorts bought the stock back. The longs lost money, right? Because the stock came in. They killed the short squeeze on everybody. So Donald Trump and Devin Nunes asked for the blue sheet investigation. That's telling you that they're coming. It's telling me they're coming. I know we want to know what day it is. They don't tell me. But I guarantee you, if you just count the days to the president election, Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. He has to smash this before the election because he can't promote his own company into the election.
Do you
So
know,
he's going to use their, yeah.
do you know who's better than Kristen Shaughnessy?
No, she's great.
Nobody. She just put up.
I don't know who taught her, but she's great.
Well, this is not your. This is something I don't think you taught her, but she just put up, which is interesting, and it's quick. She said, "Look at these numbers showing how much commercial real estate exposure the big banks have." And this is the report for the top 5 banks. JP Morgan Chase has 173 billion in exposure to commercial real estate losses. Wells Fargo 139 billion, Bank of America 82 billion, US Bank 55 billion, PNC 48 billion. It doesn't sound like a lot of money though, actually, does it?
Everybody,
But if
people
you-
look at it,
If you add it up, it's $500 billion.
billions of dollars of losses everywhere. No one, and the system has got to crack. It's just too much.
Well, one thing from monetary theory, it's not theory, it's a fact. When loans collapse, when you have a default and the loan is gone, that shrinks money supply. That's deflationary, and it's pretty tough on the economy, which is why I think the Fed is opening the spigots.
Right. They're doing everything they can, but you can't stop it. No one goes. I have to tell you, Midtown at night is a ghost town. Midtown, New York, is a ghost town. That's where everybody was. Anyone with real money moved out of New York City and moved out to Palm Beach and Miami. All the big hedge funds left.
So guess what? You're not as great as I pump you up to be. All right, thanks, Liberty.
Listen, I say I'm not.
You know, you
great.
got to know, Liberty. Everything I say here is my opinion, and I personally, I've been in the markets, I guess you could call it, for God, it's scary, 4 decades, and my experience listening to him and learning from him, I wish I had known that back when I was managing people's portfolios.
Just cut him off. Let him go.
No, I'm not offended by it. He's calling me a stock pumper. Well, whatever. You know,
That's okay.
they
We're pumping GameStop. We love GameStop now.
maybe you're a gasoline pumper. I don't know.
Right.
GME will run tomorrow, says Robert
Hey,
C.
They're running it tomorrow. I don't understand why, but go ahead.
So then the other question that Joe Wickman is asking, and maybe you don't do it this way, so you can just discuss how you do it. But he says, Ham, can you explain what you look for on the options chart? Open interest, volume, etc. And he continues his question.
The most important thing in options is the premium. That's the most important thing.
Do you look at percentage held by institutions, float held by institutions? He asked.
Yes, I do. But you asked me about options. In options, the most important thing is the premium. You can pay $3 for a call. Let's say the stock is 30 at GameStop. You can pay $3 for the next strike period, whatever it's going to be, You pay $3, you got 20 days to go. The stock goes from 30 to 33 in 8 days, and your options could be $2.75. The premium starts to come out, means you overpaid for them. You understand? So sometimes
Right.
your stock goes up and your options go down in value. You know, that shows you the premium is coming out because you overpaid. You got to remember the people selling you the options, they want to sell it to you as high as possible, right?
Right.
They want to get as much money as they can for their option. And that's why option premium is the most important thing when you're buying an option. And that's it. That's the whole thing to options, is that I don't care about the volume, doesn't mean anything. Look at finger motion. Months ago when the stock was 720, we had thousands of calls. I know people that my friends bought 5,000 calls. Where's the gamma squeeze? We bought them all. It didn't happen. Anybody remember that? I do.
Yeah.
Nothing, zero. Hedge funds working together, colluding together. And if the SEC or the DOJ or the FBI wants to go look, the same hedge funds that were buying GameStop, KOSS, and AMC back in the day were buying it again in all these last squeezes. It's the same people. It's pretty easy.
There's a joke from Matt K, but I think I won't read it to you. It's pretty funny. It's on the lines of not legal advice. Oh, I don't know who the volunteers are, but they're going to destroy FSU tomorrow in Omaha. And Kevin doesn't want you crying about it on Twitter.
I can't wait. 7:00 tomorrow night. Yeah.
Oh, it's at Tennessee Volunteers, I guess. Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, they're playing in Omaha.
Both
Hey,
bombs.
listen, don't worry about it. Those that was yapping about his LSU Tigers in football, we beat them 2 years in a row, and that poor guy had to run around with a Florida State license plate on his car.
Both still likes your idea of GME investing, basically becoming a hedge fund, I guess, but investing in the heavily shorted companies.
He should do that. That's what the guy should become. He becomes the hero of America. I've always said Warren Buffett, you know, even Bill Gates at the time, everybody loved Bill. How did he not take shots in cancer companies? You know, I could see not doing it in GTII, but I could see him doing it at CVM, Northwest Bio. Do these guys have anything? They never, not one has ever. Carl Icahn, they're all full of shit. They've done nothing. Zero.
So if it were the normal markets and GME sold 75 million shares, they've got 400 million out or something like that. 75 million shares, normally there would be a filing or a prospectus saying who the biggest buyers were. What does it mean when they don't disclose themselves?
I don't know. There's plenty of GameStop people on the phone. Why don't they answer it?
Because it would seem to me, like you've said, that it's taking the squeeze pressure out of the play.
They keep doing it. They're adding this. They're covering the shorts.
Yeah.
If there's no long, no big investor saying he bought the stock.
Yeah.
If an investor took that position, the stock would be $300 today. But instead, we have nobody stepping up saying they bought it. So everybody knows that the shorts bought it. So now you're getting a different stock. Now the stock is turned into a fundamental play, which I got it. You want to be fundamental? That's your job. I could kill us.
Hey, Daniel Jewell, thanks for joining. So you're calling me a pumper, and then you say, that's your real name, send you a lawsuit? No, thank you. I'm not interested in sending you a lawsuit. You can call me a pumper, doesn't make me one.
Listen,
Wolf.
anyone uses that term pumper is garbage. They're all young kids, garbage. That's all garbage. And that's a Basher thing.
That's from that Basher handbook, isn't it?
That's where they got it from.
Oh, I'm a coward who won't show up in a space call-in debate. I'm sure that's
Okay,
whatever.
William, stop addressing.
Whatever.
Get lost.
Whatever. So on GME, Wolverine has to deliver 4 million. I'm confused by what this means. It says 4,001,000 shares tomorrow because of a T minus one settlement. I don't know who
Why?
market maker Wolverine has
Why?
to. This is albino rhino.
So why do they have to deliver it tomorrow?
Because of T+1 settlement.
We've had stocks, DJT, finger motion, they're unsettled trades for years, but you're saying that they're going to do that tomorrow?
Right.
I have a suspicion that these guys know how to get around any of the issues, and maybe they watch some trades and they do some funny business with. Maybe Wolverine buys it from Ken Griffin, and they create another synthetic. Who knows what the hell they're doing. Listen, I hope it goes. Go to the moon. I don't care. Listen, Roaring Kitty could become Warren Buffett. I could care less.
Oh my gosh. I think we should have Kristen Shaughnessy on here. How much have police seized from death row convict and tycoon Trong My Lung? Anyway, cutting to the chase. The head of one of Vietnam's wealthiest real estate firms is sentenced to death after being convicted in a $12.5 billion fraud case. Death.
So all the hedge funds that bought the short position, who bought the secondary offering, they should all be sentenced to death as far as I'm concerned, because they all robbed everybody. Their intent was to rob, and the SEC let them off. That's what I say.
I can't read this.
William, listen.
Busy Brands says Ham uses a pumper on his small cannoli.
Well, that's because Busy Brands knows, because he gave me a hand.
Back at
He
you.
helped me out with that.
Back at you.
Listen, Busy Brands is a great man. People should be thanking him for all his efforts. Think about the MMTL people trapped in this stock. All right. These people paved the way. Look what they've been doing. They've been fighting for everybody in DC. And Roaring Kitty comes along and he cashes out making millions of dollars, and no one's even addressing these poor people in MMTLP. I don't own it, but I want to see those people get satisfied, and no one cares.
P Money says Busy Brands has busy hands. So I don't know if this is you or for me, I guess it's me. How high do I think GME could go around? Personally, I think it's just a bouncing ball. It goes lower on every high recently because I think they have a controlled demolition of retail and a slow workout of the short positions. But
listen,
hey, I guess I'm a party pooper.
They already started the game. And you say, what does that mean? Well, Wedbush came out the other day and gave it a target of $11, right?
Right.
Wedbush is a notorious scumbag brokerage firm out of LA. Okay. So they're already starting to say that it's going lower, that they're putting the narrative out there in the press that the stock is going lower. The short squeeze narrative is going away because the shorts have been getting covered. Who's covering them? The company's covering them. So that narrative eventually will dissipate. And now the narrative is a great long-term company. It's the next NVIDIA, whatever it may be. That's great. But that's the future of the stock. So it's what it is.
So I was trying yesterday to talk about risk reward, but sometimes you split the two apart, regardless of how big the reward is. You look at the risk. Anyway, this gentleman asking about GME, maybe you can talk a little bit about what's the risk reward of trading GME versus maybe trading Finger. I know that's a bait and switch.
Finger motion is not a trading stock right now.
Exactly.
GameStop is a trading stock right now.
Right.
If you have the if you have the guts and you want to play, then go to the casino. I've told everybody 120 times, when it runs up, sell your stock and go buy cheap calls and forget about it, right?
Yeah.
No risk. You made some money, take your money off the table, buy some cheap calls. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, you don't lose any money. That's the best way to play it. So for those who want to buy the dips, you buy the stock when it runs up. You can either A, sell a call against your position to lower your risk, or B, you can sell, like if you make $0.50, you go out and you buy a 50-cent options, and this way you don't have to worry about any money. You don't lose anything.
So this is one you reposted, Ham reposted, but from Kristen Shaughnessy. She said, look at this headline. Quote on Bloomberg: South Korea threatens life in prison for illegal short selling. That's the headline. South Korea threatens life in prison for illegal short selling.
For the people who like to blast us, that's what we're combating. And here you have a country having the balls, India saying the same thing. They want to hang people for who are trying to steal from people. That's what we're about. If you don't like it, we're the worst stock pickers in the world. Stop listening. That's that. But for the most part, we're here because of naked short selling fraud. That's what we've been here for. What would you like us to talk about? We have to say something. So everybody wants to talk about GameStop. I'm giving you my opinion. Working on a sophisticated trading desk, we would discuss the things that I've discussed with you. I'm telling you the mentality. This is how it is to work on a trading desk. For those of you who are sitting in your mother's basement that know nothing about a trading desk, on a trading desk, a reason that there's a trading desk, William, I don't know if you follow this, but when you have 10, 20, 30 people sitting on the desk, we can all think about something real quick and come up with a solution, because there's many of us. Everybody here sitting in a phone booth by themselves, you can't come up with these answers.
Plus, trading desks, particularly those like with testosterone, the scrum, there's courage in a trade. When you're all by yourself, you get butted out and all that.
Well,
there's also compliance officers on trading desks, which is a good thing, I think. But,
well, listen, we used to sit there. Don't buy that airline stock. Why? It came out with good news. Because they pay too much for jet fuel. They got a problem. Everybody knows then the gas line that they got a problem, whatever it may be. And someone would stop us from taking a big position, and we thought the stock was going up. The next thing we see it down $2 because that problem still existed. That's the trading desk. We're trying to help you because that's the idea, because everyone has a different opinion. Like an asshole, everyone has an opinion, right? So there you go.
So just to quickly say to everybody, Busy Brands is working his butt off, and everyone should give a thought or a little show of support somehow to Busy Brands. Then Kuda Guy is saying to tell you he's going to Omaha. Why would anyone go to Omaha? No, I'm just kidding. Omaha, Nebraska.
It's impossible to get there from New York. I looked at the flights. It's very expensive. It's like $900, and it's a layover. It's just too hard to do it.
He's going for the World Series.
Yeah, I wish I was there.
So he's going to root for Florida because Oklahoma State is out.
He's rooting for the Gators?
That's what he's saying.
Anything but the Gators.
Every gun makes its own tune. That's Tuco's gun, I think. No, that was the Uglies gun.
Tell him to post some pictures on Twitter about that when he's at the World Series.
Oh, Kudo, post some pictures. Ham would love that. All right, I'm seeing if there's any questions. That's Clint Eastwood. When a man's got money in his pocket, he begins to appreciate peace. If you want a guarantee, buy a toaster. That I think was Clint too. Boondoggle says he didn't exercise his options. He sold them to buy 4 million shares.
Wait, now he sold them. He didn't exercise them.
Well, no, it's everybody's got their view on it, but
Well, the whole thing was that everyone was talking about him exercising his options and forcing the market makers to deliver, but instead he sold his options and just went out and straight and bought the stock. I don't know, you know. That's a completely different story.
Omaha, Nebraska, you've been weighing heavy on my mind. I don't see any more questions, so we can talk about something else. Tell a joke.
That's it.
Yeah, it seems to be it. And
Well,
it's
listen, everyone, good luck
5:30.
with your GameStop. Good luck with your GameStop.
You can go
No
get your
bullshit,
square
you make-
pizza.
I need a slice. I need a slice. I didn't eat anything today, so I'm actually debating whether I should get the knee surgery in September. Because I just my knees. I play every day. My knees have just been sore lately, and everyone's telling me before you get too old, you got to get the knee surgery so you can recover. That's the hardest thing. So I've been going to the gym and doing a lot of leg workouts and trying to build up my legs and your ass muscles, because that is the key to the knee recovery. So now I have to go lifting weights, which I'm not a weightlifter, but I'm doing it. And I play ball, and then I lift weights, and it's just and then the aggravation of the stock market every day is it's not easy. But that's what I'm doing.
Well, all right. You'll have the best knees in the cemetery.
I hope you rat bastard. You had to say that. I'm not thrilled about getting surgery. I never had surgery, so I'm not thrilled about it. And I know as soon as they cut me open, I'll get the some poison will jump in me and I'll be dead in 2 weeks. So
No. Let's not be
that's
tempting the fates.
Some people are good at it, some aren't. So I'm one of those that is not. So I hope I don't have to do it, but I'm trying my best. It's hard to dig through the pain some nights, but that's what it is. So it is what it is. All right, everyone.
All right.
I'll go read and listen. My commentary on GameStop is just trying to show you how to think like a trader. I'm not rooting against you. I'm trying to make sure you understand all the facts. In Finger Motion, we present the facts. In GTII, we didn't have the facts. We got the proof from the government. Once again, the only stock to get the proof from the government has been GTII. It's right there in black and white from the Depository Trust. It's right there. All right. You got the Kramers, the Crooks, Alpine, the prime broker, the DTC telling you that there's a big short position. There's not one story. Webb Bush, Cantor Fitzgerald, Goldman, they never give you any symbols. GTI's got it. The problem with GTI is management's too old, it's not doing anything. If GTII, if you look at it, William, is the same as GameStop. No real fundamental business, right?
Yeah.
Only GameStop got the short squeeze and GTI got defrauded by the prime broker. Look how close GTI was to become GameStop, right?
Yeah.
What ends if GTI ran to $200 and they raised $1 billion? Ta-da, your GameStop, right? That's how close it was. But Alpine committed securities fraud and basically lied and hid it and sold more with no money in the bank. Instead of the government buying them in, so the government went after them, and the proof is right there. Now we need management because because the Alpine didn't do it. Now the management's fucked up. We got to get rid of them so we can get a real company in there, and we have to build it a different way. But we can't do it till Richard said next week. So we'll see what happens.
All right.
Anyway, good luck in Omaha.
Omaha. All right. See you later.
I'll see you
Thanks.
later. Good night.
Call ended.
So I may be accused of being confused, but I'm average weight for my height. My philosophy, like color TV, is all there in black and white. That comes from the geniuses. Oops, let me find this. Here it is. No, that's not it. That's not it. I wanted to call your attention. Did I? Let me go back. Huh. Oh, here, maybe that's it. Yeah, there we go. So I just on GME, I wanted to read you this. I won't read it all, but this is from the blogger Portfolio Armor, and it came out yesterday, I guess in the afternoon. The headline is Ryan Cohen cashes in and Roaring Kitty cashes out. Roaring Kitty, as the Mmtlp investor Keith Gill calls himself, returned to X after an absence of 3 years last month and posted a few memes with no specific stock commentary. On the basis of that alone, GameStop shares spiked from 1746 on May 10th to 55.69 on May 14th before giving back those gains. That was his first GME pump this year. This is written again by Portfolio Armor. The weekend before last, Gill returned to Reddit, posting a screenshot purportedly of his account showing a $116 million position in GameStop and 120,000 call options on it. As a result, the stock spiked over 64% in early trading the Monday before last. This was his second GME pump. Finally, last Thursday, Gill promised to do a YouTube live stream about the stock on Friday. On that bit of non-news, the stock spiked 47.45% on the day before climbing another 31.62% after hours. GameStop opened at 31.28 on Thursday morning and ended the after-hours session at 61.27 before giving all of that back after GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen's pre-release of GameStop's earnings and Gill's desultory live stream closing Friday at 28:22. For some reason, we had rally in GameStop shares ahead of its official earnings release on Tuesday, with the stock climbing from $24.40 at the open to $30.44 at the close. But the only real news that day was that GameStop completed its at-the-market secondary offering, fortifying its balance sheet with more than $4 billion in cash. And then he quotes the headlines. Now it looks like Roaring Kitty has cashed out all his call options on GameStop. And he gives a Twitter copy. So the Flo Seiden post about the options flow generated some skepticism from diehard GameStop bulls. But as another commentator pointed out, Roaring Kitty owned about 80% of the open interest on those $20 strike GME calls. As the Flo Seiden noted, those call positions weren't being rolled. So odds are Roaring Kitty was taking profits there. Let's recap how we traded GameStop. So now they're going to brag on. They're going to brag.
Welcome.
Hang on, I got to
Fine.
take this call. I got to take this. Sorry, everybody. That was an update on the little gold miner, and I just had to take it. So I'm sorry about that. And it was good. It was a good update. It was good. It was all good. All right. So let's recap how we traded GameStop. So let's skip how he traded GameStop. But apparently they did 10 trades in GameStop and they made money on them. So no, they did. Sorry. He has 10 different companies from NVIDIA to Coin and GME. His GME, I guess his potential return is 50%, whatever. We were neutral at $30. Okay. We were bearish at $60. Okay. And now they're exiting their neutral GameStop trade. All right, let's skip the rest of it. It's all bragging on his trading. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. And it basically said that Keith Gill sold out, but whatever. Bought 4 million GME. I think Nunya it was shares, but I'll let somebody else answer. I'm just a spectator, and I'm not even in the front row. The $1 dividend payable immediately. I think $1 wouldn't scare them. But I see why you would use a small amount. The street would just pay it out. But it's an interesting idea. Breaking, Kitties sold, then bought. Okay, the market. That's the theory anyway. No one ever enforces anything. Arthur. It's Princess Gloria. Did you say Princess Arthur? Yeah, it's good for the company, but anyway, boondoggle. To me, those are two different thoughts of the trade. Okay, it's good for the company. Is it good for shareholders? That's a distinction I've brought up before. Technically, the CEO is supposed to work for shareholders, but when lawyers can convince the CEO that shareholders in the company are different, at least in the short run. In other words, blast the shareholders. You've got to make the company survive. And if it dilutes shareholders, they were going to get destroyed anyway. When lawyers get that separation, CEOs are no longer looking out for shareholders. And it happens all the time. But anyway, the other thing is if the idea is it's good for the company, it's good for the company over the long term. But we're talking about short-term trades, really high premiums. And I think they're just sucker punching retail. And it happens over and over again. But that's everybody goes through it. Liberty, I don't see any reason to. There's nothing to debate. In terms of MMTLP, MMTLP is a placeholder for 1 share of Nextbridge stock. Now, the issues before the MMTLP community are that when we bought MMTLP in the open market, we had 2 days of trading. Now, what people sort of skip over is those 2 days of trading would have been with short settlement. So you would have, on the Friday, you would have had to say, next day settlement, and on the Monday you would have had to say same day settlement. However, that may or may not be a big deal, because in the filing that Mark Bazile made against TradeStation, in one of the footnotes, number 7, I think, he said there were trades at $2,400 a share that were executed. The money was put in the account. I'm using my own words, and then the brokers firms pulled it out. So I think that argument that we was robbed of an opportunity of a short squeeze is totally valid. But that's not coming back. If we go before Congress for 600 days, they're not going to give us 2 days trading. If we go before Congress for 600 days and they give us 2 days trading, there's no guardrails, as the phrase is nowadays, in the world that's going to protect us from the criminal activities and actors who destroyed the stock in the first place. There's just, I mean, it's a chimera. It's not happening. But anyway, that's what's frozen everybody is, oh my gosh, it's going to trade. It's going to trade tomorrow. I'm hearing rumors it's going to trade in 2 weeks. And what Drew put in that I think it was it might have been one of his acolytes, but he was in the chain on Twitter, and I don't follow him. I just came up on this stream and I happened to see it. He said, well, or one of his acolytes said something to the effect, what happens if MMTLP trades and you're stuck over at AST? Well, that's just meant to make you scared and make you think with fear. It's not going to happen that way. Look at, for example, the dividend distribution from Finger. Look at the idea of, I'm trying to think of another, but look at the whole de-SPAC process with Logic. Look at any of the other stocks you follow that had S1s. It all takes time. There's never this urgency to rapid fire. Hey, we've decided it's not going to happen, but just in some Disney world, it's going to trade. It's not going to happen so quickly that you won't be given an opportunity, in my judgment, and I'm making an assumption that if Greg McCabe is making a settlement, it's going to include everybody. And I think that's a fair assessment, particularly since it's in his interest and he's the largest shareholder and the largest MMTLP holder. And by the way, the gentleman you mentioned, as far as I know, doesn't own any MMTLP. I own $40,000 worth of the star-crossed investment so far. But I wish I had bought in sooner, so I had more shares. But I'm optimistic about because I've gone through that. Nextbridge is extremely valuable, or at least potentially so. It's oil and gas, and I warn you, anything can happen in oil and gas. But the drumbeat and the steady ongoing progress at Nextbridge gives every indication that they are meeting with success. So that's a real thing. Assets, know-how, geologists, seismic, management, board of directors, money, other positions. That's Nextbridge. What's MMTLP? It's a placeholder. And right now, ironically, because these people on Twitter, and as I said in my video, it made sense for a while. We were in a state of shock. We were stunned by what we were stunned to find out that FINRA and the SEC protect the criminals. We were stunned. And then we had to process that. And then brave people like Anna, Queen of Trades, and the Statue of Liberty, and LT, and Sada Aman, and some other people that had, I don't think want me to say their names, but there was a whole clutch of people that went up to the halls of Congress and went around asking for help. And man, is it impressive, the extraordinary skills, the extraordinary hard work, the extraordinary persistence of essentially 65,000 shareholders. And because of the hard work of Busy Brands, you're going to see everyone from Bill Pulte to Patrick Burns to maybe Robert F. Kennedy. You're going to see all these people and more helping push it forward because of that work. However, after 600 days, I think it's clear that Congress sees no urgency in getting so-called MMTLP to trade. I even go further. I don't see any urgency in the part of Congress to, quote, get a resolution. I don't see any urgency. You've got the mouse Goober Gensler up there doing nothing. Not gonna do it. Not prudent. At this juncture. So I really think the advice to stay in MMTLP is really against your own financial interest. Eventually, the statute of limitations run out. Eventually, the herd of zebras narrow down to one or two stragglers, and those one or two stragglers are not going to have the ability to hire a lawyer, which is what the criminals want. And if you don't move MMTLP to AST, what's your argument before? What's your loss? What are you claiming when you go into court? Your Honor, I have a chit here, MMTLP, and they didn't give me my shares of Nextbridge. I already said there is a separate argument. They took away the 2 days where I intended to trade into a short squeeze, but that's in litigation, and that's going to happen regardless. I'm not sure who's going to pay for it, but I have a feeling as long as the principles of Nextbridge are around, there's going to be funding for that lawsuit, and it'll probably be done splitting the profits with the lawyers. But that's to me, that's asbestos type lawsuit. That's tobacco type lawsuit. It's going to take a long time, but it's going to go on regardless. Whatever. Any settlement in that is going to be owed to everybody, and probably it'll also be paid, which we could say, oh, that's not fair, but it'll probably be paid to shareholders at Nextbridge who had already moved. I'm talking about prior to the trading halt, had already moved into Nextbridge or given their indication they wanted to, MMTLP. So there'll be some people that lawyers can argue, well, they never wanted to trade. They just wanted to go to Nextbridge. So it's unfair, Your Honor, that we have Wall Street, we have to pay them. I believe that whatever settlement comes, because you got the big guys, Greg McCabe, is going to be across the board. And on the short squeeze issue or on the trading issue, but that's all separate. Right now, you only have one decision. Do I hang on to just my little IOU, or do I go claim my ermine coat? Do I go claim my Cadillac? Do I go claim my my suitcases from the busboy. Or I just hang on to this and I just magically think this is somehow going to transmorph into my goods. I think you have to go ask for your goods. Now, the two arguments that made some sense to me, one was by Ocean Sailing. She said, if I transfer my MMTLP, I'm paraphrasing, if I transferred my MMTLP to AST, then FINRA's no longer on the hook as it relates to me. Well, I don't buy that. Like I said, the wrongs FINRA did and the harm FINRA did are going to be litigated, or they might be settled out of pressure to Congress and senators. But that's kind of a different, two different balls or three different balls of wax. And it has nothing to do, to me, with claiming your property. Now, the part of her argument that made some sense to me is that if you outweight the rest of the zebras who were crossing the crocodile infested Nile as a herd, if you outweight them, possibly you'll be left on the shore as the crocodiles circle and all the other zebras got across. And then you could claim, hey, Congress, those crocodiles didn't give me a chance to get to the other side. So you could outweight the rest of people going in and claim, I didn't get my shares. But I still think it's going to boil down to the really high-priced attorneys on the criminal side and Wall Street side, one and the same in this case, I think. They're going to say, well, Ocean Sailing, and I'm not picking on her, I'm just making a specific, making up a specific hypothetical. The judge say, Ocean Sailing, did you ever ask for your shares? Well, no, Your Honor, I didn't, because I think FINRA wronged me. And if I moved my shares, then FINRA didn't owe me anything, or Wall Street didn't owe me anything. And so the judge is going to say, well, counsel is telling me that Wall Street or your broker dealer, the criminals, stood completely 100% ready to do what they were obligated to do, which is give you one share of Nextbridge for one share of MMTLP. And you never asked, so we can't know whether or not that's true. They say under oath they could have done it, and now we're in court, and you never asked. I think that's a really weak position to be in court. Now, in Congress, I've already said, I think if the pressure is strong enough to sort of get a resolution of some kind for MMTLP, it won't leave out Nextbridge. The other argument that made some sense, no, it didn't make any sense, actually. It didn't make any sense. The other argument that had power was the one I believe Drew put on Twitter, but it may have been one of his acolytes, that said, if you hold MMTLP, you have more options than if you go to AST. I just disagree with that. Now, people can have a different point of view. But as far as I know, Drew never worked on Wall Street. And I would guess that, I'm not sure exactly what he does for a living. I know he does real estate. I know he can provide funding for real estate projects, but I don't know what else he does. So he's probably got a good ability to study it and give an analysis of the options. Well, I think when you have MMTLP right now, this is my opinion, different than his opinion. When you have MMTLP right now, you have the illusion of options because nobody's moving over to AST, which befuddles me. But I was surprised, by the way, Liberty, that my second round of shares that I got transferred, I didn't think I'd get in time. But it's all because of the immobilization. The people are just frozen; they're not moving, and I just think it's completely against their own financial interest. But if you move to AST, look, any of the things that FINRA did wrong are going to be litigated or they're going to go before Congress. A quote unquote settlement or resolution is going to be across the board. Or you're going to be given an opportunity to reverse your decision. There will be time. Just look at how slowly everything works with the SEC. But what's the advantage of moving? Right now, you think you have all that optionality. But when the zebras act like a herd and they panic across the Nile, the boat's going to be full, so to speak. The other side of the Nile is going to be full, and the crocodiles are going to be in the way for the rest of us who didn't move. All we're going to have is a chit. At that point, MMTLP will have no options. It'll just be the value. MMTLP at that point will represent two things, maybe three if you want to argue it. One will be, what is the perceived value, the present day value of the results of a multi-year lawsuit, discounted for the risk and discounted for time? That's one. Two, the other value of MMTLP will be similar to the first. What's the discounted risk? What are the odds that Congress or the president force a settlement? And how much is paid to lawyers? What is that settlement? Do they settle at $3, $12, $2,400? What's the likelihood that high-powered lobbyists and the criminals won't convince Congress to do a low number? Nobody knows. So once everybody claims all the shares at AST, the IOU called MMTLP will have those two values. The perceived value, present value today, adjusted for risk of a lawsuit settlement, or adjusted value of a congressional or regulatory driven settlement, or maybe both, could be both, but it's going to be the perception. I don't think there'll be much buying interest. The third one would be, which is my argument all along anyway, is that I don't think Wall Street intends to settle this. Congress doesn't care unless we load up a bunch of buses, as I've said, and we come state for state, from state and state, and we walk the halls of Congress like 1,000 people going from office to office. We go claim a conference room and we get speakers there and journalists there and invite senators there. If we show up in human form, we might be able to get something done. But that applies to the first two values. It's work, it's time, it's nebulous what the settlements will be. The other way is if Nextbridge moves forward and Nextbridge drills wells and proves up the value of the Ora Grande, the sheer value of the shares going up, proven by engineering reports, will cause Wall Street attorneys to say, hey, you know what? you've got some real exposure here. This reserve report from Netherland, Sewell and Associates is reflecting it just in the proven column and the possible column. Proven and probable. We'll ignore the possible. It's showing, and they have a discounted price deck, but it's showing, I'm going to make it up, $1,500 a share. I'm going high because I don't want the criminals to be able to quote me on a low number. My number I've calculated many times, 1150. But let's start and say 1500 just for this example. So then they're going to have it in black and white, like my philosophy on color TV. It'll be all there in black and white. And they will say, the lawyers for the criminals and for Wall Street will say, hey, you got a business decision here. Right now, that one share of MMTLP that you owe one share of Nextbridge, it's getting expensive, boy. Right? The other side, we've been arguing it's worth $2 or $3 or nothing. But all of a sudden, it looks like it's over $1,000. You better start settling. Okay, so then, Liberty, we're assuming that Wall Street will come to us when their butt is in the ringer and offer us full value. When have you known anyone on Wall Street to start at full value? They'll probably try to settle below full value, and they'll get everyone signing, and they'll get you to sign a release. So the three scenarios of what the value of MMTLB IOU will be worth are all speculative. And so in any given day, if you were trying to get someone to buy it, I don't think you'd find a buyer, or not one at a very high price. Now, right now, because of our immobilization and our fear, we're not moving our shares to Nextbridge. So right now, when Greg McCabe goes before Congress and says, you know what, we know there might, and now I'm using a rumor, I don't know if it's a fact, we know from one institution that they are oversubscribed, so to speak, by 200 million shares, that in their brokerage clients' accounts, there's 200 million shares of MMTLP. There's not enough shares of Nextbridge to cover. But guess what? If he's saying it, he can't prove it because we're not helping him out. And to be blunt, we're listening to Drew. And it makes no sense. I'm telling you, it makes no sense. I'm laying all of my experience. Oh, he's a loser. He's ancient. He's old. I'm not going to listen to him. Okay, don't listen. I'm just giving you my opinion. So to sum it up, in order to create urgent value in MMTLP, you have to have Nextbridge increase its per share value. I think the way to do that is never have Nextbridge trade, as long as there's this big blob of counterfeit shares out there. I also think that if we move our shares, we help McCabe argue in front of Congress there's a wrong here. But even more importantly, it gives Greg McCabe the ammunition to negotiate with Wall Street, with the criminals, and come to a settlement. I think it'll be over $1,000 a share. I think McCabe thinks it should be over $600 a share. And cash will change hands from the criminals to Nextbridge, and it will burn the shorts, which in my opinion, if the group of people on Twitter are successful in getting us to do nothing, I think they get a kickback. I think they get paid out to keep this loss small. Well, okay, listen to them. You know, it's a field of play. But to me, giving Greg McCabe he won't need blue sheets. We will have filled up the bus. We will have crossed the Nile. We will have claimed every single share of Nextbridge that's just sitting there at the transfer agent. Nextbridge already did what it's supposed to do. Wall Street has cheated us, but we're not doing anything to prove it. If you move your shares, or enough of us do, there's the proof. We don't have to subpoena anybody. We don't have to go before Ann Wagner. We don't have to have space calls. We don't have to do anything. If we just move our shares from MMTLP to Nextbridge, it proves itself. I don't see why there's anything to debate on that. There's no debate. But it's an opinion. So anyway, Liberty, I really don't see a benefit to debating Andrew. My post that I made the other night was in response to, and I said it in my call, it's in response to the stream that I saw that said those two things. Also, John Berna came out and supported Drew saying something, and that's fine. John has his opinions, and John may think the best thing is for people to stay in MMTLP. It may be. I don't know John's opinion, so I don't want to speak for him. But I think Drew and his group have given shifting advice over the last 18 months. I don't think any of it has proven to be correct, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I've said what I've just said right now, I've said from the start, and there's videos out there right from December. But it took everyone else longer to catch up with what I saw. And I'm not bragging on myself. It's just I've done this all my life. I've raised money for companies. I've gone into court. I've dealt with lawyers. It's just, unfortunately, the ditch I've driven off into, and I've had to get the truck out of the ditch several times. I'm not making my thoughts up. I'm giving you my opinion from experience. But there's nothing to debate. If people want to listen to Andrew and his acolytes, maybe John Berta, I don't know, and leave their shares at MMTLP, they can do it. I'm not putting a gun to the head, but I just can't see any benefit to staying in MMTLP. I see a lot of risk. I see a lot of self-inflicted loss by doing so. And I simply cannot believe that their shares of Nextbridge still available. Let me tell you one final thing. On a Congress-led settlement, a litigated-led settlement, and possibly if we can get Nextbridge to prove out value per share, a broker-dealer panic, we're going to have losses type settlement. We don't know what those settlements will be. They will start low, very, very low. But you know what's weird? If we help Nextbridge move forward with its Louisiana projects, with its Ora Grande, with the Shallow Johnson project, and we help them drill, prove it up, it's going to take time, but so's a lawsuit, so's Congress. But the great thing is both paths, it's not either or. Both paths are the time's going to go by anyway. But if you're in Nextbridge for sure, if you're indefinitely, like Bad Johnny said, used indefinitely in a sentence, if you're indefinitely, there's possibilities of cash payouts from Nextbridge. I'm not saying right away. I think the best use of capital over this time is to do the hockey stick proving up of the asset. But as they move along, I think cash distributions could even be bigger just as a dividend than anything you're going to get in these 2 or 3 settlements. Believe it or not. And I think the company wants to give those distributions. But if you have the company, you get them. If you have Mmtlp, they have no obligation. Let me be clear, Liberty. Nextbridge has done everything it was to do. They owe Mmtlp nothing, except they are working with us, and that's to our benefit. I understand here on one of the posts that Andrew Vanovich is an honest man, and he's working hard on the side of all of us. I have no proof that that's not true. I don't understand why he holds calls and makes fun of me and sings songs against me, but it's not about me. I don't care. Sticks and stones may break my bones, or like Obama, water on the duck. I really, it's not about me. If he wants to damage my reputation or make it so you don't listen to me, because that's what I think he's trying to do, it doesn't change the fact that you're better off owning Nextbridge than you are owning Mmtlp. And you have the opportunity. It's still sitting there. I can't believe it's still there that you can do it and you're not doing it. To be in the company. I know we didn't get the trading. I know FINRA FUCK'd us. I know the shorts from the Kramers to the Lynn Partners to Yorkville are doing this, and that's a battle to be fought. But I also know that each of you want to secure your financial future. Mmtlp is worthless. Mmtlp has no value. Right now, it has a perceived value that you can convert it into Nextbridge. But as soon as Nextbridge is full, the only value left is what you can win in a lawsuit. Who's going to pay for it, by the way? What you might be able to negotiate with Congress's help. You're going up against lobbyists that are funded by the criminals. And what if Nextbridge goes up in value? What the brokerage firms might, because their lawyers wake up to the risk, what Wall Street might settle for. But hey, the reason they're settling is because Nextbridge is going up. Why not own real Coke than Coke 0 calories? Why not own a Cadillac instead of a Fiat? I don't know the analogy to make. So my message is not personal. I'm not attacking anyone. I am attacking a message, but that's a message. It's not a person. That's a message. I do think there are people paid in the Twitterati spaces by the criminals to disrupt our direction, our momentum, and they may be either trapped in their own short positions. They may have clients that are threatening them. They may get a big kickback if they can be successful to limit the cost to the prime brokers, the cost to the hedge funds, the cost to market makers, cost to the monies, the criminals. I believe it's out there. Absolutely 100%. Just ask yourself, why are people on calls day after day after day after day after day, and they don't own the stock? I don't know. I mean, you're right to ask, why do I do it? I own the stock, but I'm not doing it actually because I own the stock. I think I'm doing it because I'm trying to help, but I don't know. Only God really knows my motives. But I do know that I'm trying to have good motives. Let me put it that way. I'm just a human being. I'm trying to have good motives. And, but I'm not being paid. I have no kickbacks. I don't even speak to anyone at Nextbridge. And how could I speak to anyone at Mmtlp? There isn't anyone. So I'm telling you very strongly to protect your financial future in Nextbridge, in this particular investment that has cost everyone dearly. It has cost pain, and we're angry. Move to Nextbridge. I don't think you lose anything. Now, Drew's upset, apparently. I mean, he's out leading the charge. He's very vocal with his opinions. He loves to debate. He loves to stir it up. But as soon as I make, I think, one video, and I think in that video I mentioned his name 4 times, but I mentioned John Berta 2 or 3 times. I mentioned other people's. My video was not about him. And this isn't about him. But as soon as he gets something back, oh my God, it's all about me. You can't talk about me. I don't want to hear it. It's narcissistic supply, maybe, but I'm not a shrink. It's control freak, but I'm not a shrink. Whatever. Apparently he's an honest guy. Apparently he's working on behalf of all of you. If he is, I don't understand why he's giving bad advice. I also don't understand why he doesn't recognize that early on, maybe you needed somebody on that dominated the airwaves, that controlled the microphone, that argued with everybody, and then was nice to some people, and then cajoled and pushed through, with his own style of power and his own motions. Good. But as this has grown, this isn't just one person anymore. This is dozens of people, and they all deserve to be heard. Their opinions all deserve to be heard. Their hard work deserves to be listened to. Their experiences and their ideas deserve to be honored. And at the core of it, it's very simple. Why the heck don't you move your Mmtlp to Nextbridge? I would have sworn that I wasn't going to get my last block of Nextbridge. And then I would have to go through a lawsuit. Can you afford a lawsuit? I can't. I can't even afford my part of it. So anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Liberty, I don't think a debate would be fruitful. It isn't me. This isn't about me. I don't want to win a debate. I don't want to be offended. I don't want to have hurt feelings. I don't want any of that. I just want, and I've been doing it now for a few months. I don't know why he just caught on to it, but I actually since last year, middle of last year, I have emphatically been saying, move your shares to the transfer agent. Now, I can't give financial advice. You got to check with your lawyers and your wife and your broker. They won't understand it. But, and if you decide not to, it's your choice. But I would not be able to sleep with myself. Who would? Who would, other than Lucky, maybe, right? Anyway, I would not be able to have a good night's sleep, and I don't anyway, if I didn't put out to you. I see people as deer in the headlights, scared, losing everything, pain, and they're getting this terrible advice to do nothing. It's insanity. And if that offends Andrew, well, it's not about him. It's just stupid advice, in my opinion. And my opinion, I could be wrong. Andrew is, with his 35 years of age, with his vast business experiences. He is much smarter than I am. He's far more honest. He cares about each and every one of you more than I do. So go listen to him. But in my own way, I feel like I have to make my point of view because that's how I see it. And to the extent I can help just even one person avoid the pratfall of remaining in MMTLP and improving their situation by going to Nextbridge and giving Greg McCabe the power to say to Congress and to Wall Street, you know what? Everything you're telling me makes no sense. Here is my shareholder list. We are full up. Anything you're talking about is counterfeit. That's what those people on Twitter don't want to do. They are paid for by the shorts, many of them. They are paid for by the criminals. The criminals, Wall Street wants this event hidden because even an idiot like AOC, an idiot like Ann Wagner, an idiot like Friedman, an idiot like Gensler, an idiot like Cook, if they see it in black and white, they're going to have to go, oh my gosh, it's happening. And this is one stock. Actually, it's three stocks. It's Torchlight, the counterfeited, the MMAT, and then the fraudulently created MMTLP. That's three stocks. The SEC just put a filing where Kurt Kramer did the same thing 325 times in 2.5 years. 325 times. But nobody believes it. Because the advice to you is to not create the data. We have it in our own power to create the data. We have it in our own power to prove to Congress in black and white. And we don't have to do it. We just have to help Greg McCabe do it. But we sit on our spotted behinds, not giving a tinker's cuss about the struggling young artists like myself. We just sit, we don't do anything. So I hope, Liberty, and I'll shut up now, but I hope that by my urgings, enough people move over to the transfer agent so that Greg McCabe has the power to get a resolution for us, the power to create the single best funded, massive, independent oil and gas company in North America, possibly the world, and that Greg McCabe, we give him the power to raise money to drill his wells and turn our investment into $1,000 or $2,000 or some fraction thereof. That's much better than where we are now. I want to give Greg McCabe power. I want to give you power. I don't want people acting like victims. That's all. Wall Street's not going to rescue us, but we can rescue ourselves. And we're so lucky to have Greg McCabe on our side. All right, I'm going to go to the bottom because I blabbed so long. There's the cutest little girl and the cutest little Sheriff Popcorn dog. A dog that needs to be hugged, but dogs don't let you hug them. Dogs don't let you hug them. That's it, Deacon. I'm just working on this little mining company. What happens? I have a list over here, an example of it. I don't know if I can pull it out. I'm so disorganized. But basically what happens, a CEO will receive from the transfer agent a list that says Ocean Well, it won't be her, but I'm going to use names I can remember. Ocean Sailing, 10,000 shares. William, 4,263 shares. RW, 5,000 shares. Mike M, 20,000 shares. Beery, 54,000 shares. And they see all that. Okay, so that's good because those shares transferred to AST. But then the shares that are at Fidelity, the shares that are at Schwab, the shares that are Morgan Stanley, the shares that are at Bank of America, the shares, they just show up as one big blob. Bank of America, 10 million shares. And the problem is McCabe knows that Bank of America owns 10 million shares of Nextbridge. It's allocated. It's sitting at the transfer agent. But what he does not know is that Merrill Lynch has distributed 10 million shares to 50 million shares across its clients. And McCabe doesn't know who those shareholders are. So we're sitting here listening to Twitter and thinking it's best that we stay in the shadows. We don't do anything. Let other people do the work. We'll just listen to the calls. But instead of making it clear to Nextbridge, hey, Nextbridge, I own 7,500 shares. Let me move them over to the transfer agent so you can see it. Hey, Nextbridge, I own 1,000 shares. I want to move it over, McCabe, so you can see it. Well, then you start whittling that omnibus street name certificate that's for Bank of America, 10 million shares, Merrill Lynch. And you reduce that to 4 million, but 6 million shares move over to the transfer agent, and McCabe knows who his shareholders are. He can have shareholder votes. He can reward you. He can pay dividends. He can update you. And you no longer have to go through the liars, unfortunately, at Bank of America and Merrill Lynch. And you don't have to listen anymore to the Twitterati. You don't have to listen anymore. You take control of your own life. You have the power because it's simple. It's not hard. They confuse you with terms and fear, and then they're going to come out and tell you that William's an asshole. Well, okay, I guess I am. Whatever. I'm not going to defend myself. I'm not perfect. I lost my house. It embarrassed me to no end. I trusted some people. And it's all on me at the end of the day. But that's an embarrassing period of my life. But I was shell-shocked. Still am, if truth be known. I still wake up in the middle of the night sweating with dreams of going through my house with friends or walking in and seeing someone else living in it. Hey, if I could go back and change it, I would. I fought as hard as I could. I ended up during COVID fighting on my own. So I made missteps maybe, but I did the best I could, even though now to myself, I criticize myself. But everything's out there. My name's out there. I don't even know. Well, somebody told me his name is Andrew Vaughn or whatever it is. But it's not, people are saying I have no spine because I'm not going to debate. What does that have to do with anything? Defending in my own defense, as they say in the UK, I think coming out here, I think taking the risk to take a stand on what you should do on MMTLP when all of the Twitterati ridicules and pushes the other way and threatens. There are threats in my phone, ultimatums in my phone. And apparently there was a space call last night and the topic was me. Who would want to tune into that? Who would want to listen to that? I didn't. And I don't recommend you do, but go listen to it. I understand there's a lot of research and a lot of deep dive into some of those people on Twitter. I don't care about it. It's not something I want to. I see our community and Twitter, and if people have different viewpoints with me, fine. But to me, it's the debate. Unfortunately, I don't want that debate, but these are debates. There are the ideas. I'm not interested in finding out whether or not some person did something wrong. It's not a, hey, somebody did something wrong song. It's not that. I'm about trying to make something happen and succeed and move forward. And there's two paths we're on. One is we want to get the bastards, but the other path is I want you to protect your financial life. Anyway, I'll stop talking about it. Daniel Jewell, what's that, Deacon? Thank you, Deacon. My accusations are a false narrative. That's I don't know. I just talked for quite a while, and I don't think I made many accusations. But if you think it's false, if you think the best idea is to keep your shares in MMTLP, that's what you should do. And you can say it here. I'll post what you say. But I don't think your summary of what I said is fair. I don't understand your motive either. I really don't understand your motive. The stock doesn't trade. Maybe you're getting paid per post, maybe, or maybe you're getting a kickback, or maybe you think this is the thing to do. But what's your motive? Why don't you talk about why it's better to stay in MMTLP than it is to go to Nextbridge? What the hell does it matter what you think of me or that you accuse me of things? I mean, that's not what helps people. It's just not what helps people. Whatever. William, I think having a civil discussion with Drew would be helpful and enlightening to the community. Well, I don't think it would be civil, by the way. I was on calls. It would be a lot of bullying and over talking and all that. I don't see where it would help at all. But I'll think about it. I don't think it has anything to do with Drew. Drew has no expertise in Wall Street. He does have expertise in these, some financial things, apparently, real estate and the hard money loans and whatever you do with PPP loans and all that. So he has all that. Anyway, I'll think about it. I don't think it'll be civil, though. How do you make sure it's civil? Republicans, it's Christmas time in Washington. And Democrat, it's Christmas time in Washington. Da, 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 da. Republicans drink whiskey neat. There'll be no more FDRs. Let me see the words. I'm so annoyed that I don't remember lyrics anymore. It's Christmas time in Washington. I just want the lyrics. Can I just get the lyrics? I need a cheat sheet. Yeah, there it is. Ah, that's the line I forgot. It's Christmas time in Washington. The Democrats rehearse getting into gear for 4 more years. Things not getting worse. Republicans drink whiskey neat and thank their lucky stars. They said he cannot seek another term. There'll be no more FDRs. I sat at home in Tennessee, just staring at the screen with uneasy feeling in my chest, wondering what it means. So come back, Woody Guthrie, come back to us now. Tear your eyes from paradise and rise again somehow. If you run into Jesus, maybe he can help you out. Come back, Woody Guthrie, to us now. Anyway, whiskey neat. I'm doing the same thing you accused Drew of doing. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not. That's what I'm afraid, that any debate is going to be like that. I haven't accused anything. I guess you're saying, I know what you're saying. I'm giving bad advice. That because I accused Drew of giving bad advice. All right. I guess I'm giving bad advice. It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. Prove it. Prove what? I'll receive another. Anything McCabe does for the real shareholders should be obligated to the counterfeit shares held at the brokers. But you may need to fight for it. Yeah, I think, Deacon, I think you make a good point. I think McCabe will fight for everybody and MMTLP, but he's not obligated to. He's not, I disagree with you. He's not obligated to. He owns a bunch of MMTLP, I'm sure. I'm not sure, I assume. But he's not obligated to. His obligation is to Nextbridge and Nextbridge shareholders. And not anything McCabe does is obligated to MMTLP. For example, I'll just make one up, Deacon Blues. What if I don't know what the name of those wells are, but I'll use one that I remember from when I was in my 30s. What if the McCullum well drilled down to 35,000 feet, hit 3 trillion cubic feet of gas, or 10 trillion cubic feet of gas, and on the way down it hit oil, and Nextbridge has their little override, and the cash starts flowing, and that could happen. I mean, those are high risk wells. I would give it 10% odds that something good will happen because they're wildcats. But it could happen. It does happen all the time in the Gulf. But just in my example, if it happened, and all of a sudden Nextbridge is making, I don't know. Now I'm just making numbers up because I'm not good at arithmetic in my head. But let's say Nextbridge is earning millions of dollars a month in free cash flow. And it would be down the road. It wouldn't be right away. But let's just say out of that, Nextbridge is able to pay oh God, I'm sorry. $1 million a month in dividends. That might be too high, but I'll just make that up. Divided by 250 million shares. I know that's not good. Now let's say they're able to pay I have a hard time with the arithmetic in my head. But let's say they're able to pay 25 cents a share a month instead of a quarter in a dividend from that. Well, if you're at Mmtlp, you're not going to get that. And he's not obligated to pay it to you. He's not obligated. So I just think Nextbridge is a better place to be. But I'm accusing, apparently my point of view is false, and I'm not able to prove it. So, and I'm only this is going to overheat at some point. So let me go up here and see what I missed. It's already overheating. It's already overheating. I can't stand. I'm so mad at my mother. The other day, she called me and asked me to help her move something to the attic. Okay, let's go down these quickly. All right, I knew RK would disappoint. Nico, DBMM 85% shorted today. It's unbelievable, Nico. I told the story yesterday that this silver company, that when I invested, it just had tens of thousands of shares outstanding. Million. Like, well, I don't know. The problem is the reverse split. But I really think it was like 25, 35,000 shares outstanding. It went to 100,000 shares, and I bought 300,000 shares. So that doesn't work. It must have gone to 100 million shares. So I had 300,000. But that took 3 years to get to that level. And now it has 2.8 billion. It's because they just short. Fluctuation. Outdoors Daddy, is Kitty converting options to shares bad for the stock? No, it just depends on your time frame, in my opinion. I really am starting to buy into the argument that you have a real company here. You have no debt, basically. You have a lot of cash. Yes, you have the liability, but you also might have the support of Wall Street now on the long side. So over time, maybe he can build a real positive, strong story. And so, no, I don't think it's bad for the stock. But if you're talking about trading, I just have a bit. Let me see where it's trading. $28, okay? Something like 10 to 13, 10, let's call it $10 for simplicity. $10 in cash per share. The liability of a lot of leases, which could be dollars per share in liability, but whatever. I don't know. And the market, Outdoors Daddy, the market's asking you to pay $28 a share for $10 worth of value because Roaring Kitty bought call options and because Ryan Cohen is involved. They're asking you to ignore the liability of the leases, and they're asking you to think that the vision of selling game consoles is going to make up the fact that you're paying 3 times the cash value of the NAV of the shares. I don't know any other stock on Wall Street trading at its NAV in these smaller stories and prices because the criminals short them all down. But anyway, that's what you're saying. You're saying I'm going to pay 3 times the value now, roughly, because Cohen is so great and Roaring Kitty is so great, and the vision is so powerful. Well, that's I agree with that in the long run, in large part, that there's some opportunity there. But I think there's better stocks to buy. There's undervalued stocks. And there's stocks. I'm telling you, Outdoors Daddy, there is one last chance to get his daughter in a fine romance, because the record company Rosie, no, I think there's one last chance to participate in this bull market. And I think it's going to be like, if I'm right, it's going to be like the roller coaster whipping you up at speeds you don't believe. Is GME the one to be in? Maybe. But I think there's some other ones, and I'm going to try to shift to some of those ideas. Ham's gone. Sorry, David. I wish I had read that to him, David. It's not going to squeeze like we hoped. Sorry for raising my voice, Boondoggle. I think I've said that for a while. I think GME is totally under control as far as squeezing is concerned. There you go. You're off again. Yeah, Boondoggle, it's good for, all right, it's good for the company. Is it good for shareholders? I don't know. Andy Avils, the Vials. I think GME, Roaring Kitty coming out of the work is set up. This is GME bag holder 2.0. Well, unless you traded, unless you bought the dips, sold the rips, or if you were like that other gentleman who bought while it was down at 10 and 11, and then the stock had this uplift and you did something. Ham's idea is sell the stock, buy calls. That way you take your money off the table and you're only betting a little bit. Unless you did those things, you could become a bag holder. Fingers down, GME's down. DJT is up in the aftermarket. Mr. Shabazz thinks that Ham needs to stay in his lane and stick with Finger and GTII. Stop talking trash about GameStop. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, I think Ham can talk about any stock he wants to on my show. And he has skills trading stocks. If you choose to ignore and you choose not to listen carefully, that's fine. But I wouldn't limit him to those 2 stocks. That's if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I wouldn't limit him to that. How will the share imbalance be resolved, in my opinion? I wonder how long this computer is going to give me. I'll just answer. Gee whiz. I'll just answer it without a whiteboard. I think the way it's going to be resolved is across a virtual conference table, and we want McCabe to have power. But ultimately, what's going to happen? 200 lawyers, 300 lawyers are going to advise their clients. They have to act now because Nextbridge value is going up. I see Nextbridge issuing 250 million shares to the criminals. We're going to have to sign releases. The criminals are going to pay $1,150 a share to Nextbridge. 50 is going to go to the lawyers. 50 is going to go for friction. 100 will go for a dividend to everybody, Nextbridge and Mmtlp, because Greg McCabe will say so. $1,000 per share will be sitting in cash at Nextbridge. And that will mean the shares of Nextbridge are worth at a minimum $1,000 a share. That'll allow Greg to drill wells to acquire companies and be the best non DEI woke company on Wall Street, and it's going to be the most successful independent oil and gas company. And for a decade, you're going to have happy to own it. What's going to happen is nobody's going to jail. We're going to sign releases. Now, to the extent that the problem's bigger than 250 million shares, Nextbridge might have to issue more shares. Nextbridge might have to authorize and issue more shares. That's how I'll do another video. My computer's freezing. How do you live with yourself? From the altar boy you claim to have been to this soulless freak you've become is a one-way path, and the destination isn't heaven. I was never an altar boy, and I'm not an altar boy. I'm sorry, Bill, if you see me as soulless, that's scary. I don't want to be a soulless freak. And yeah, I worry. I do worry about I don't know that it's up to me, but I certainly would like to be in heaven and be with God. But I don't claim to be an altar boy. I think I have a lot of personal demons. I think I have to struggle with a lot of angers and fears and sloth and a lot of things. No, I Bill Nelson, I don't think I'm an altar boy at all. In fact, I'm really frightened that when it comes, I'm scared to death that the good Lord will say, I never knew you. And then I'm in trouble for all my sins. So Bill, I really don't see that I'm an altar boy. I know, then again, I don't know what you're talking about. The soulless freak I've become. I have to think about that. If I come across without a soul, that really does scare me. Hey, Donna. I don't even know what does permitting paper hands mean. I have no idea what that means. Who are you suggesting do not own MMTLP Nextbridge shares? That's a confusing question. I'm suggesting that everybody moves their MMTLP IOUs to Nextbridge hydrocarbons at the transfer, which is a real share, if that's what your question is. I don't know who owns it, but and it's by memory, on several Twitter space calls, it's just by memory. I remember that there's people that don't own MMTLP who are talking. If I'm wrong, it's a bad memory, and I do apologize. Well, PJ 135, that's a difficult one. I had shares in my IRA, and I delayed. And here was the reasons I delayed. I said, it's in the IRA, and therefore any gains I get are going to be tax deferred. I said, it's in the IRA. And if I leave it there, I don't have to pay 10% distribution penalty. And I said, it's in the IRA, but if I move it out, and I'm not an accountant, but if I move it out, I'm going to have to pay income tax on the value, and I'm going to turn it into a short-term, potentially a short-term taxable gain. So I didn't do anything for 9 months. But then, and I also wanted to have MMTLP so I could talk about it. But then I got really scared that I wasn't going to be able to get Nextbridge, and all the reasons I already gave you. And then I also realized, and I can't give tax advice. I also realized they make you sign a form to transfer the shares out into your regular account. The valuations that I can come up with right now for an IRS standpoint range from $0 to about $2, maybe $3, because the last trade was around $3 a year and a half ago. And then the deals that John Berta did with Nextbridge, I think it was John Berta. Everyone's going to get upset. It was in the press release. You can read what it says, but just by memory, it was around $2 a share. So there are numbers I can use with the IRS, and I'm going to use an accountant. I'm not just going to do it without getting advice. That will show that the distribution isn't that valuable, and that the distribution really shouldn't be taxed that much, if at all, maybe $0. So then I'm going to come out. I already came out, but here's the thing: my cost basis becomes $0, I think, and because I don't think I can take the cost basis from my IRA, so I have to check with an accountant on that. But then my clock is ticking from, I think it was April 1st. I have it here somewhere. So I have to start the long-term potential gain number from then. So those are some negatives. But what are the positives? The positives, I gave you all the reasons I own Nextbridge. I'm probably not going to sell it anyway in the first year. And I kind of control my own capital gains tax by when I'm going to sell it. So I really think you can consider moving it. I don't think you should make the decision because you're afraid of the tax consequences. At least ultimately, that's what I decided. Now, PJ135, if you go to Nextbridge's website, they do describe in one of their FAQ releases it's not so much suggest, but how they would do that transfer. And they do advise you to get advice from a professional. Man up and have a space with Andrew? That's not a reason to have a space call. Bullying and threatening and calling me spineless that's not a good basis, Bill, to start a debate, a so-called civil debate. To bring somebody on to talk, and I've done it with others, to talk about ideas, what people should do, opinions, that's fine. But if you're telling me it's going to be civil and you're using words like man up, you belie your own premise. Jay, I hope we get a chance to see the people's will come to fruition. Well, this is what this is what Ocean Sailing, who I really respect very much. This was kind of her point, almost exactly, or just kind of, but the same one. If you move to AST, you no longer have a claim against the broker or FINRA. And I guess I'd answer it two ways. The broker dealer was obligated by prospectus, by S1, by news announcement, and you knew it and I knew it. The broker had one obligation to, other than settling the trades, which they failed at. The broker had the obligation to give you one share of Nextbridge that first, at the effective date. I think it was Wednesday the 14th by memory. One share of Nextbridge in your account or delivered to you for one share of Mmtlp. That's what they had to do. So if you don't move your shares and you don't ask for your shares, what's your claim against the broker? You never asked for the shares. So you go into court and you say, Your Honor, I was harmed. The broker never gave me your shares. And the judge is going to say, you never asked for them. Well, they were supposed to do it automatically. Yes, we understand. The court understands that. But this is a situation where obviously something's wrong. Otherwise, it would have been done automatically. But I'm a little confused, plaintiff. Why didn't you ask for your shares? You had 600 days to receive those shares. You can still do it. By the way, Mmtlp, you can do it right now. You can ask for your shares right now. So the judge is going to say, I think, why didn't you ask? Because look at the TradeStation case. If you ask and they don't do it, then you have a claim. Then you have a claim. I would argue you don't have a claim even now if you don't move it. Okay, that's one answer. Second answer. I think regardless of what you do, we all, Nextbridge, MMAT, Flame On, and everybody involved, we have a claim against broker dealers, market makers, the RICO collaborators on Twitter. We have a claim against everybody. And it's security laws, it's fraud, it's civil, it's probably criminal, it's theft, which is fraud, I guess. So I think we will still have a claim against the broker. But I don't think that analysis would pass the test of true legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but the claim you have against your broker dealer is that your broker dealer owes you one share of Nextbridge for one share of Mmtlp. If you don't ask for it, your argument becomes, well, they should have done it automatically. That's not much of an argument. Your other argument becomes, well, they didn't have the shares. And the judge is going to say, how do you know you didn't ask for them? It's really weak. It's a really weak argument. After Nextbridge, after the transfer agent fills up every seat on the bus or on the plane or on the train, then you probably won't have to prove it. You can be part of a class who says, Your Honor, yes, I didn't ask for them, but it's obvious now because the whole bus is full. It is obvious now that Wall Street, my broker dealer, could not fulfill their obligation to me. That's going to come. There will be a point where that comes. Now, I guess and if you wait that long and it fills up, Maybe that's the best strategy. Do nothing, hope it fills up, and you benefit, because then you can prove to Your Honor that there are no shares. But right now, we can't prove it. We can't prove it because we don't force the issue. I'm suggesting we force the issue. Now, the final thing, though, I really have said this so many times. I believe when MMTLP people in that situation finally have a proven claim against the broker, of course, you got to pay for the lawyers. I don't know where you suggest that money comes from. It's most likely going to be class action, which 40 to 60% of the settlement will go to the lawyers. So, I mean, there's some negatives, but just assume in a wave your wand way that there will be people in the financial system or in Congress that care about us. To the extent that the bus gets full and there's provable MMTLP that has no seat on the bus, there will be a claim there. Question is how big and how long and how much does it cost to prove it? But if you want to go through that briar patch, we'll go through it. But here's my point. When that comes to some sort of quote resolution or settlement, it's going to have to go through the door of Greg McCabe and all the whales. It's going to have to be a settlement for everybody. And more than that, what I hear is either 200 million that Greg found. I hear 1 billion shares have been counterfeited by the criminals who are paying people on Twitter to protect their interests. Best of information. So when it comes to pay out a claim, pay out something, I think that settlement in the court, in the Congress, with the financial institutions, just because it's in the interest of the court, it's in the interest of Congress, it's in the interest of the financial institutions, will expand from MMTLP to all the shares of Nextbridge. Why? Because they need those shares. There's only 500 million shares authorized. Of course, I believe they can expand that at any time. There's only 500 million shares authorized at Nextbridge. And if Greg McCabe is smart, he's not going to issue a plethora of shares, because that's what the criminals and the counterfeiters and the racketeers want. They want to destroy the denominator. Just like in my silver example, it went from 30 million shares to 2.8 billion shares, and everything was good over the last decade. The stock cost $2.50 13 years ago. It's 77 cents today. That's what the criminals want. Tons of shares. So on a per share basis, they get to steal money out of the accounts, and they want to confuse you. They want reverse splits so they can get 90% of their money out. They want to do it without paying taxes, and I don't know why we're having this argument. Do shorts ever have to close? No. If it starts trading, the shorts will never have to close. And we got to face those. We have to face those facts. Nobody at the SEC enforces settlement. Nobody at FINRA, NASDAQ, over-the-counter markets, your broker-dealers, DTC, nobody enforces settlement. Nobody. And nobody cares. So I don't think the shorts have to close. In stock after stock after stock, they don't have to close. The only way they're going to have to close it, and this, I've said this for the longest, is if it starts hurting their pocketbook, they will close because they don't want to lose more money. But they're not in that situation. They're paying people to be on Twitter, to commandeer space calls, to confuse people, to bully, to harangue, so that we do nothing. The best way to get our money back is to help Greg McCabe. Our job is not first to sacrifice ourselves to get the imbalance, quote unquote, reconciled. Our job first is to protect our own financial interests. And I'm spending all this time on it, taking what's uncomfortable, being called soulless and being told I'm going to hell. I'm not being paid to do it. I'm not being paid to do it. I'm doing it because I think it's urgent that each of you move your shares to your MMTLP to a real asset. The so-called imbalance and reconciliation will occur anyway. And if it starts trading in any fashion, the shorts will keep the imbalance out there. Greg McCabe has to keep this a private company. And when you say reconciled, it could be at $1. It could be at $12. A reconciliation could be that the class action settlement is that each brokerage firm gives you $1,000 worth of commission-free trading. It might not even be cash. Why would you risk that? Why wouldn't you come over and get a real asset instead of listening to the false hopes that are pervaded on Twitter? By the way, Ham is talking. I'm starting to be convinced he has a short position in GME, folks. What is that, a not for nothing comment? If I had to guess, you're a day trader or you're being paid by the shorts. You want people to pour money into GME so you can take it down every day. What people don't realize, Mr. Shabazz, is and you probably just made $7 or something for me using your name, is when the stock goes to 38 and it comes down to 36, you're making money almost for free. You're almost for free. You're making money. You're selling stock that doesn't exist through a market maker, reg show exemption you have, and you're covering it. It's a game to you. And then you cover and you do it again. And then you come on here and you make these completely asinine accusations. Ham has told you he's neither long nor short GME. He's been right on every single call on GME. By the way, from the start. But it doesn't mean he's right now. That's the problem with Wall Street. Maybe there's a big surprise after Cohen sold what? 75 million shares and another slug of shares, and Roaring Kitty got out of his calls. Maybe there's another surprise. I'm in awe that probably a million people listen to Roaring Kitty. That's a lot of firepower. So I hope you make a ton of money, Mr. Shabazz, long or trading, but don't take advantage of new people trading, please. This is a Jewish holiday to celebrate. This is a Jewish holiday to celebrate Moses receiving the 10 Commandments. One of those commandments is don't steal. I hope you don't steal. Shareholders can send affidavits to Greg McCabe, read their share ownership without transferring to AST. The affidavits are admissible in court. Why not do that? Well, we did that, by the way, with GTII. what we found, guys like you question the affidavits in GTII. I'm not saying Mmtlp. They said, oh, that's not real. People are lying. That's not proof. It's just people saying it. How do you know that's a real shareholder? So they may be admissible in court under penalty of perjury, but they're second class to Greg McKay being able to say, here's 165 million shareholders. I've already answered it. If you want to keep your MMTLP because you treasure holding on to the receipt that the hat check boy gave you for your suitcase, and you find that more valuable than the possessions you have in your suitcase, go ahead. And when you go to court, tell your honor that I have this chit. They can do it. I do not think giving affidavits to Greg McCabe allows Greg McCabe to go into Congress and say that MMTLP owns 25,000 shares. What Greg McCabe can say to Ann Wagner is, I have here an affidavit from MMTLP. I don't know the name of MMTLP, but I have an affidavit from someone who says they're MMTLP and claims to have 25,000 shares. The lawyers and the lobbyists on the other side will say, that's an affidavit if it's not proof. So I think it's weak. I think it's weak. But if that's your strategy, go in with the comfy chair instead of going in with all cannons blazing. It's a strategy. I don't think it's very powerful. The overage is already proven by TradeStation admission. The only question is how large the overage is. Well, TradeStation, oh God, I hate this computer. TradeStation's fighting it. And they have high-priced lawyers that are fighting it. And there's people on Twitter that are working with the criminals. And there are people, the lawyers working with the criminals. And there are lobbyists working with the criminals. There are professors working with the criminals. There are journalists working with the criminals. They are all with one goal: buy time, buy time, buy time. Kick the can down the road. And they have high-priced attorneys. And they're going to argue we don't know how big this overage is. 2 years later, we'll find out. I don't think it's already proven by TradeStation's admission necessarily in court, because I'm not an attorney and it's being litigated. To you and I, we say, oh, it proves it. But these are Baker Hostetler, these are Gibson Dunn, these are the highest priced attorneys on the other side of the fence. And it only proves that there is an overage at TradeStation, one of the smallest brokerage firms in this. Well, not one of the top brokerage firms by position in this. It doesn't prove out of 104 brokerage firms that there's a problem overall. So your argument is the best thing to do is leave Greg McCabe holding his Johnson when he goes before Congress, because the overage is already proven by TradeStation's admission. Okay, let's picture it. Greg McCabe goes before Congress. There's Democrats and Republicans. There's the lobbyists and there's the naysayers. Greg McCabe goes before Congress and Gensler and FINRA, and he says, The overage is already proven by the trade station admission. Well, you're bang, point of order. That's not proven. That's an allegation. Bang. Can we recuse ourselves? That could happen. Well, that's only part of it. That's just trade station. How does that prove the rest of it? This is such thin beer. My understanding is that the counterfeit shares number 600 million shares to 1 billion shares. This is just a pit stop on the way to the big finish line of the problem. So if you're saying because it's already proven, I don't think that's true in a court of law, but I'm not a lawyer. It's right now, though, it's an allegation. I don't think a judge has banged her gavel and said that's the case. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't think that scares anyone on Wall Street yet. There's no evidence of it. But it's starting to break. It's starting to break, which is why I think everyone is suddenly accusing me of being soulless. I think a stronger argument for Greg McCabe is to take his shareholder list into Congress. Here's my shareholder list. And on my shareholder list, we have 165 million allocated shares of Nextbridge, and Ann Wagner and the rest of them, Maxine Waters. If TradeStation says they have enough shares, if Merrill Lynch says they have enough shares, if Morgan Stanley says they have enough shares, well, all I can tell you, I can't speak for them. I'm Greg McCabe, CEO of Nextbridge. All I can tell you, our books reconcile. We have 165 million shares of Nextbridge spoken for. And by the way, right now, Mmtlp, you can give this really weak advice, causing emotions, and it just doesn't make any sense. You can give it because the fact is people can move right now. But as soon as the herd of 65,000 investors realize there's no more shares available at Nextbridge, they're going to panic. And I really think people should move before that panic, because then all they're going to have is your thin argument that the overage is already proven by TradeStation. TradeStation is one of something like 105 broker dealers involved in this. It is not where the mother lode of shares are. Your team of people shorted from Torchlight to MMAT to the counterfeit creation of Mmtlp. They apparently have shorted possibly billions of shares, parking money offshore, trading from Frankfurt, completely confusing the system, overwhelming the system with counterfeits. Prime brokers and market makers colluded. And now you're afraid of shareholders who just have toilet paper in their accounts. And it's worked. As Jessica Hopper wrote, I think it was she, why not just move the counterfeits over into the new stock like we always do? But this time you can't. And what you're scared of is Greg McCabe will actually be able, there will be no debate. It won't be you saying it's already proven by TradeStation. My understanding, by the way, is you attacked the person who brought that lawsuit. So I don't know. Do you recommend shareholders in retirement accounts I don't know. I think people in retirement accounts should think about what they want to do. They should seek counsel, but I think I don't know about affidavits, but they should go on Nextbridge's website. They should open up the frequently asked questions published by Nextbridge. And I definitely think people who do not want to move their shares out of a retirement account, and probably everybody, should go ahead and send a statement to Greg McCabe. I think so. I just don't know how powerful it is in future talks. I'm not an attorney, and you don't know either. But the surest way to get value for your MMTLP is to own a piece of the rock. And you know what the rock is? Nextbridge. Own Nextbridge. Now, if in the next 6 months, Congress or the FBI or the SEC decide to take action, there's no evidence, but if they do, well, it's going to come across everybody. But if they don't, and we're here 4 years from now, and Nextbridge is worth $1,500 a share, and all you have in your IRA or your retirement account is MMTLP, a promise to pay, a promise to own a piece of a settlement, I don't know that your reward is going to be as big as Nextbridge. Nextbridge has no obligation, zero, to holders of MMTLP. Nextbridge's obligation was to provide the transfer agent / DTCC 165 million shares of Nextbridge so that the DTCC transfer agent could deliver 1 share of Nextbridge for each share of MMTLP. That's where Nextbridge's responsibility stopped. Where the system, where Wall Street, where Gary Gensler, where the racketeers, where the counterfeiters, where the market makers, where the prime brokers, where the DTCC, the NSCC have an obligation, is to make good on settlement for the apparently 1 billion shares they sold, accepted the cash for, and never enforced settlement. And that's what's going to catch out and cost the criminals, I think, their life outside of bars. They're going to be behind bars. Okay, I changed my perspective. Ham is jealous of Roaring Kitty. It must bother him personally that Roaring Kitty had 1 million views and made a personal fortune and was right with GME. Thank you, Mr. Shabazz. You point 1 finger at me. You have 3 fingers pointing back at you. You don't, it's great that you make these not for nothing accusations and judgments, but you don't know him. You don't know him. I couldn't disagree with you more. He's not jealous of Roaring Kitty. Not at all. Well, the way you convert MMTLP to Nextbridge is call your broker and you request that they deliver your MMTLP to, I think it's called Esquinity, AST. And you'll call the first time, she won't know what you're talking about. You call the second time, he won't know, he'll have to check. By the time you call the third or fourth time, it'll be in motion. It'll take about 6 weeks. And they're going to charge you, I think it's reasonable if they charge you $60 or maybe $80. They may try to charge you more. I don't think that's reasonable, but you have to make your own choice. To me, when I got my shares, it's clear that Morgan Stanley spent 2 FedEx envelopes, one to deliver whatever they delivered paperwork to the DTCC, and then they paid for the DTCC to deliver my shares to me. So I think that's worth $60, $80, whatever. But that's what you do. Call your broker. If you don't trust what you hear, send them an email. But I probably had to call my broker maybe 6 times over 6 weeks. But they did it. It came. And so that's what I would say. There are legal implications to transferring to AST. I don't know of any. But if you feel there's legal implications, speak to an attorney. I would argue that if you want to speak to an attorney, speak to an attorney. Don't listen to somebody on Twitter who is just saying there's legal implications. I mean, there's legal implications if you step off the sidewalk when the light is red. Life has legal implications, whatever that means. It doesn't mean anything. There are no legal implications on your part. You have done nothing wrong. Buying Mmtlp, hoping to trade it, moving it, which is your right to claim Nextbridge, you're doing nothing wrong. There's no legal implications in that. The only real legal implication is if we catch out the shorts and 165 million shares move to the transfer agent, and the criminals who shorted and counterfeited Torchlight, MMAT, MMTLP, and are hiring people to interfere with our community are going to be caught out. That's the legal implications. But no, that you do not penalize yourself by moving your shares. You do not penalize yourself by moving your shares to AST. You don't. In my judgment, everything's my opinion. You've got to seek your professional's advice if you feel so. But don't listen to someone trying to scare you on Twitter. You're not paying them. They have no, if they give you bad advice, you can't sue them. And let me just tell you, they don't care about you. They're trying to buy time for the shorts. They're trying to buy time so this goes away. They're trying to settle this massive problem at pennies on the dollar and do it without seeing the light of day. And my guess is, and it's purely a guess, there's huge kickbacks if they're successful. We're talking about probably $1 trillion possible as the cost here. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers. They're all hidden. And Wagner doesn't want to show them. And for some reason, these gentlemen don't want to give the power to Greg McCabe to definitively be able to say to the SEC and Congress, we have 165 million shares allocated. Everything else is counterfeit. Everything else is racketeering. Everything else is against the law. Everything else, if you follow the money, you'll find the criminals. For some reason, people don't want to give that power to Greg. I wonder what the motive is. People who transferred AST have a different QSIP number. Well, let's look up what QSIP stands for. But a QSIP number just gives the system a method. Okay, okay. It's Committee on Uniform Securities Identification Procedures. That's the QSIP number. What does the QSIP number tell you? A QSIP number is a unique 9-digit ID number Identification, ID. ID is funny. I is short for I, and D is short for identification. Assigned to financial securities in the United States and Canada. It covers CUSIP numbers are used to create a concrete distinction between securities which are traded on public markets. So let's analyze that, Talat. You wish, I don't know if that's what you wish, but you wish that Nextbridge had the same CUSIP as MMTLP. MMTLP is a piece of toilet paper. Nextbridge is real shares in a company. And you, I guess, want them to have the same CUSIP. They have to have a different CUSIP number because that's how the system, such as it is, keeps track of separate companies. Now, I think personally, I think McCabe should tell the SEC that he's a private company. He doesn't want a CUSIP number. But I'm not a lawyer. Apparently, there's some area of legal argument that Nextbridge, because they've made these filings, is ipso facto a public company. Well, maybe. I don't think so. But for right now, I'm not sure. Let me look at my shares. That the Nextbridge CUSIP number entitles the system to trade Nextbridge. Here they are. Okay, my Nextbridge shares, CUSIP number. There's nothing on the certificate. Let me look on the receipt. Depository Trust Corporation, custody withdrawal ticket. CUSIP, it has a CUSIP number. 629999590, Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. So anyway, Talat, they have different CUSIP numbers because, as this definition says, let me read it to you again. A CUSIP number is a unique digit assigned. CUSIP numbers are used to create a concrete distinction between securities. MMTLP is a different security than Nextbridge. There can be no clearer, if you're right, there can be no clearer indication that Nextbridge is a different security than MMTLP. And my argument is Nextbridge has a board of directors, it has management, it has leases, it has a project that could contain billions of barrels of oil, it has seismic, it has science, it has years of study, it has board, I already said board of directors. Nextbridge has an asset and it's real. MMTLP is just a tracking security. It's just a tracking security. And no amount of affidavits, Talat, no amount of affidavits sent into Greg McCabe are going to create property rights for MMTLP. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I might have used the wrong words, but MMTLP does not own anything. You may have, as long as there's seats As long as there's seats available, you may have the right to go claim your property. But if you don't claim your property, somebody else is going to get it. And then all that's left is you listen to the people on Twitter say that, hey, the overage is proven on TradeStation. All we got to do is call Congress. Has it worked so far? It is working. It is working. But what would you rather have? Your property or a 5-year fight to convince a bunch of non-believers that they owe you something? It's a pretty clear choice to me. Get your property. You're still going to get the benefit of the fight. My brokerage account, Clay, shows, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my computer. I'm so frustrated. My brokerage account does not show that I own Mmtlp. It shows I have NBH. Well, your brokerage account shows that you own Finger. It shows that you own GME. It shows that you own MMAT. It shows that you own MULN. Do you? What they want you to know, and what they do, these guys, all they do is sell. All they do is counterfeit. They want to destroy the denominator. They want to destroy the denominator. Your brokerage firm shows you have Nextbridge. I assume it's Charles Schwab. That means that either that the broker has given you real shares, or they are colluding with the system, and they're taking the commitment to pay you out whatever Nextbridge is worth down the road. They are hoping it will trade, which is what the people on Twitter are trying to do, trying to get you to think it'll trade. They're trying to convince Greg McCabe to trade Nextbridge because they want to hide the counterfeit shares. I hope that doesn't happen. There's no guarantee it doesn't happen. If Nextbridge trades, it doesn't matter how much oil's in the ground. Doesn't matter. The criminals and Wall Street and the people helping them on Twitter will, God bless it. They will create, if they need to, 30 billion shares of stock to destroy the per share value. But I'm not sure you own Nextbridge, Clay. I'm not sure. What you could do, Clay, is call the transfer agent and ask the transfer agent, that's AST or Equinity, ask the transfer agent if they have a record of how many shares of Nextbridge you own. Because, Clay, if you own Nextbridge, it has to be physical shares. Because MMTLP does not trade, Nextbridge does not trade, Charles Schwab cannot give you shares of stock. They have one block of stock. They have 1 million shares at DTCC. They have 25 million in their accounts. They have no way to electronically create those IOUs unless they're complicit, unless they want to go ahead and racketeer with the best of them. So, bottom line, Clay, either Charles Schwab, I think that's your broker, has given you your own distinct shares, and that will show up at the transfer agent, or Charles Schwab has given you a chit, a representation of ownership of their 1 million shares that is reflected at the transfer agent. The transfer agent shows 1 million shares to Charles Schwab. What Charles Schwab may have done, instead of registering your shares at the transfer agent, preserving your rights, what Charles Schwab may have done is just given you an IOU that says Nextbridge. So all the transfer agent shows is 1 million shares at Charles Schwab. And the transfer agent has no idea that Charles Schwab has 25 million shares in its accounts. But if you want to believe that Charles Schwab is telling you the truth, that's one strategy. But I would call the transfer agent and find out for sure. Because unless the transfer agent has allocated your shares in your name, and Charles Schwab has decided to hold your physical shares at Charles Schwab that are in your name, you have no certainty that you own shares of Nextbridge. What you have is potentially a counterfeit share, an IOU, a placeholder that kicks the issue down the road. Now, right now, because of the advice people are giving on Twitter, the system is saying we will honor every single share because there's probably 50 million shares left to be allocated. I don't know the number. It's probably 50 million shares left to be allocated. There's no way to prove to Congress or to a court that there is, in fact, an overall system-wide imbalance. Maybe TradeStation, but guess what? TradeStation is fighting it in court. They're not fighting it because it's proven. They're fighting it to show it doesn't exist. Anyway, let's not go too far. I don't believe you have Nextbridge. The only way to really know is by calling the transfer agent. But I will say to you, if Charles Schwab is telling you have Nextbridge, they've added a layer of commitment where they have to honor your ownership of MMTLP. Robert, it closed up. And in the aftermarkets, it's very little volume. They want to scare you, but I'm not going to comment other than that. Drew owns the stock. Are you saying he does not? No, I said I heard he didn't. I said I think he doesn't. But if he owns it, that's great. I mean, it's not great. I feel sorry for him. How much does he own? 100 shares? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I admire him for fighting then on everyone's behalf. And because he owns shares, he knows what's going on. And because he is such a sharp businessman and has access to capital and loans money out, he has a sharp pencil. So if he owns the stock, he knows that if he has MMTLP, he knows that MMTLP is a placeholder. What you're saying there is he owns the stock. So it implies that he owns Nextbridge. So it's curious he would be advising people to stay in MMTLP and that there's legal implications to owning the stock. These are all just tactics, I think, to stay in limbo. And, you know, I do it to myself in life. I get in limbo. The only way to move forward is to try to honestly face the situation. One of my biggest weaknesses is I don't like facing some of the losses or pain or hurt that I have to face. I think it was FDR. No, it wasn't FDR. I think it was Eleanor Roosevelt. That courage was turning and facing your fear. And I sometimes have a hard time turning and facing my fear. But if we want to get out of that, so this is what we have to do: turn and face our fear. And I'm trying to do it. And it sounds like Drew moved his MMTLP into stock. So that's bravo. I don't know what the debate is. That's great that he moved it into stock. Charles Schwab account shows you have Nextbridge. I really think you should call the transfer agent and ask if the shares are in your name, Talat. Otherwise, you're counting on Chuck Schwab to act as a agent on your behalf, promising that you own it. Let me ask you, Talat, what if Chuck Schwab has 1 million shares at the DTCC and they've allocated to their clients 25 million shares? What do you really have? If Chuck Schwab goes bankrupt, Talat, and listen clearly, this isn't what Drew's advising you. This is what I am. I could be wrong. But if Chuck Schwab goes bankrupt and they have to fight over the carcass, I don't think the Fed or the Treasury is going to have enough money next financial crisis to bail everybody out. What if the court says, you know what, in a bankruptcy, because that's where it'll be, in a bankruptcy, Chuck Schwab has 1 million shares versus 25 million shares out. Talat Azim owns 10,000 shares, according to Chuck Schwab. But it's a bankruptcy. We will allocate 1 share of Nextbridge stock for every 2,500 shares, if I did the math correctly, every 2,500 shares of that Talat's account says he owns. You'll get wiped out. I'm telling you, you were putting trust in the system. Why? Why? So do you still have to transfer? Well, I don't know. I think you still have to transfer. But the first thing you can do is call the transfer agent. If it's really in your name, the transfer agent will have an account and it will say that they'll know how many shares and it's in your name. I suspect what Chuck Schwab is doing is instead of calling your shares MMTLP, they're calling them Nextbridge, but they just have, I don't know, 1 share per 5,000 shares that are counterfeit. They have 1 real share. It's fractional reserve security custodialship. And the people on Twitter want you to look the other way. It says right here, Drew owns the stock. So I guess Drew moved from MMTLP to the stock. I don't know, unless he's calling MMTLP stock. MMTLP is not stock. It's shite. Come on, William. You cannot mention Drew in a disparaging way and then walk away. I haven't disparaged Drew. Drew, I think, might be a narcissist. He certainly is highly sensitive. I don't know. I don't know Drew. I don't particularly want to know Drew. But that's not disparaging. It's just, this is such a waste of energy. This is nonsensical advice. And then you're trying to personalize it as if I have a hard-on for Drew. I don't care about Drew. I don't think about Drew. And if I misstate something and I hurt Drew's feelings, I'm sorry. What I care about is trying to give the correct advice to people. I'm not trying to walk away from disparaging pitiful Drew. I disparage and make mistakes all the time with a lot of people. This is the Drew that made fun of me Christmas Day because he's Jewish and he doesn't have anything to do. So he makes fun of me with Christmas carols. And I'm Catholic, that's a day for me. And everyone's laughing at me. Come on. Come on. It's not about me. It's not about the fact that Drew can make fun of me on a holy day. It's not about Drew bullying me, giving me ultimatums, threatening me. It's not about me. If he wants to do it, have at it. I mentioned Drew in a disparaging way. I don't know Drew. I don't know his name. But I do know on calls I've listened to, he loses his shit. He attacks people. He overtalks people. That's factual. I listen to it. I know that in my opinion, his advice is wrong. That doesn't disparage Drew. That doesn't disparage Drew. I know he works hard. I know he, in certain situations, he takes a lot of credit when I think other people did the work. But that's my opinion. It's my opinion. It's not disparaging. I said I don't think Drew owns the stock, but that's what I heard. But now someone says he owns the stock. So what are we arguing about? He doesn't even have Mmtlp. He has Nextbridge stock, apparently. I know Drew's been wrong, dead wrong for 600 days as he educates himself. I told you from the start what was going on because I've been in the securities business. Drew had to educate himself. I know, I assume Drew is here talking to me. I know this is a big waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. But if you want to listen to Drew, let me be clear. Drew is here every single day representing strategies which only help the criminals. It only helps the shorts. Drew's strategies do not help you. They do not help Nextbridge. That's in my opinion. Does Drew do that because he doesn't know what he's talking about? Maybe. Does he do that because he didn't learn in all this studying? Maybe. Does he do that because he's never worked on Wall Street? Maybe. Does he do that because it's in his interest to help sow confusion and dissent? I don't know. I don't know what his motives are. I don't care. I do not care. I could tell you he was a bad guy. I would tell you he's a good guy. I don't know him. I do not know him. I can't give you an opinion. I do know that what I see, and even he admits it, even his friends admit it, I see his bully side. I see his take down everyone who disagrees with him side. I see him taking people who, like Anna Queen of Trades, who I watched walk the halls of Congress with a list and with courage. And the only thing backing her up was her strength of purpose and her commitment to right a wrong. She didn't know Congress. She walked the halls of the House of Representatives, all three buildings, and she walked the halls of the Senate. She came on her own dime. She works with everyone and she keeps her mouth shut. I've gone to those meetings with her. I've spent hours in person and otherwise talking to her about all this. She works her frickin' heart out. And I know that Drew held at least one space savaging her. And many months ago, Drew attacked her. And you know what? I'm loyal to my friends. I don't give a crap what you say about me. But you attack someone like Anna, you don't exist. You do not exist. So if Drew's listening, I don't want to debate you. I do not want to disparage you. I don't think about you. I'm thinking about you now. But I don't think about you. I don't care. I'll get off this call and I'll say, I should have said something differently. But I won't think about Drew, whatever your name is. I won't. But what I will think about is, what is your motive to cause turmoil, to cause arguments, to attack people who have the best of intentions, like Anna, Queen of Trades? You attack her, you are on the wrong side of me. And that's been the case for a long time. But that doesn't mean I think about you. It just means, well, let's work with other people. Let's work with busy brands who actually is honest, works hard for everybody, and lets people talk. Let's work with Junk Savvy, who has a voice for radio and a face for the movies and helps everybody. Let's listen to Curtis. Let's listen to 100%. Let's listen to Ordinary Angler. Let's listen to everyone else. Let's work with LT, and let's work with, let's have dinner a couple times with Don Fizz. There's other people where it doesn't have to be such an energy sink. There's other people where you don't have to get into the drama of a narcissist who needs narcissistic supply and who needs to control. But none of that matters. The only thing that matters is, what is the motive to give bad advice? What is the motive to come in kindly and then turn into Dr. Hyde or Dr. Jekyll, whichever one it is? What is that motive? What is the motive for 600 days to leave this audience so afraid of their shadow, they don't protect themselves? Look, I think the strategy was good. I think the hard work was good. I think the waiting to see what happened was good. For 30 days, for 60 days, for 90 days, for 6 months, for 9 months. Why? Because we were getting to know each other. I knew a lot of it. I'm learning things I didn't know. People like 100%, Curtis. Wow. Astonishing information. But you know what I know, because I lived it, is how it all works. Doesn't mean I'm right. I never claimed to be 100% right. I've never held a space and harangued other people. I've never held a space. These do. I realize I got to get a new computer. But I never, where I dominate, I let other people talk. Here, of course, I'm not, by definition. I try to answer everything. I'm spineless. I'm soulless. How does it help to say those things? How does that help to move the common goal ahead? What is the ill in my stating my opinion that people should move, take their chit, and go claim their property? I I can't help but assume that the only motive is, because it's the only motive that makes sense, is to help make sure that the billion shares of counterfeit stock never comes and bites the criminals in the rear end, that it never raises its head. That, number one, somehow you can move that big billion shares of counterfeit shares into a trading stock so that the criminals can screw you. Or somehow they can move the billion shares over in a limbo by creating Bitcoin and derivatives contracts, and they can trade it offshore somehow and screw you. Or they can cause you to hate me so much, or maybe I do it by myself. I don't know. Apparently I'm soulless. So you don't do anything. So they run out the clock like UVA used to do before they changed the rules. Run out the clock, and then what are you left with? The chip. I'm telling you guys, this is an organized attack against you, in my judgment. Is Drew part of it? I have no idea. I have no idea. He might just be stupid. Or he's highly intelligent and he has studied it and he has a completely different opinion than I do. But it just looks like his shares are in the stock. I don't know. Or he's going along with it. I don't know. Or let me ask you this. If he's out there honestly seeking a common goal, a common solution, why does he cause so much trouble? Why doesn't he allow that solution to come to fruition? I don't know. Maybe it's personality. Doesn't make him a bad person. It just, for me, when you attack months and months ago, I think a year ago, you attack Anna, which you did, I'm done. That's bad on me, isn't it? But I stand with my friends. And that's a line you don't cross. But did I come on Spaces and make a big deal about it? Did I make it about me? No, I just did it. Boom, done. But I've received threats. I've been ridiculed. Personal information has been dispersed. But I'm spineless and I'm soulless. But let me ask you, what goal is mine? I'm telling you that these shares help Greg McCabe fight for you and me. These shares own a piece of the Oro Grande. They are part of an oil and gas company when we're going into time that oil and gas is something you should own. These are valuable. I did a calculation that at its worst case, I started with around 250 to 300. You take half of that, it's 150. Half of that, 75. After that, it's 37.50. That's better than owning a chip that's called Mmtlp. Right now, Mmtlp has value and people can confuse you because you can go get these shares. But as soon as Greg McCabe runs out of these shares, it's not Greg McCabe, by the way. It's the DTCC, and right now it's all housed at the transfer agent. As soon as they run out of these shares that are real, there's going to be a panic. Now, what the people on Twitter are trying to do, and Professor Angel and all the boo birds, They're trying to drag this out so they can find a way that apparently the system is saying we'll honor every request. Well, it's possible that the system is going to start counterfeiting shares and just go all in on the cheating. We know that our American security system is designed for this one strategy. Sell stock into existence that does not exist using the market maker exemption. Once you've done that, do everything you can to destroy the denominator. Do not allow the CEOs access to honest money. And even if it's a great idea, you, the genius, the exalted, chosen financial genius, are going to be able to strip trillions of dollars. Read the report on the Anson funds. Trillions of dollars out of the market, and you can buy Gary Gensler. You can buy Adina Friedman. You can buy Congress. And you can buy lobbyists. You can buy law firms. And guess what? You can buy people to show up on Twitter and confuse the issue. I'm sure Drew is fighting all of that because he's been here from the beginning to fight for you. It is so clear that he's here to fight for you, and he's going to protect you from other opinions than his, like Anna, Queen of Trades. But you know what? You can, I really mean it, and I mean no harm. If you want to listen to Drew, which I think you should listen to every single opinion out there. As it relates to Drew diligence, he attacked Anna, Queen of Trades. I stand with Anna. He can attack me, I don't care. Now, in terms of debating, I don't think it would be civil. I don't think it would be helpful. I think it would be a way of giving attention and drawing supply and energy to Drew. And I think it would also be a way of trying to destroy the messenger, me, which, you know, when I think about it, I don't know. Is that what I should set myself up for? I don't know. It's not about me, though. It is about getting the bastards that did this to you and getting money. And if you trust the bastards and you listen to the bastards, and then you contemplate that the bastards are still going to help you, God help you. Deacon Blues, Drew Diligence said many times on initial space calls that he didn't own any MMTLP. Thank you, Deacon. That's what I remembered. That's what I remembered. So it's not disparaging to say it's something you remembered. Exactly. Nothing happens without an S1. And by the way, when you get an S1, it doesn't happen quickly. So everyone will be looked out for. Drew has shown his positions in MMTLP Nextbridge. Well, that's great. I mean, one advantage I have, I can show you real shares. But it's nobody's. If he's showing it, of course, the question is it real? But we're all gentlemen. Let's take it at his word. I agree with Deacon Blues, though. I heard on calls at the beginning something different. Yes, Talat. If you transfer to AST, you are converting your MMTLP into Nextbridge. Yes, that's what it means. Let me see if it's on here. If it's on here. No, it's not on here. But let me just show you. I'll use this one. I want to cross that off and maybe cross that off. But this is what you get. You get Nextbridge in my name. This is one for 3,000 shares. And this used to be in my account. When I bought it, it was MMTLP. Yes. So it means you convert your shares from MMTLP to Nextbridge. Yes, that's what it means. Deacon, the Deacon's smarter than I am for sure. I was reading that. MMTLP really doesn't exist. It was deleted. So there's nothing. It really is nothing. But I'm sure it has a QSIP because how do the computers keep track of it? Fraud or not? That's a good point, Deacon. I didn't think of that. Maybe Schwab did buy physical shares on your behalf, but I still think if it's legit, it'll show up at the transfer agent. Just to go back to what Wall Street used to be is you would have your account. If you held your securities, you didn't always have to, but if you held your securities with your brokerage firm, you could put it in type 1 or type 2. Type 1 was in your name. Type 2 was in street name. The advantage of type 2 street name, Charles Schwab, was that you could margin your certificates, you could borrow against them. And the reason they put it in street name, if you had a margin call, if something went wrong, Charles Schwab could exercise those shares, sell them. But in type 1, you had physical certificates like this, and your firm would hold those physical certificates in safekeeping in your name. Somewhere around 2008, 2010, Wall Street removed that because Wall Street went all in on the fractional reserve banking system idea where they were electronic so they could hypothecate, rehypothecate, lend and relend and lend and lend and lend your shares out. And so criminals could sell non-existent shares to the like a fare thee well, and the whole system went in whole hog on this. So now what happens, Talat, is if Charles Schwab did buy shares from someone else and they put them in your account, that physical form would be in safekeeping. I am unaware of any brokerage firm today that is willing to hold shares in safekeeping. So I really find it highly unbelievable that Charles Schwab is holding your shares in type 1, holding your physical certificate, holding it in your name. I would be willing to bet $10 that Charles Schwab is putting an entry in your account saying Nextbridge, and they are working to do their own behind the scenes, cramming 25 million shares into a million or whatever it is, which will be involving buybacks and doing various things. So Deacon Blues might be right. But so it's a process. Maybe they're trying to clean it up. Maybe they have a team working on it. But I don't believe your shares are in your name. They should be in your name at the transfer agent by definition. Let me say it again, Talat, a different way. If your shares were at type 1 at a brokerage firm, the shares were physical and they were in safekeeping at your brokerage firm in a secure vault. And when you sold your shares, it was trade date plus 5. The whole purpose of trade date plus 5 was giving the time for your brokerage firm to bike the shares across town and then giving the other brokerage firm time to process them and put the physical shares would change from, the DTC, I guess, would reissue them. Transfer agent would reissue them. Anyway, that's what the 5 days were for. And then the shares would be put in the new brokerage firm in type 1, maybe, in that new person's hands. But I don't think Talat, I don't believe you have. And same with Clay. I do not believe you have real shares in Nextbridge. They may be working toward getting it so. Remember, it doesn't trade. They have time. And Congress is giving them time. But if something changes and they're caught red-handed, I wouldn't want to be Charles Schwab. Fidelity also says it. Wow. So Ronnie, how does that reconcile with when I asked E-Trade for my shares? They told me they could not transfer them directly to the transfer agent using my words because their Nextbridge didn't qualify for the electronic transfer. They didn't qualify for being held electronically in the system. So how is it that Schwab or Nextbridge have an ability to hold Nextbridge Schwab or Fidelity have the ability to hold Nextbridge shares in the system in the electronic form in your account, and Morgan Stanley doesn't have that ability? It doesn't ring true to me. It just doesn't ring true to me. Brokerage firms cannot transfer from the transfer agent to Nextbridge because this stock is private and it's not in the system. But maybe, Ronnie, behind the scenes, if everyone is working with each other and we don't know about it, maybe they're coming up with a way to counterfeit shares in Fidelity and at Schwab. Or maybe Fidelity owns so many shares in Nextbridge, they can split it out honestly. Or maybe they're splitting out what they have and then they're going to work on the rest. Maybe they're splitting it out and then they're going to start calling you and seeing if they can buy them back from you. They may have decided, first, let's move it from Mmtlp and call it Nextbridge. Then let's start at $3 and we'll start calling our clients and seeing if we can buy their shares at $3, and you'll sign a release. And then they'll say, okay, raise it to $5, raise it to $8, raise it to $15, raise it to $20, raise it to $25, raise it to $100. And maybe Fidelity is going to start buying back the shares the excess shares they have in their system, doing it quietly. And maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, Ronnie. I doubt right at this moment that your shares are Nextbridge, but maybe Fidelity has a strategy, like I just said, to start buying shares, maybe from their own book first, and then maybe on the rest of Wall Street. There may be brokerage firms out there that have excess Nextbridge, by the way. I don't know. Could be. Daniel Jewell, you're blind or have another motive in this damn play. Let's see your shares. You know what, Daniel? You are such a pleasure. Your wife must just be so thrilled when you come home. Okay, my first certificate is here. I'll even show you the certificate number so you can do whatever you can do with that data. This certifies that William P. Farrand owns right over here, 3,005 shares of Nextbridge hydrocarbons. Here's the certificate number. Okay, so that's 3,005. The date that I received these and it was signed by Clifton Du Bois Jr., which Drew made a lot of fun of me when I didn't recognize that name. How can you give advice if you don't even know? Well, this guy got replaced immediately thereafter. He apparently wasn't an important person to know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So here's the date that I got these. Right here, August 1, 2023, 3,005 Nextbridge hydrocarbons. Daniel. This one's going to be a little harder because I don't want to take this piece of paper off. I can bend it. Oh, I'll take the piece of paper off. It's different weight paper. Nextbridge hydrocarbons. 1,000. Well, here I'll bend it down from the other side. Bend it down from the other side. 1,265. Greg McCabe, dated March 28, 2024. I am partially blind. I can't really see out of this eye for now. I've got to get an operation. What's my other motive? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. But there's my 2 certificates. I just showed you the amounts. There might be data there that you can manipulate. I hope not, but whatever. I want my money. Well, Mike, that's a childish response. You knew when you bought MMTLP that they were going to convert into Nextbridge. It's a private company, so Wall Street's taking its time to try to figure this out behind the scenes, but you're not losing anything yet because Nextbridge doesn't trade. So it's taken 600 days, but if you had gotten your Nextbridge shares on day 10, you'd be sitting with Nextbridge 600 days later. So that's not about the money, and it's childish because we all knew it was going to be a private company and they had to prove their reserves. What has happened though is Nextbridge has been blocked from operating like a normal company because of the corruption and the disaster of the US financial markets. And they had a lawsuit against them, or not a lawsuit, a claim, which they settled. But I don't know if they have others, but this makes it difficult to raise money and move forward. So if you're mad at Nextbridge, it's the wrong place. It's the criminals and these racketeers and the colluders that are stalling everything. If you want your money, Mike, and you want to speed it up, move your shares to the transfer agent. Give Greg McCabe something in his hand other than his Johnson. Give him a hammer. Give him proof that he can show to Congress. Give him power. If you keep your shares at your brokers, you may need to use the lawyer and the courts to get what exactly. But hey, I'm sure when if that happens 3 years from now, the people on Twitter will be there to console you. William, a stock bumper on what stock? Everything effing red. I don't know. I don't think everything we talked about, but yeah, every one of these damn stocks. My hypocrisy is very disheartening. I guess you needed to put the very in there. It really changed the sentence. You could just say your hypocrisy is disheartening. But what does hypocrisy, Daniel? I can't believe I'm tolerating you. You do not need to move to AST for McCabe to know who we the share are. Affidavits, William, affidavits. You guys, when we did this with GTII, not you specifically, people on Twitter, we got affidavits. They all said, "Oh, that you can't believe those. Those are all fake." So that's when that stock was trading. You can, but affidavits are better than nothing. Best of all is having proof positive. This Congress lady is my shareholder record, and these are the shares. That is the platinum standard. The other thing, MMTLP, is if you send to Greg McCabe an affidavit it still means you just own nothing. You own the right to transfer into shares of Nextbridge. If you don't exercise that right, if you don't try to use that right, I don't see what standing you have in court. Maybe after all of the other people move their shares, you can argue, well, obviously the system didn't have enough shares for me. But any lawyer worth her salt is going to ask you under oath before the judge, did you transfer your shares? You're going to say, no, I did not. And the lawyer is going to say, Your Honor, this client had a chance to transfer and they decided not to. I'm not sure where my client owes them anything. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but why take that risk? So moving your shares to AST protects your property. Moving your shares gives Greg McCabe absolute bona fide, irrefutable, kick-ass proof that 165 million shares are spoken for. Affidavits are not equivalent. Unless everybody goes before a court somewhere, a witness somewhere, they're not subject to the laws of what's the word? The word. Anyway, you can't lie in court. You can lie on those forms. It's not good. It is weak. Your Honor, Ann Wagman and Your Honorable Maxine Waters, my name is Greg McCabe, and I have on my records 65 million shares assigned out of 165 million. 100 million are still at the transfer agent. I'm here to tell you, Honorable Congresswoman, that the system has cheated my shareholders and there's overages. Well, how do you ascertain that? Well, I have the trade station case here. I start blearing over. I have a stack of affidavits of how many shares people own of Mmtlp at their brokerage firm. And the brokerage firm hasn't automatically made the transfer. Wait a minute, Mr. McCabe. If those people have affidavits and they contacted you to tell them how many shares they have in Mmtlp, a placeholder, I just read it's deleted, that has no value, but it has the right, if I understand it, Mr. McCabe, to transfer into one share of Nextbridge. But you're telling me you have 100 million shares of unallocated Nextbridge? Why would I believe those affidavits? What are we here for? Why do I believe there's an overage? You're telling me they gave you affidavits instead of submitting their Mmtlp to the transfer agent to get their shares of Nextbridge? How is that proof, Mr. McCabe? And what are you here for? There's 100 million shares still at the transfer agent. What overage is this? Are you asking us to do your arithmetic? How do we know you're coming in and making allegations, but it doesn't ring true? It doesn't ring true. If they really are contacting you because they want you to know they own Nextbridge, why don't they just transfer? It's really weak. It is so weak. This is arguing for argument's sake. And I don't know the point you're trying to make. You're trying to say the best situation for people that own MMTLP is to leave it where you're a victim and then just send an affidavit and go to Congress or go to court and try to claim your property. Why wouldn't you just claim your property now? If your argument is going to be that your broker dealer and FINRA cheated you out of your property and they owe you all this money because they did, why wouldn't you want to own that property? Is it worth something or is it worthless? If it's worthless, they didn't cheat you out of anything. And if they cheated you out of trading, if they cheated you out of a short squeeze, if they caused pain and suffering, if they caused anxiety, if they committed fraud, if they didn't settle trades, those are still open issues, whether or not you're in this crap MMTLP or in the stock of Nextbridge. What does Nextbridge offer you? You own something. You allow Greg McCabe to build his company. You own net asset value. As long as he doesn't listen to the devils and he stays private, you have oil, you have dividends. You also will participate in all the lawsuits if they're class action. But what's your proposal? People in MMTLP pay for their own lawsuits? Is that your proposal? They don't even have the money. If they're like me, they don't even have the money to do something else. Their money's trapped. It's just a exercise in victimhood, and it's an exercise in circular logic, reasoning. Drew hasn't pushed trading in the least. What's your definition of in the least? But okay, I'll take you at the word. If Drew has never talked about 2 days trading and how the stock's going to be trading soon, and if you're at AST and it starts trading, you're going to miss out. If he never said any of that, then it was somebody else. Woof. Oh, Celeste. My feet are better. Thank you. You're pushing moving to ASC and trying to demand people to not make their own choice. What a... Did you graduate high school? Oh God. Do you read? Do you ever do any critical thinking? I am recommending, without making it financial advice, I am adamant that I think people should do it, but I can't force people. I'm not pushing people. Well, it depends on your definition of pushing, I guess. I'm urging people, but I can't push anybody. I'm telling people they have to seek their own counsel. They can have their own opinion. This is my opinion. There may be reasons like the person I highly respect, Ocean Sailing's reason that if you move, you're somehow giving up your claim against FINRA. Others say you're giving up the claim against your broker dealer. If that's how you feel, that's your opinion. I'm just pointing out that if you think the chit is better than the real thing, keep the chit. If you think it's better to leave Greg McCabe without the knowledge of who his shareholders are for all manner of things, voting, dividends, bookkeeping, but also negotiating with the criminals. If you think that's the best way to be, then don't move your shares. If you think MMTLP gives you more options, don't move your shares. If you think MMTLP has a chance for trading, and if you're at AST, somehow you'll miss out on this glorious short squeeze, don't move your shares. I care what you do, but don't move them. But I'll tell you one thing, Daniel. If you don't move your shares, I think at some point, the 65 million or 100 million shares that have not been moved will all move. And then you're going to be sitting there without any choices. I'm actually trying to give people choices. I think if you're in Nextbridge, you get the choice or the advantage of receiving dividends. You get the choice of owning a real asset. You get the choice of participating in a real stock. You're probably going to get the choice, believe it or not, of moving back for whatever reason if you want to, if there's some global settlement. And there'll be time for that. Why? Because the system probably has 1 billion to 1.5 billion counterfeit shares that the criminals and the colluders sold over the last 15 years. Torchlight, MMAT, MMTLP, and now they would love to do it to Nextbridge. They're doing everything. Blockchain. They apparently they've already started trading in I don't know, Dusseldorf, Germany. They're doing anything and everything they can do to help you hurt these people. So I'm trying to provide the most chances of people getting a return on their investment. I believe if people leave their shares in MMTLP, legal action is expensive and may never occur for each of us because we can't afford it, and it will take forever. I believe congressional action is already proved to be slow. I think regulatory action is non-existent. There is a chance that the proving up of reserves at Nextbridge will be so expensive that the prime brokers' lawyers will say, you better do something. But that means that Greg McCabe has to have the power to make it happen. It's also possible that the FBI or some law enforcement agency actually enforces securities laws and wire fraud and transferring money offshore without paying taxes. It's possible that the IRS and the DOJ or somebody actually does something, but I see no evidence that anyone inside the government, the financial system, or even local, AGs, they go after Trump, but they don't go after this. I see no evidence that we can be assured that MMTLP is the place to be. And I'm telling you, Daniel Jewell, this is my opinion, that if people stay in MMTLP and the bus gets full, there are no more choices for MMTLP except to sit and rue the day that you bought this investment. I am telling people that they have choices. They have the ability to make multiple returns on their investment, regardless of settlement, because Nextbridge, the real company, can be worth multiples of $12, multiples of $8, multiples of $5. So no, I'm not pushing people, and I'm not demanding people, and I'm not telling people they can't make their own choice. I think it's the exact opposite. I'm trying to make sure that people give themselves as many chances to turn this investment into possibly financial independence if the oil properties are not destroyed in the denominator. That's what these colluders all want. They want to buy time. They want to make it so Greg McCabe has to buy shares from the criminals, and they want it trading so that the price stays low. So when he goes to get capital, it dilutes the value per share. This is their goal. They do not quit. Yet you preach Drew is pushing 2 days of trading? Hypocrite. You know what? You're right. Drew never pushed for 2 days of trading. And I'm wrong. I'm a hypocrite. What does that have to do with this decision? I'm not an attorney, yet I recommend to moving to AST without being aware of the full legal implications. Wow, William. Wow. Oh, God. What are the full legal implications? What are the full legal implications? I'm not an attorney. Go seek legal advice. If you own 10,000 shares, $10,000 worth of MMTLP, go spend 3,000 getting legal advice. Spend another 2,000 convincing her that you have an issue. By the time you're broke. This is hogwash. The idea that there's legal implications is to make sure that you're scared to move. What this gentleman wants, he does not want this problem to see the light of day. He does not want 165 million shares at the transfer agent fully claimed so that Congress, journalists, regulators can't go, well, there's nothing going wrong here. Oh, these are pumpers. These are just promoters. They have an agenda. When they see that there's 165 million shares of Nextbridge spoken for, and there's I don't know the number, 1 billion shares of MMTLP, finally, this 10-year, 15-year crime wave comes to an end. This guy doesn't want it to come to an end. This is how he makes his money. This is how he makes his money. Now, let me try to think of what legal implication. Let me think of the full legal implications. Okay, first, let's think of the full legal implications of staying at MMTLP. Let's think of those. One is you don't claim your property, which means you might be abandoning it, which means the other side can say, he never asked for it. We were ready to give it to it, Your Honor, But now the time has passed and we're no longer ready. But at the time we could do it. Okay, that's number one. Number two, what's the full legal implication? If you leave your shares of MMTLP, which are now named Nextbridge, at Charles Schwab or Fidelity, it is possible, but you've got to do your own legwork and call the transfer agent. But it is possible if Fidelity fails or Charles Schwab goes down, as the firm that the Goldman Sachs governor in New Jersey, he's did that firm RMS or RBS or anyway, that went down and people had to go to lawyers and fight. They didn't know for years that they were going to get all their money back. So if Fidelity or Chuck go down, you might have to seek lawyers and other avenues to get your shares of Nextbridge out of Fidelity or Chucky Schwab. And at the end of the day, if it's bankruptcy, you may get pennies on the dollar for that because you stayed in MMTLP, which is a fictional ownership of Nextbridge, and it only gives you the option. And then you believed that Chucky Schwab and Fidelity gave you shares of Nextbridge. It's possible. My recommendation is that you call the transfer agent and find out. So that's one legal implication. What's the other implication if you leave your shares at MMTLP at the brokerage firm? The other legal implication is you have no right to cash dividends from Nextbridge from operations. You have no automatic right to the NAV value of Nextbridge. You have no, and you may not have this in Nextbridge right now anyway, but at some point you have no right to use Nextbridge as any kind of collateral because you just have MMTLP. So these are full legal implications of staying in MMTLP. The final one, which isn't per se legal, but it is legal, is if you wait too long and everyone else moves that can to Nextbridge, you're going to be left with the chit and you're going to try to move and there's no shares. And you're going to say, I have a legal right. I have a legal right. That's a full legal implication. That at that point, you no longer are able to move your shares. And the only recourse you have is a lawsuit. So on the final thing I can think of on the legal implication of leaving your shares at MMTLP, when the clock runs out, oh, that's one other thing. There might be statutes of limitation that preclude your right to go get those shares later. I'm not a lawyer, but it might be a reason to run out the clock. That's a legal implication that works against you. But the big one is if you only have MMTLP and you have to sue, who's going to pay for that? There's a full legal implication that lawsuits cost a boatload of money. There's another in the lawsuit implication, there's the arbitration clause. What lawyers are you going to find that are going to take your case that are going to try to pierce the arbitration clause? Very few. That's a full legal implication. You can't get a lawsuit started. You don't have the money. You can't find a lawyer. Another full legal implication is if you find a lawyer, you're going to have to pay the hard costs. And then you're going to have to split the settlement, if any. 50-50, 60-40, 40-60. That's a full legal implication. And if you get into lawsuit, the other full legal implication is it's going to take years, and the other side are going to be the most well-heeled lawyers you've ever seen. And the arguments are going to astonish you. You're going to run out of money. They're not. You're going to run out of money. And then the other maybe final legal implication, full legal implication of going to lawsuit, is your lawyer is going to tell you, I don't want to work on this anymore. You're not paying me. I don't think that we can get everything you want. You have to settle. So you have to settle. And you don't get anywhere near what's in Nextbridge. And you help the shorts, which is what this guy's trying to do. So then, in my opinion, those are the full implications that I can think of. Legal implications. Now, the full legal implications of moving your shares to MMTLP, I can't think of any that are bad. I cannot think of a single one that's bad. You could argue you give up your right to claim that there was a short squeeze and you deserve 2,400 a share, but I don't see how you give up that right. That will be litigated if you have the money. By the way, if you own Nextbridge, you might have the money to do that litigation. You don't lose that. You could argue that Wall Street and your broker dealer didn't settle the trades. Well, do you give up that right? I don't think so, because they didn't settle the trades. And it's caused pain and suffering and other things. But then you come to the one, well, if you transfer your stock, your broker's off the hook. Therefore, you're not allowed to sue them. What's that? But let me give you the flip side of that. If you don't transfer your shares, your broker might be off the hook anyway. Your broker's definitely going to go into court and say you never asked. And then your argument is going to be, well, it should be automatic. And the judge is going to say, are you a child? If the waiter doesn't bring you your meal, do you just sit there all evening and never say a thing? Or do you raise your hand and ask for your meal? I don't see how you lose anything there. So what's the full implication? Let me see. Oh, MMTLP could start trading, but Drew doesn't push for trading. But if it starts trading, you might not have time to move back over. I think that's specious, totally specious. They're not going to do something in the dead of night. They're not going to do something hit and run, not with all eyes on it. It's not going to happen. You lose your right to whine. You lose your right to complain. You lose your right to be a victim. You lose your right to be on space calls with Drew. Yeah, I guess you do. That's one of the full legal implications. You lose your right to ask for a share count? I don't think so. You didn't sign any releases. You lose your right to pursue the blue sheets? I don't think so. You didn't sign any releases. You lose your right to pursue Congress? I don't think so. You lose your right to claim you were harmed? I don't think so at all. But again, if you don't ask for your shares, how are you harmed? Do you know right now the system is telling everyone we can handle every share, that's the rumor, every share that's transferred to the transfer agent? Because right now they can. We're not challenging them. We're worried about full legal implications. What? You're just exercising your right to get shares. Why would you sit and not exercise your right to get shares? And then later your argument's going to be, Your Honor, they didn't give me my shares. It's so, I mean, it's so painful to even try to suss that out. Any of the other arguments that they failed to deliver back in December, that they stopped trading, that the counterfeiting went on for 15 years, that the damage to the stock price of Torchlight, MMAT, the fraudulent, illegal stealing with MMTLP, the transferring money offshore, the racketeering, the colluding, the spoofing and spiffing, and then the joining in on the space, all of that, you don't lose the right to go. There's no you to lose none of that. It's harmed everyone. Did I mention that one of the full legal implications of not moving to Nextbridge is you don't own anything? Nextbridge is moving ahead. It's not worthless. They're moving ahead. Oil's at 87. It was 27. This is complete fear mongering. And yes, I'm not an attorney. But what full legal implication what mistake do you make by claiming what I think right now, in the worst case, is worth $250 a share? Let me ask it a different way. You're giving up a full legal implication. So I'm going to sit here with zero instead of going and getting $250 that might be worth $1,000 and dividends. I don't get it. This is just fear mongering. It's to keep you in that small part of your brain that's afraid. Deacon says it better. I'm encouraging people to become owners of the real shares. That's all I'm doing. And I don't think you give anything. I see you're reading my message. Your trusting ham is bad for business as well. Well, I've been warned about that. And there's a lot of people that have strong opinions about ham. I think ham was destroyed by your kind. Probably not you. You were probably in diapers. But whose business? It's bad for whose business? The only thing I see bad for business is the continued onslaught on the American dream, the American taxpayer, the American working class, the American factory town, the American suburbs, the American local tax collection, and on the American financial system. That's what I think's bad for business. Anything McCabe does for the real shareholders should be obligated to the conifers at the brokers. Well, I see, Deacon, I agree with that. What I don't think is going to be obligated, because he can't, his lawyers are going to tell him he can't do it. Because once you pierce the walls of a legal document, a legal commitment, you open up obligations that you might not be able to fulfill. What I think that if Nextbridge were to hit a great wildcat and all of a sudden they had $100 million to distribute, I'm making it up. They're going to distribute that $100 million to Nextbridge shareholders, not to MMTLP. However, if there were a lawsuit run by Nextbridge, run by Flame On, run by Class Action, run by Mark Bazile, and the settlement was $900 billion. I believe it would be across all classes. I believe if it involves Greg McCabe's signature, he's going to say this settlement is going to apply to everyone. There's a little bit of an assumption in that, but that's what I believe. And in that case, I think if there's a dividend, let's say $50 a share, I think Greg McCabe will demand that $50 a share goes to Nextbridge shareholders and to MMTLP across the board. So I don't think there'll be any fighting for it, because unlike maybe some others, I've fought in these big things, and you get a conference table that goes across the street. Every lawyer you never heard of shows up for their check, and you need every signature. And I believe Greg McCabe will not sign a settlement that doesn't take care of everybody. But I think, in fairness to that commitment Greg McCabe is showing, some of us, obviously there's plenty of people that don't agree, but some of us should move our shares to help Greg McCabe have a real count. Affidavits don't cut it. Affidavits don't cut it. Number one, not everyone gives an affidavit. Yeah, I'm telling you, we tried it. Prove it? Prove what? Prove what? Your accusations are false narrative. Okay, I remove any accusation I've made. I'm doing the same thing I accused Giroux of doing. Are you kidding me? No, I'm being, you're listening. I'm not kidding. Hey, Ryan, thank you for the words. This is the last time I'm going to go through this. I'm going to see it to the bottom, and it's the last time I'm going to go through it. Okay, Clay, you obviously shouldn't be in oil and gas, but you are in oil and gas. The Torchlight Energy Corp, with Rich Masterson and many of the same investors, went out and bought 134,000 acres in, above, and around the Oro Grande. They did seismic, at least some. They studied closology. They built a little bit of a presence. They own two other projects. One was the Hazel, and the other one was up in Oklahoma. I'm having a hard time remembering the name of it. They worked hard. There were people from on the board, several people on the board I met. John Berta, Rich Masterson. They raised money. I don't know who gave them the money, but they raised it from a toxic lender, or they raised it in a manner that got a toxic lender going, short sellers going. So Clay, they could have drilled a lot of wells, And I bought a lot of stock in Torchlight myself and had investors buy it. I remember $10, $11, $8, $9. And you know what the shorts did? They shorted the stock. So when the company needed to raise money, the per share value of any projections went down. So they raised money. The stock went under $5. It went under 4, under 3, under 2, under 1. All from the criminal activity with Torchlight. Well, the Ora Grande didn't change. And that, I don't know the number, but that was probably the first hundreds of billions of shares sold that destroyed it. But guess what? They had to struggle to keep their leases. Struggle to stay alive, struggle to find money to drill wells which would hold the leases. Of course, in the middle of it, there was COVID. Oil briefly went below zero. That didn't help. So what the company did is sell the shell. And they had a reverse merger of Mmtlp into Torchlight, NASDAQ. Adina Friedman, she couldn't care less. The selling, the onslaught began. The selling and the selling, the lack of settlement, the lying, the bullying, the haranguing, and MMTLP destroyed. But let's move on with the Ora Grande. The Ora Grande became a stub distribution to shareholders. So they held the acreage, they held the idea tenuously, and it was distributed to shareholders. Criminals, Clay, went out and falsified documents. They took it off the internet, sent it. Someone offshore sold one share somehow. They went in, they asked for MMTLP to trade, pretending to be management and pretending they were a company. It was approved because, of course, the system is set up to help the criminals. So the shorting began in MMTLP. MMTLP started trading. Now they let it trade up so that, and people got excited. It's the same retail phenomena, but that allowed them to short it down. Now, as we got close to December, it went all the way, I know, it went to $8. That's what I paid. And it went as high as $12. Well, the criminals used all their power and they got it to stop trading. I think you're going to find, Clay, that it's my suspicion, I can't prove it, but the kind of interference that goes on here happened with the regulators, happened with the brokerage firms, and happened on a scale that you can't believe. But no one cares. No one enforces it. So anyway, Clay, you can take your 10 years and you can sit down with a pen and pencil, pen and paper, and draw out your timeline. Then, Clay, you can pull out fiction, history, research reports on oil and gas. Study new field discoveries. Study exploration projects. and study how long it takes to drill up, prove, and how much money is required. Put it in your timeline. Start with Torchlight. You can look it up. I'm not going to look it up for you. And then put it to where Torchlight reverse split into MMAT. To my memory, that was sometime 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So your 10 years you can take and just take your drama somewhere else. 4 years they've had to drill. Well, what's gone on in those 4 years? There was no management. The criminals were attacking MMAT. The two companies had to loan money to each other. Nextbridge tried to borrow money going through Roth Capital, but there were probably lawsuits. If you listen to my videos a year and a half ago, I said all that's going to go on. It has. So there's no money to drill in an extensive way. But, Clay, in your arrogance and lack of knowledge, they did drill those wells. They held the leases. They fought. They hung on. Why did they do that? Because they know the oil's there. They believe it is. They raised enough money. They drilled 15 years, 15 wells, 15 wells. They've got to do 5 this year, drilled and complete by the end of the year. Now, Clay, of course, you don't understand oil and gas. Probably. Your question implies you don't. But this is a new field discovery. Do they have all of the acreage? Are they able to hold all of the acreage? Do they want to buy more? Are there enough crews in that area? Is there the infrastructure? And many, many more questions. Why would they want to publicize success to draw competition in a new field discovery? The acreage prices are cheap. They don't want that to go up. That's one issue. Another issue. Apparently, there's a tax issue with the university lands acreage. University lands, I don't know the details, but it's explained to me. They don't want to have the wells producing because all of a sudden they have to recognize a huge jump in value, which causes a tax situation. I can't explain it more than that, but that's what I was told. So the wells they've drilled, 15, aren't producing these deep wells. But Clay, do you understand oil and gas? If you spend millions of dollars to drill one well and it fails, are you going to drill a second well? Well, yes, you are, because on the structure that you see, your theory, your seismic, you just missed it. So you drill a second well. Another $1.5 million, $2 million. And it fails. Are you going to drill a third well? Money's tight. Everybody's scrambling for money. Are you going to drill a third well? Well, maybe. You got the seismic. The structure you missed just off the side at the one, but this one, it looks like you drilled too high. So maybe if you go in between based on your seismic, or you have another, you have another anomaly you want to test. So you drill a third well. But it fails. Will you drill a fourth? Will you spend $2 million on a fourth? Will you spend $2 million on a fifth? Will you spend $2 million on a sixth? Will you spend $2 million on a seventh? Will you spend $2 million on an eighth? Will you spend $2 million on a ninth? Will you spend $2 million on a tenth? And so on to 15? And now you're going to do 5 more to get to 20? Clay, if you need proof, go buy a toaster. The third point about drilling for oil clay, particularly in a new field discovery, is your wells are tight holes. You don't tell anybody. You do not tell anybody. You're not public. You don't tell anybody. Or if you were public, you can still do it as a tight hole. As long as you state that, you fully disclose it. Why would you do a tight hole? In other words, you don't tell anybody. Because you do not want to create competition. You have the science. You have the science wells. You have the production tests if you did one. But you have the other tests. You know the pressure. You have your volumetric estimates. You have all of that. And you want to go buy more leases. You want to make sure you have the crews that can develop the infrastructure. You want to build your company before you tell Clay Schoolfield about it. Why? Because you're building a company. Why? Because you know what you have. So if you produce one of those deep wells just to show Clay Schoolfield, guess what happens? You have all of the data goes through the Texas Railroad Commission. Anybody in the world can get on the Texas Railroad Commission site. They can see what you did. They can see what your well is. They can see the zones. And all of a sudden you got competition. There's not a single well, Clay, that took 10 years to drill. These good men, I think, were attacked by these criminals for 15 years. And it goes on. It's still here today. Now, what management, Greg McCabe, did on the Johnson project, which is shallow drilling, Clay, and of course, being an expert as you are, wanting proof, you realize there's shallow and deeper targets here. But shallow targets, you know what they do? They hold leases and they produce cash flow. They're not as exciting. As the deep. But he can produce them. I understand they drilled, I think it was 5 wells. I don't know that, I have to admit, I don't know if they're producing. But it looked to me, out of the 5 wells, they might only get something like 150 barrels a day. That's what I remember. It's not great. But what does it do, Clay Schoolfield? It holds leases. It pays overhead, pays scientists and geologists, and it keeps the company from having to go to the criminals to raise money. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. That's successful. But that's not proof to you because you don't follow it. You don't stay in touch with it. It's brilliant. Now, Clay, they have until the end of the year to raise money to drill 5 wells. They cannot access the markets. And in fact, if they access the markets, It's at their own peril because the whole market system is set up to destroy public companies and make arrogant guys money. So what has Greg McCabe done? I just told you about the Johnson. They bought it, by the way, Clay, McCabe paid off the debt, the cross debt, to clean that up with MMAT. They had to clean up all this Nextbridge kerfuffle. McCabe, with, I think it was his money, they increased their ownership, Clay, of Ora Grande from 75% to 100%. But that doesn't prove it to Clay. That doesn't prove it to Clay because he wants it now. So the other thing that Greg just recently did with 3 wells in Louisiana, I'm not going to relate, I don't remember, but he traded, horse traded interest in 3 prospects in Louisiana. And he brought in net enough money to carry the company and put a dent in drilling the 5 wells, which they have to drill and complete by the end of the year. And they may not announce it. They may not prove it to Clay Schofield, but they have to drill those 5 wells to hold the leases. What these guys are trying to do is make that impossible. They want Nextbridge to go bankrupt. So when you're holding Mmtlp, it truly is worthless. But you're listening to them. Ooh, you don't know the full legal implications. They've had 10 years. Prove it. I don't think they've had 10 years. I think they've done pretty well over essentially 3 years of being able to do anything. They did drill some wells before when it was Torchlight. But I'd say that they got things drilled last year, the year before, and then this year. That's it. You don't know they don't have wells that can produce what you're saying. But if you want proof, go buy Pioneer. You'll have proof every quarter. This is different, Clay. I don't know what you paid for your shares. You probably have more shares than I do, and you probably paid less. But if you let the company do what they know how to do instead of being silly, prove it. And ignoring what the criminals do and the regulators allow, and ignoring how difficult it was, and knowing that you're still under attack. Nextbridge can go into the hockey stick phase and be worth hundreds of dollars a share. And then you're not going to remember that you're complaining about 10 years and to drill one and complete 1 well. They didn't have that time. They were under financial attack, and they did drill wells. But I told you why I don't know if they completed them or not. I think they did, but they didn't produce them. If that's your definition of completing, I think they completed them and possibly production tested them, but I don't know. I would think they did, but they're not producing. So I think the pipe is set and perforated and ready to go. But like I say, for tax reasons, the university lands, they don't want it yet. Someday they will. When they have enough cash flow to pay their taxes, I guess. I'm here because he talks about people when they're here to debate and defend themselves. Drew, you're an honorable man. And so are all of you, all honorable men. I really admire that you stand up for people who are defenseless and cannot defend themselves, and they're not here to debate. I don't want I'm doing it now. I know I'm doing it now. And I'm going to see it through. It's the last time I'm going to do it. But I don't see any there's no debate. This is stupidity. This is trying to cause people to not do anything. If people don't want to do anything, that's their choice. The only thing I have to live with, because I'm an altar boy who's going to, I guess, not going to heaven, because I have a soul, I'm soulless. I want to make sure that I got the point of view that people need to make a decision. But people still choose to tattoo themselves, do drugs. Young people that have all the money in the world still overdose. People make bad choices. Can't stop it. I'm not talking about anything, Daniel. Anybody. I've made it very clear. I'm talking about opinions and actions that people take. I do not know Drew, and I don't want to talk about Drew. Debate Drew. Why? Why would anyone debate a bully? I wouldn't mind talking with Bird Lady. I wouldn't mind that. Although, well, I'll keep it to myself. But anyway, I wouldn't mind it. He deserved. So you're AI, you're not a human being? What are the accusations? Drew doesn't have to defend anything. He has space calls all the time. He held a space call last night. He just threatened me. Now, pumping AST? What do you mean I'm pumping AST? That's a transfer agent. What planet are you from? Good Lord. Thank you for considering speaking with Drew. Many of us just want to understand the basis for everyone's varying ideas. He'll be civil. Well, that's one way these guys come on. They're all gentlemen. They're great. And then they slam. But I think frankly, over the years here, I've listened to everybody. I've tried to listen to every point of view. And I will consider it. But I don't think the promise to be civil is enforceable. I really don't. And I'm not interested in anything personal. And even more than that, what's the debate? What is the debate? I can see where the debate would be on all manner of approaches, but we're 600 days in. We know, everybody knows the lay of the land. My solution right now is I think every state should send a busload of people to Congress. And we should walk the hall as people. We should rent a hotel and a conference room and have senators and journalists and everybody there to talk. And it should be presentation, and it should be full-on television cameras beamed around the world. That's what I think, because I think Congress responds to people. The other thing I think should happen, which might scare the people that are helping the criminals, I think the SEC, FINRA, and Bill Clinton's self-regulation, I think the commodities, options, all of it, every bit of the U.S. financial markets should be put into a new cabinet position called the U.S. Secretary of U.S. Security Markets. And it should be a cabinet position. Anybody that works for it, it's a career. You can't spin out and you can't sell yourself to Gibson Dunn, and you can't sell yourself to Goldman Sachs for 20 years. And then I think the president, who's reelected or elected every 4 years, will be accountable to the people and investors. And the president has the mechanism to enforce laws outside of the corrupt, paid off tax sheet system we have now. And we have to waste our time with this. That's what thank you, Deacon Blues. You're doing fantastic. The brokers are obligated to match what NBH. Yes, that is true. That is true. But you know, one thing we're missing here, and I think the people on the other side are hoping for, Deacon, is that the stock market has been in a 42-year Goldilocks period. My opinion is we're going to have a blow-off rally to the top. It could last for 3 months. It could last for 18 months. It could even last longer. But when it collapses, I think the markets and the banks and the brokerage firms are going to be in a lot of trouble. And you're going to see brokerage firms bankrupt. And so, yes, the obligation is there. I'd rather own the real thing and get paid out on the margin all the stuff I deserve from the lawsuits than take the risk that my brokerage firm goes bankrupt and I don't get paid. Deacon, in the future financial crises, people are going to lose assets in their brokerage accounts. There's way too much trust of the brokerage system. And the other side is counting on that. Because then they don't, in bankruptcy, they don't have to pay out. Well, this is more silliness. McCabe said in the PR that open short positions should be reconciled. Okay. How? We've been saying it for 2 years. Patrick Burns said it, spent $30 million saying it. How is it going to be reconciled? At what price? When? Reconciling the short position doesn't mean you have to stand over with the victims. Get out of the victim line and get over in the line where you're taking control of your own financial life, and get where an oil company, private, can give you rates of return that maybe you've never experienced before. But it might not happen. I mean, it's not perfect. It's oil and gas. Things can go wrong. But if you're in the victim line, all you're going to get is, well, Greg McCabe said it, we should reconcile this. I'm waiting here to see the reconciliation. Congress reconciles it for you. And the recompense is $25. You split it with the lawyers. Why take that risk? What if the open short positions being reconciled is doing a reverse split, so a bunch of them miss? What if open short position being reconciled is some sort of shenanigans with trading and hiding it all again? Guys, the answer is own your private company. Tell McCabe to stay private. Tell McCabe not to dilute the stock by doing it at the prices the shorts want. I think McCabe's going to do that. I think you're with a guy that's actually fighting this crap. Deacon, you're ridiculous. He isn't being pushed. It's only fair to let someone defend. So Danielle, you're an AI. You're a bot. You're saying if Torch OG is at their broker, they do not have real shares. Yeah. Yeah. I'm saying it. I don't know if Deacon's saying it. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. But do you see, if anyone's still listening, do you see how complicated all this mental gymnastics, the winning of the point in the moment, it distracts you from winning the battle, from winning the war. This is what's going to go on. If you're in MMTLP, in courtrooms and hearings and in public forums, this kind of nightmare, I don't know where what the purpose of it is. This kind of back and forth is going to go on forever. Just own your stock. Then you don't have to deal with any of this shit. Deacon Blues says the only real shares are the shares at ASC, no matter if you were awarded the Torchlight dividend. Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't say it better than Deacon Blues. The only real shares are the shares at AST. And by the way, the people on the other side are trying to cloud that. They are trying to cloud that. There are 165,500,000 real shares. That's it. But we can't prove it because I've heard, Deacon might have an updated number. I've heard only about 65 million, and that's at the high end, I heard, have even transferred. Now, maybe that's old data, like a few months ago. Maybe it's changed since then. And by the way, that kind of response rate on moving your stock, and you expect affidavits to get a higher response rate? Affidavits are, I'm starting to lose my sanity. It's a personal preference. It's about personal preference. Yeah. People have a right to shoot themselves in the head. They have a right to become drug addicts. They have a right to walk into a buzzsaw. You're right. You're right. But you know what people don't have the right to do, Danielle? They do not have a right to cause FUD, fear, and destroy, make people freeze so that other people rely on that advice and don't have a full picture, and then are just caught in a horrible position without hope. The chance to make this investment really worthwhile is in the company. May not, but there are good indications. But guaranteed, MMTLP is worth nothing if the company doesn't work. That is guaranteed. That's what they're waiting for. And they're trying to destroy Nextbridge, in my judgment, by trying to get it to trade somewhere, somehow, so they can credit default swap and derivative and offshore and do anything. So that when Greg goes to the market to raise $50 million, it's at $1 instead of at $100. And it just goes on and on and on. It all becomes personal instead of talking about what is actually going on. I don't care, Daniel. You don't like me. You think I'm soulless or whatever the hell the other guy said. That's fine. It's about personal preference. Okay. People here, if you want to leave your shares at MMTLP, which has apparently been deleted, it doesn't own anything. It has no management. As far as I know, there's no lawsuit lawyers that are willing to work for free. It has all the energy of 65,000 people working hard, but even that too will fade. And if you're in MMTLP, you're just counting on the same system that cheated you to help you. But if that's your personal preference, do it. It's your opinion. It's your opinion. Go do it. But the biggest risk you have, you won't notice, in my judgment, the mistake you make until 165 million shares are over at AST. Once that happens, there's going to be a panic to move over. But once that happens, it's going to be clear you made the mistake. But anyway, that's my opinion. Do whatever you want. And we lost our choice. So Danielle is back to let's be angry. Let's be pissed off. Let's do nothing except rant and rail. Go to Congress because we didn't get a chance to trade on Friday and Monday. It's true. It's true. We didn't get it. But what is staying in MMTLP going to change about the fact that we didn't get our choice? I'm telling you, you have a choice now. And you're lucky, by the way. I thought it would be gone. But you have a choice to align yourself with a management team that seems to understand what's happening. And they seem to not want to dilute your shares with the criminals. They have the largest, according to their own material, the largest onshore new field discovery in recent times. We'll find out. You have a chance to make money. Do you want to sit and stare at your navel and talk about this forever? Or do you want to make money? Already 600 days have gone by. I can see another 600 days going by. But you know what the difference is if you own Nextbridge? In that time, they might drill 10 wells. In that time, the university lands might give them permission to start producing those wells. In that time, one of the Louisiana wells might come in, surprisingly. In that time, they may get a JV partner that allows them to develop the Oro Grande lickety split. Who the hell am I to say the only real shares are in AST? Okay. Because it's true. That's who the hell I am. Because it's true, Daniel. You're showing your ignorance. You're obviously paid or you're a bot. You're showing your ignorance. What's in it? What's in the DTC/AST are the shares that each of us own physically. So it says Daniel Jewell, 10,000 shares. And it's there. But then, Daniel, at Fidelity, at AST, at DTC, they show an entry for 5 million shares in the street name of Fidelity. But Fidelity, on its books and through its institutions, has allocated 100 million shares to its clients and through the prime broker. But they only have 5 million at DTC. Those are the real shares that the 5 million, and it's at AST. It's in Fidelity's name. The other entries in the Fidelity system own a piece of that. Call it 50 million that Fidelity sold, allowed to be purchased in its system without enforcing settlement, which is against the law. So they have 5 million at AST. That's real. 45 million or not, but you don't know which are which. So if that's your point, you might have a point. You don't know in any one account at Fidelity whose is real. But Daniel, you're showing you don't know what you're talking about. And maybe you should go bash on other stocks. Because with Nextbridge hydrocarbons, you don't do work, but you can look it up. They distributed 100, I think it's like something like 164,400,000 or 165,500,000, whatever it is. 165 million shares to AST. So Nextbridge as a private company had an obligation on, I think, December 14th to exchange 165 million shares of Nextbridge hydrocarbons real for 165 million shares of Mmtlp. Because it was private, that was done DTC AST. The only shares that are real are at AST. That's who the hell I am. Who the hell are you? Once AST is filled up, the shares at the brokers are the counterfeit shares. Yeah, see, Deacon knows you will be paid through an obligation warehouse if NBH ends up paid out. Yeah. Deacon Blues says it's so much better than I do. And the only thing I would add to it, it's likely that obligation warehouse is going to be done under the auspices of a court, but maybe not. But I would think with all those lawyers involved, they'll demand it to be done with a court. Why? Because they're going to ask for releases, and they're going to want it all to be clean. And you know what else? They're going to want to hide it. Their guys are going to want to hide it. But anyway, that's very well said. Danielle, that's completely uncalled for. Completely uncalled for. I'm not paid, Danielle. You are, I think, because that's in the Basher's Handbook. That it's described in the Basher's Handbook how you get paid, and you seem to be a basher. But I'm not paid. I can't speak for Ham or Deacon, but it is totally out of line. I think Deacon is here trying to help people, and frankly, Danielle, I recall a couple of times where I was intemperate with Deacon. So it's not his natural inclination to come support me if I'm wrong. And I don't mind it. By the way, I don't mind it. I don't mind being corrected. I don't mind if I'm wrong being told I'm wrong. You're not telling me I'm wrong. You're just saying you're basically saying meaningless things. So Daniel, I can't speak for anyone else. I don't know who you're asking. I'm not paid by AST. I'm not paid by Greg McCabe. I'm not paid by MMTLP. I'm not paid by Nextbridge. I wish I were. I wish I had a deal with them. I'd love to be associated with that crew. And at this moment, I'm wondering, what the hell am I doing still on this line? but I'm committed to finishing this so that when you go online, you can say, well, he doesn't have a spine. I'd be a weird looking creature without a spine, wouldn't I? Oh, when accusations fly, it sucks, William. I know. Are you in high school? Are you a man? Good Lord. All right, here's Deacon Blues. No, I'm not paid. I'm a very large holder of the real Nextbridge shares. Uh-oh. You know what that means, Deacon? When this is all over, I'll be lucky to call in and get your secretary. Oh, Deacon's on his yacht off of Costa Rica. Mmtlp says, Deacon, I believe the resolution will not be through the obligation warehouse. We can agree to disagree. That's fine. Doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I think it will be duped out. You're going to have at least the broker dealers. There's 104 of them. There'll be at least 2 brokers apiece, probably 3. That's 300 brokers. You're gonna have lawyers for the market makers. I'd say that's another 50. You're gonna have lawyers for the broker dealers. The prime brokers. That might be a handful. Let's call that 10. You're gonna have lawyers for the SEC, the FINRA, NASDAQ, Congress. For these racketeers, you're going to have lawyers for the offshore people doing this. You're going to have lawyers for the people facilitating the trading of monies. You're going to have lawyers for the research analysts possibly that get brought in. It's going to follow the money. Yeah, I think you're going to have 250, 300 lawyers easily. Then you're going to have lawyers on the Nextbridge side, our side maybe. You're going to have lawyers everywhere. So who cares where the resolution goes? What you have to know, everybody, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to catch you unaware. It's going to be done at first under the protection of, I think, a court, maybe Congress, or maybe the financial people do it, but I still think they'll go to a court because they can't keep a secret, the financial people. And they will work it out. And then it'll be public. And then it'll be aired probably in an S1, but it'll be aired. There'll be comment periods. There'll be questions. Anyway, and if it's done through an obligation warehouse, fine. If it's done through a court mandated system, fine. If it's done on top of the conference table and Greg McCabe says, I am willing to issue 1 billion brand new shares, but my price is $1,150. And on top of that, I require that you give the equivalent to any MMTLP shares that are still out there that aren't covered by my billion. But we'll do it here. We'll do it here, right on this conference table. I'm not going to walk out of the room without it being done. Because the Greg McCabe can say, the only real shares are going to be at the transfer agent, and I'm going to know about them. No more street name. Nothing through derivatives. Nothing offshore. The only shares are going to be at AST. But the problem is they've come in and bought AST. And so the crooked system is screwing with it again. And then they're doing a stock exchange with BlackRock out of Texas. The best thing McCabe would do is say, I'm going to use the transfer agent. We're going to have that book. And guess what? As soon as that's done, we're going to handle the bookkeeping ourselves. They'd probably hire someone to do it, but we're coming out of the system, boy. We're coming out of AST. We're coming out of Xquinity and whoever the hell bought Xquinity. We're coming out of the derivatives created on the Goldman Sachs desk. We're coming out of stocks trading in Dusseldorf. We're going private, boys. We have $1 trillion in cash. We'll keep our own records. We'll keep our own books. We'll keep our own physical shares. That's what McCabe should do. Get the F out of the system. I think the settlement is going to make Nextbridge not only the best funded and the most independent oil and gas company, it might make it one of the financial giants in the world because Nextbridge can get out of the corrupt U.S. markets altogether. They can be a market of one. Private. Screw Gensler. Ignore silly Friedman. Cook's irrelevant. Cromwell's irrelevant. And we're going to make money for our shareholders. But who cares if it goes through an obligation line? Okay, Jack Hamilton. And I'll say, sir, to you, Jack. Jack Hamilton, sir, I don't comment much, but when I do, I want to let you know you're soulless and you're not going to heaven. No, I'm just kidding. I don't comment much, but when I've done my own due diligence and I do agree with your view. I'm moving the last third of my Nextbridge shares out of Fidelity. Thank you for all your hard work and time. Jack, I really think that's great. And I thank you for I know you're not sucking up to me, but I appreciate the support in the face of this. Remember, Jack, we can be surprised. You know, I'm making an assumption that all the hard work everyone is doing, and I'm not privy to a lot of it, but all the hard work everyone's doing at Congress and elsewhere I believe it's moving forward. And someday the dam will break. The dam will break. And you can have a quantum leap. People can get arrested, for example. And maybe then something will happen. But I just see no risk to being at Nextbridge. And I think there'll be plenty of time to have optionality and choices. So I appreciate it. Deacon is asking if it's going to trade at Market Solution. Copy and paste. I like that answer. MMTLP will not trade again. Ham is my puppet master. Are we in the United States of America? Is this what modern education is generating? Is this why the country is woke? Is this why we have safe places? Danielle, when you can't steal, you're going to have a hard life. I would suggest, Jim Rogers says in the future, stockbrokers are going to drive taxi cabs and farmers are going to drive Maserati. Danielle, I suggest you learn another line of work. There's not a lot of high watt bulbs upstairs there shining out. And I think you're going to be at a severe disadvantage when the financial markets collapse. I don't know what you're going to do. But I do it soon because you're not getting any younger. And my guess is your skills, I don't know, be a maitre d', wait tables. I used to do that stuff. I'm not picking on anybody that does it. I used to wait tables. You have no critical thinking ability. You don't write well. As far as I can tell, you have no people skills. So I don't know what you're going to do in the new world. I guess there's these games you can do online and make money. Maybe poker. That might be one thing. You go into online poker where personality doesn't matter. Okay, John Croissant, John Platinum Croissant. Finger price to book is 12. You're paying 12 times book value to buy a share of Finger. That's a good point. I don't know where you got the book value number. And if you don't mind, I'm not going to look it up because I'm tired. That's actually a very good point. John, reading that, I think that's expensive. Reading it, I think it's expensive. But when you see NVIDIA at 72 times book, and I think the average now is 35 or 40 times. No, that's the PE. Sorry, I'm mixing it up with PE. I think 12 times book value is pretty high. However, this is not an asset-rich company. It's a contract-rich company, and I always make fun of companies with contracts, I know. But their contracts are, as we've gone through it. And so far, John, Finger was under the assault of Lynn Partners and their clients. But I think that Martin Shen and his team did a pretty good job of taking that money, even though it was expensive, even though it destroyed share prices. But one positive is they took that money and they were able to do the revenue of buying minutes at a discount over and over and over again. They raised some money from another investor and they were able to buy those minutes over and over again. It's low margin. So it didn't put a lot of net asset value on the books. But what it did is it built up their revenue. It built up their credibility with the Chinese government and other relationships. And I'm not going to, I have a number in mind. I want to say what they spend, their CapEx, so to speak, every year is like 30 million. Is that possibly true? Or it was last year? But their revenue was more than that. So they're free from the clutches of the pimps on Wall Street. So now, John, what I look forward, they're monetizing very soon. What does that mean? I'm not positive. But they're going to monetize their big data, first with insurance. They're going to have their Apple Care revenue. They're now going in the 5G in two aspects. One is rich contact messaging, but the other is Apple Care, which maybe I already said. And then they're going to expand their Netflix of Southeast Asia, and they're expanding a couple other things. I'm tired. Their big data, though, isn't just for insurance companies. Big data can be for marketing. Big data can be for government surveillance. Big data can be for almost anything. So there could be other contracts that come in. But yeah, I just with that one metric, 12 times book value sounds high. But let me make a prediction. Over this year, our 2024, over Fingers 2025, I think the book value per share is going to go up. And if Lynn Partners were still involved, what they'd be doing, even with all the positives, they'd be increasing the number of shares outstanding. So the book value per share would be going down, even though the story got better. They're not as scared of good stories. They're not scared of fundamentals because they can sell and cheat and counterfeit. And Gary Gensler says it's okay. And Wagman says we don't need to track it. And then the boo birds are paid to come on and make everyone feel foolish. But they keep printing shares. I don't think that's going to happen here, John. Finger has 50 million shares outstanding. 50 million shares outstanding. I want you to think about what would happen if the revenues of Finger started being $100 million every year, or more than that, with higher margin business, how quickly they could build up their book value without expanding shares very much from here. Tell these guys how many shares Drew Diligence owned, Beacon says. Copy and paste. Is Drew Schilster watching this? I didn't say that, Danielle or Daniel. I didn't say that. That's copy and paste. He's saying something while Drew's not here to defend himself. And we all know Drew never attacks others when they're not there. I think McCabe will spearhead the solution. Yes, I think that's true. You finally said something I agree with. But if we don't give, which is in our control to do, by the way, we don't have to beg for blue sheets. We don't have to subpoena. It is in our control to give McCabe a share count. Not only is it a count, it is a real share cap table. It's a real book that he can bring in triplicate to Congress. And then when McCabe is spearheading, he can have a real spear rather than a rubber spear. What do you want for nothing? Rubber biscuits? I highly doubt Drew owns any shares, copy paste says. GME price to book is 3. You're paying 3 times book value per share. All right, that's a good number. But remember, John, you can't use one metric. You can't use one metric. But that's a valid point. I'm trying to think of one. What company I can show you? Anyway, I'm too tired, but I'm sure you can find an oil company, maybe Chevron or something, that's trading under book value. Its book value is one metric. Growth is another. Growth is another. Look at NVIDIA. What's its book value? I don't know. I don't have time to look. So, but what you're saying is that book value gives you some protection to the downside, and I agree with that. But John, one thing about that book value as it pertains to GME, there is a moral I don't know if it's a financial obligation, but right now it is on the books annually, and there are revenues, But I'm not sure in this commercial real estate crisis and in the change of shopping patterns, if having so many retail locations around the country is truly going to be profitable, cost-free in the future. So I don't know the word to use, but there's an implied liability on GME's books that they're going to have to break leases everywhere. So their book value might be a little smaller than you think, if that happens. And then you're counting on they're going to spend the cash in a way that makes it worth more. But you're right. It's a good point. Thank you, Amjad. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Your kind words mean more than you know. I mean it. I mean it. I'm looking down again just to move quickly, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's not to me, Daniel, so I'll let you carry your own water on that. Deacon Blues, yes, but McCabe can't help anyone who does not transfer to AST. Yay, yay, yay. That's exactly. I wish Deacon Blues were on this side of my screen. That's all my point is. I will have to be handled by the DTCC. And why let the system who screwed you save you? That's like that joke that Norm Macdonald had. He said, O.J. Simpson has a new book out, How I Would Have Died to Save Nicole. And then he said, isn't it to bad luck? The only person who would have died for you kills you. Why would you go trust the system? AMC, Paulo asks, AMC, what do you think of popcorn? Romans 10:9. If you confess with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. That's how simple it is to know that you're going to go to heaven. Well, I hope so. I also think, and I'm so much older than you guys, and I look back and I feel like I wasted a lot of time. I wish I had all the fun sins I read about, but there's other sins that aren't so fun. But one of them, God, you look at people like, Jimmy Carter. Look at all he accomplished. All he accomplished. But anyway, I think I'll tell you what, I think that it will be grace. It will be grace. I like that answer. I feel like I already answered these. Well, no, John, that's a static measure. But if they have to spend $1 billion to break their leases in their business plan, that price to book could fall. The price of the stock could be up, but it's only one measure. It's also growth. It's their burn rate. It's all those things. But let me see if there's one more. Okay, so for the quarter ended March 2024, Chevron's book value was $87.64. Chevron is selling for 152. So I did find you one. I found you a cheaper stock by book value. And I'm not going to look for more because I want to end this. But Chevron pays a dividend of 4%. Chevron has a PE ratio of 14 or less. Chevron has a truly huge market cap. You can't short it. They have $279 billion worth of market cap. The high, I'm having a hard, the high in the year is 172. The low 139 is trading at 152. So I just found you a cheaper stock based on book value. But obviously people aren't as excited about Chevron as GME because there's a lot of dreams going on with GME. There's cash. I like the story long term of GME. I'm not against it, John. I actually think the price to book ratio right now of GME is high. I think it'll contract. Why? Because what's the plan? And they're still shorting it. But we'll see. I take your point, John, and I do appreciate it. We just confess our sins to Jesus. He forgives us our sins, and he transfers his salvation to us, and we go to heaven when we die, as long as we live a righteous and holy life before God. Well, I think that's all true. That's why I read the 10 Commandments today. I tried to read the Jewish version because I don't quite understand it, but I think you're right about the righteous and holy life. But I also think maybe there's an aspect of living that we have to learn how to be good neighbors up in heaven. But I went just on the confession. I went in for my first confession in a long time. Now it's been a while ago, and I had a wonderful priest. I waited in line, and I had met a priest out drinking on a date 10 years ago, maybe longer, and we went to a speakeasy, and I was having fun with her. She went over and talked to someone else, but I'm sitting next to a priest and he's drinking his complicated drink. I think he was smoking. That's my image of it. But maybe they were allowed to smoke. I don't know. Maybe it was a cigar. I don't know. But anyway, I started talking to the priest because this is not a new affliction of mine that I worry about this. And I said, Father, I haven't been to confession. I think it was I said it's 30 years. And I started talking about some of the things, and I was in my cups too. My date was over flirting with someone else, but she came back over. And I went on, in my way, I went on and on. And then he looked at me, he said, well, I said, so Father, I don't know what to do, and I'm worried, and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to do it. So he looked at me, he said, well, my son, he's probably my age, but he said, my son, if you do go to confession, let me give you a little advice. I said, yes, Father. He said, keep it short. So I recently went, I'd say, it could be 2 months ago. And maybe long, I don't know, whatever, my memory. But anyway, I went and there was a line. And I got in and I told the priest, I said how many years, bless me, Father, for I've sinned. And I said, I'm not sure I remember everything and I don't know what I'm doing. And I won't tell you the rest. But he said, well, you haven't murdered anybody, have you? I said, no. He said, well, why don't you just hit the highlights? So I did. And he was a very kind man. He said, well, your sins are forgiven. And he said, say 4 Hail Marys, or was it 5? Maybe it was 5 Hail Marys. Say 5 Hail Marys, 1 for each decade you missed confession, and pray for peace, world peace. Pray for peace in the world. And that was it was wonderful. And so I talk a lot about peace if you don't notice. But anyway, I have a feeling we're also supposed to try to do things maybe here too. I don't know. Copy and paste. McCabe says we need to transfer. Anyone saying we shouldn't is either a shill or a gullible fool. Team Drew opposes Nextbridge and McCabe. Copy and paste. Thank you for joining in. I'm not positive who you are. I kind of know. I don't know who Deacon Blues is, but I've gotten to know him. But I really appreciate the succinctness of what you just said. McCabe says we need to transfer. Anyone saying we shouldn't is either a shill or a gullible fool. Team Drew opposes Nextbridge and McCabe. Daniel, my brother is on the plane. Daniel, can you call your mother and ask her if she'll take you back? And you want to rework some of your childhood. Start maybe at age 5, 6, and just start again. Ask her if she'll help you start again. I think it'll do you well. Deacon Blues. Daniel, you seem to be a very unpleasant person. Congratulations, if that's what you were going for. Faye Kedids, breadwinner, is copy and paste. I don't know Faye Kedids, and I don't know Faye Katids. I don't know how to say it, and I don't know breadwinner. Pharaoh. Richard said 190 once lawsuit is filed. 190. Do you think it'll take longer than 6 months? He sees most cases resolve in 90 days. Oh, 90 days. Look, Pharaoh, I'm a little bit closer to that now. And so I want to surprise the shorts. I want to surprise the criminals. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, and I'm not saying it's going to be quick. But what I am saying is I'm committed to trying to get a resolution. And when I say what the hell? I don't want to name any other names. My role in it, my little role in it, but for my part in it, I'm committed to getting something accomplished so that we can draw a line in the sand. This is day 0, and let's get to work. And I came up with a slogan, $9 in 9 months. I don't know if that might be aggressive, but I'd like to try it. So the sooner we can, you know, make everybody happy and move on, I think that would be good. And I, for one, never intend to reverse split. Never. Even if the deal's good, I don't want to reverse split, and I don't want to do a deal with the criminals. But we'll see. We'll see. Daniel, makes sense. Nobody else would listen. Oh, come on. That's breadwinner doxing. Everyone is. I don't even know what doxing means, so I don't know how to answer that. John Rambo, thank you, young man. You know, there's a couple things I'm reacting to you. It takes courage to stand with somebody, even in this kind of forum, and I really appreciate it. It actually means more to me, that kind of willingness. What's the word? Loyalty? That's the wrong word. But that willingness just simply to stand next to someone, it means the world to me, and I really appreciate it. The other thing is, I appreciate your what's the word, validation, I guess, of my thought process, because sometimes when I'm sitting here listening to all this, I'm starting to go, am I missing something here? Am I? Because to me, it's so blazingly obvious. I can't believe there's another side to the issue. So I don't know if I'm right or not. So I appreciate that. So Rambo John says, hey, Will, there seems to be a lot of these Twitter voices in here tonight trying to trip you up. These cowards will never come under their own names. I stand with your logic, Will. Well, and John, I'm going to finish it tonight, and I'm going to try never to get bogged down with this group about this guy. I will talk about MMTLP, but I feel very strongly, John, that we don't have to be a victim in the case of MMTLP. And we certainly are being granted by, I think, I don't know, by people's inertia, we're granted a chance to go claim our real asset over at Nextbridge without a lawsuit. I can't imagine people don't want to go over there without a lawsuit and go get our asset. I just think it's amazing. Deacon Blues, MMTLP, do you seriously want to have a claim against your broker? Sounds like fun. I agree. Daniel, I believe people should leave other names out of their mouth when they aren't present to debate the dispute. That'd make for a pretty confusing conversation. So I can't talk about Gary Gensler. I can't talk about Adina Friedman. I can't talk about Greg McCabe. Can't talk about anyway, you get my point. The problem with your thought process, Daniel, is we have to use names. We have to use names. Well, there's a person on Twitter who came out and said this, and then he said this. I'm not going to say who it is because he's not here to defend himself. Come on. You know what I feel about it, Daniel? People that go on Twitter and take advantage of new investors, scared investors, hurt investors by misleading them and playing to their fears and using information that is verifiably incomplete. And I would say mostly false. Bullying, freezing them, Why should that be allowed when they cannot even defend themselves because they don't have the information to understand it? If you couch sheep, you can shear them, and then they can die in the corner, or you can slowly walk them up to their slaughter. I'm sorry, Daniel. I will speak out, and I'll use names when I'm referencing. If you put your tweet out there under your name and it goes to thousands of people, I assume I can say, according to this tweet, look, Daniel, I read today, I'm probably not going to find it quickly. No, I'm not. But I read an article today. I said who wrote it. I really think, Daniel, you have to call your mother and redo your childhood training. Copy and paste says, Drew, keep it up and we can release your arrest records. Men shouldn't inappropriately. I'm not going to read that. Copy and paste. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. But thank you. I'm going to put a bracket around that. Daniel, where is this coming from? The grifter Bazile? What, why are you here? Daniel, why are you here? I can almost understand. Initially, you were here, I think, asking for me to debate. I think I've been debating, but and then you wanted the other side. But where's all this coming from? I'm telling you, I'll go through this time. If it happens again, and I'm sound like a parent or something, but I'm not going to put up with this kind of very negative, non-helpful. I don't understand, Daniel. Mmtlp isn't trading, so bashing it, making people scared, you can't day trade it. So how is this helping you? I hope, and I'm going to try to put my thoughts in a succinct letter. I want to get across to Greg McCabe, please do not trade in any fashion whatsoever. So if that's the case, what are you doing all this for? Are you trying to come up with a solution for people? I don't think Mark Bazile is a grifter. Maybe you know something I don't know. As far as I know, I mean, I don't like a couple of the settlements he arranged, but my understanding that was the CEOs. But as far as I know, he's gotten in black and white, and he's gotten into courthouses and into the record that some of your friends up in Clam Island, New York, the Kramer brothers, were breaking usury laws. So they came down to here to Virginia. But now he's got a lawsuit going that's trying to pierce the arbitration clause. Do you know how many lawyers won't even attempt that? He's also trying to attempt to pierce, Daniel, if you pay attention to your clients behind you. They rely on these agreements. He's trying to break those. He also has some other strategies. So I really don't appreciate, I don't know Mark Bazile well. I've spoken to him many times. I'm impressed with his actions. And by the way, I really know his real name. So I don't appreciate, and I mean it. I'm not going to accept aspersions against Mark Bazile again. I'll listen to, if you have something to say that is founded in some reasonableness, we all have to listen. but not trying to tear down individuals. Deacon Blues, again, I believe McCabe will effectuate a comprehensive solution. Well, somebody has to be Dagny Tabbert. Might as well be Greg McCabe. Deacon Blues, the S1 stated we didn't need to ask to transfer AST. It was all supposed to be automatic. The problem, again, you say in a few words what it takes me a long time. It was meant to be automatic. It was meant to be automatic. And the proof that there's a problem is that it wasn't automatic. But I don't think it's, and I don't think this is what you're saying, Deacon. I don't think that it suffices to sit at our table while everyone else is getting served and we're sitting there because our waiter forgot to bring our dinner. We have to raise our hand and say, Garçon. They didn't do it automatically. And in fact, Deacon, I don't think they allowed it for quite a while. But all of a sudden, we can do it right now. And I just don't understand why we wouldn't initiate it ourselves and go claim our property while it's there. I would much rather do that than get lost in a lawsuit with Wall Street or with Gibson Dunn on the other side. I wouldn't have the money to fight it anyway. But you're right. It is the proof of the overage. Absolutely. Absolutely. Copy, I'm going to skip that one because I really don't want to put that up there. Hey, flying bus driver, for your own sanity, Bill, ignore Daniel Jewell. He doesn't like your opinion and apparently just wants to stir the pot. Not worth your energy, time, or breath. I agree. This time I'm doing it because on the Twitter Spaces, I was given an ultimatum or whatever you call it. Show your spine. Come on and debate Drew or something. Then I got a ultimatum directly from Drew saying you have 15 hours to respond and be on but I didn't read the rest of it. I have no idea what the rest said. So I guess he held a space call last night to, I guess, ridicule me and speak of me without me being present. But anyway, I bus driver, I didn't have the energy to do all that. And then I just received before I went on some message from him that said, see there, if you ever, I didn't read the rest of it. But I really feel, flying bus driver, this is not about me, and it shouldn't be about Drew. It really shouldn't. You know, after all this is done, if people say, who was that guy? I forget that guy. He used to have lives. That'd be just as fine. Yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, I came on because I saw this string of texts. I won't mention names, but it basically boiled down to a question. What if you're at AST and Mmtlp starts trading and you won't be able to go back over? And there are a bunch of responses. And even John Berta stuck up for Drew, which I appreciate. I don't, like I said on my video, I don't know Drew. Might be a great guy. Might be wonderful to hang out with. But I didn't think that advice was fair. And to the extent that people on Twitter are listening and acting on the advice to stay in MMTLP, I think it can be very hazardous to their financial health even further than where we already are. If you own the stock, I think you can get you can end up having a happy experience. Of course, nothing's going to be happy about the last 2 years and all the personal lives lost, the health loss, the pain, the houses, the long sleepless nights. It's horrible. Horrible. But if you stay in MMTLP, I can see a situation where you're going to be sitting on the end of the sidewalk saying, but I listened to that advice. They said if I stayed in MNTLP, I would have options. They said there'd be a settlement. They said I would. And you could be sitting there in Winosville. I don't know. Maybe it'll all work out just fine over at MMTLP. But let me tell you something, everybody. If Nextbridge is worth nothing, MMTLP will be worth nothing. The criminals are stretching this out, hoping MMTLP fails. You know, the number one thing each of us can do right now to resolve our own situation? The number one thing we can do to help Nextbridge succeed is help McCabe get his real shares allocated so that his corporate books are true and correct, and he can get a settlement, and then he can move away from this corrupt system. And he can stop listening to cajolers, flatterers, pretenders, liars, and he can stop being vulnerable to a system which destroyed Torchlight and other companies, and a system that can suck Nextbridge down too. Let's give Greg McCabe the power of knowing his own shareholders, and let's give him the power of negotiating a deal for all of us. Let's give him the power of being able to say to Wall Street, being able to say to investment bankers, being able to say to the fronts, being able to say to convertible notes, being able to say to market makers, being able to say to prime brokers, being able to say to the SEC, sayonara, suckers. I got it from here. We're going to be a private company, and we're going to do our in-house books and our in-house market and our stock ourselves. MMTLP. I'm gonna finish today, but lay off flying bus driver. I'm just telling you. I will stand with flying bus driver. MMTLP, flying bus driver. I agree Daniel has a different opinion. Your assertion. Only people that are jerks use these words. Your assertion. Your assertion as to his motives says more about you than him. In my opinion, your comment is not worth Williams' energy, time, and breath. MMTLP. If you ever criticize flying bus driver here again, I'm just telling you. Today, you got a free pass. I'm going to finish this unless my computer freezes. I'm going to finish this. Copy and paste. William, don't allow Drew, Jack, I don't know that one. Faye, Daniel, around. Oh, I didn't read the end of it. Well, One of the great horrors in this life is to take the innocence from children. And so let's remember to pray for all the children in war zones around the world. Deacon Blues, Jewel, Bazile Grifter, finally we agree on something. So Deacon, I'll have to talk to you at some point. I don't know how to, but I have to talk to you. Hey, how do we know the people telling us to transfer aren't waiting to sue and aren't in AST themselves? Show receipts that you're in AST yourself if you're giving financial advice to go there. Number one, Faye, many times as you say it, I'm not giving financial advice. I'm giving my opinion. I have said repeatedly that people need to seek their own counsel, and people are free to do whatever they want to do. So we'll take care of that. I don't know how to show receipts that I'm at AST, but I can show you that when I called E-Trade, they set up an account for me at AST, and they told me they couldn't transfer the shares to AST, but they transferred them to me. That's 1,264 Nextbridge. And that was done. If you see down here, March 28th, and it says there 1,264. Okay. Same account, same bat channel. It's hard to see, but that's my name. I'll give you the amount down here. $3,005 shares, August 1, 2023. So fake headed. I don't know how to show you that my physical shares are registered at AST, but to my knowledge, the only place physical shares are registered is with AST. So I hope that helps. And now, how do we know the people telling us to transfer aren't waiting to sue? Sue who? Sue who? Sue the people that moved to AST? I'm not sure that makes sense to me. So sue Nextbridge? That doesn't make sense to me. How do we know the people telling us to transfer aren't waiting to sue? To sue you? Faye, it doesn't make sense. And I'm not, I just showed you I'm in AST. So I just showed you I'm in it. Daniel says, at least we have that, Deacon. Mmtlp says, Deacon Blues, nice to see you two agree on something. Faye says, RNAST themselves. I think I proved that again. MMTLP, I agree with you that McCabe is the solution here. Hey, we have a point of agreement, but I also think we have to help McCabe. What's wrong with being a mailman? What are you, Faye? What are you? What's wrong with being a mailman? Kind of weird. Weird thing to say. Daniel, I'm not transferring to AST, but anyone else do what you want. It's your decision. But I will not be told it's the only way. Okay. Not a single person knows the direction this will go. Okay. I think the idea of leaving your money in a placeholder that has no value, maybe that's the way to go. Not financial advice. Financial charge. Does she charge? John Rambo. All right, I'll say it again. Thank you, John. None of this is legal advice. But my whole video from start to beginning, as you know, is my own opinion. It's in my judgment. It's with my best knowledge and belief. And it's not legal advice. It's not financial advice. Do what you want to do. Seek advice. And I would suggest that if you want to cover all bases, tune in to the next Drew Diligence, what do you call them, space call, and you'll hear everything on all angles, and you'll get a pretty good idea why you should not take my advice. Thank you, John. False hopes. Deacon Blues. Daniel, correct. It's not the only way. I don't think William thinks it's the only way. He knows brokers are liable along with the DTC. Yeah, exactly. The only thing I'm really saying, I guess it's two things. Really, I'd like to help us help ourselves by arming Greg McCabe with a real cap table and the real shareholder count. I mean, why do we have to be here cajoling, begging, blue sheets, subpoenaing? We can create our own share count. Not everybody has to do it, by the way. Not everybody. If there's a 600 million shares out, we don't need everybody to do it. 20% of the people, it's fine. So, but I wouldn't want me. I wouldn't want to be a part of the 80% that didn't get in once the 20% fill it all up. I think then you're going to really regret it, but I hope not. I hope not. There can be a resolution that everybody comes out just fine. And by the way, interestingly, on my second amount, that's what I was prepared to do. I was so thrilled to get it. But the other thing is, I want to help Greg, but the other thing is, why, somebody said choice, why leave the only solution as whether or not there's a settlement, whether it's Congress, legal, the finance system? Why leave that as your only solution when you could have the solution being that you own a real company that could give you a big rate of return? There's no guarantees. And you have the return from these the legal, congressional, and/or financial settlement. Why would you eliminate the possibility of making money in a great company? Why do you eliminate that? Just because you're miffed that they didn't transfer automatically? Just because you're miffed they didn't give us 2 days trading? I have to say, I don't get it. I do not get why you would give away your right to participate in what could be a great company. And is a great company as far as I can tell. It's a great idea. They have the largest new field discovery in North America, I think for the last few decades. There's still a lot of slip between lip and cup and lip, but I don't know why you would decide willingly that your only bet you're going to make to get your money back or get a return is to go with settlements. You're then going to rely on lawyers that you don't know. You're going to rely on a community that's at each other's necks. You're going to rely on others paying the legal bills, which may or may not happen. You're going to rely that Congress is not bribed and will listen. You're going to rely that the financial system doesn't own Congress. You're going to rely that the regulators actually care. I suppose if an outside group like the police department or one like that, attorney general up in New York that just went after Trump, maybe he would go after something. I don't know. Or maybe the IRS gets involved and there's some real arrests. I mean, there are some things that might come in, but you're going to rely solely on courts, lawyers, and a financial system that's already screwed you to not only give your money back, but maybe give you a profit solely through a chit, through MMTLP, through the settlement process. Why wouldn't you expose yourself? It's for free. It's for $80. You don't have to sue anybody. You don't have to have money to sue. You're as rich as Rockefeller right now. You can move your shares for $80. And you can participate in what essentially is a private placement in the largest, potentially, the largest new field discovery onshore. And with a team, if they make the right steps, you could see miraculous rates of return on your investment. Why wouldn't? It's for free. It's available. You know, at the beginning of this, we were worried we wouldn't have a chance. We were also worried we didn't get our short squeeze. But here it is for free. You don't need a judge. You don't need Congress. You don't need a journalist. You don't need a lawyer. All you have to do is call your broker dealer and say, I want to move my MMTLP to ASD. I want to move it to Nextbridge. And probably within 6 weeks, you'll have it. Why would you only leave your money with a chit? Why would you leave? I'm trying to think of an analogy. Why would you leave your Cadillac with the mechanic for 6 months and all you have is a chit, and you go on a trip into Mongolia where they have no phones and you cannot contact it, and you just assume your Cadillac will be there when you get back? Why? I don't understand the rationale of putting yourself at this risk. You're hoping for the goodness of the system which cheated you. You're hoping that a legal system which is going to have massively priced lawyers against you who've been through this before. And you're going to have that they're going to settle. So you're not going to get what you want, and you're going to have to sign a release. Or you're waiting on the financial system to do it. The only reason the financial system is going to do it is if Nextbridge is worth money. Otherwise, they have nothing. These guys are trying to buy time. So you have nothing. Why are you sitting there? I understand that they took away training. It's like, I don't know, it's like you're out hunting with your friends and you're standing there. I'm not a hunter, so I don't know how to make it up. I would never hunt a deer or whatever you want to shoot, a pheasant. You're there, you're ready to shoot, you're all excited, and somebody accidentally shoots you. And that was, you would have won the contest with that pheasant. You fall back and they continue hunting because they have the scorecard of pheasants and they have a celebration. They go out afterward. But you sit there on the ground and you say, hey, I almost had that pheasant and I was ready to bag 10 more, but someone shot me and it stopped. I missed out. And then you just sit there. You're thinking about it, arguing about it, create a community, debate it, and you sit there and you bleed out. You just bleed out. It's all over. Why wouldn't you get up? Stop thinking the fact is, I missed that. Get up, walk back to the driver and say, could you take me back to the air-conditioned base? And I'd like to get the first aid kit. And you go on with life. Why do we wallow in the fact that we missed the 2 days? I agree it was bad. And then it wasn't transferred automatically. And I'm not picking on Deacon Blues, but that's one attitude. Hey, FINRA should have done it. And if I do it myself, then I let FINRA off the hook. I understand the idea. But why are we sitting there bleeding out, hoping a nurse comes? Why don't we get up, get over to the base, the camp, and help ourselves? Why do you wait for a settlement that could be small? It could be forever. It might not happen. And if the idea is if you go to AST, you're going to be in Nextbridge and Nextbridge might not work out, well, then I guarantee you Mmtlp is not worth anything. The way to get the financial system to nail the shorts, catch them out so they don't walk on Broadway again, is to help McCabe. Prove that this problem really exists. And if we prove this problem exists with Mmtlp, it will be the first time that Congress will see it. The Washington Post will see it. Bloomberg will see it. Roaring Kitty will see it. Charlie Payne will see it. Gary Gensler will see it. Hillary Clinton will see it. They'll have to do something. It's big. But instead, you're being told, just lie back, bleed out. Let's get up, put a bandage on our pain. Because by the way, I am not dismayed. The things I've heard about what people are going through is terrible. I will say in my own way, I've suffered too. But this isn't about me. I mean, obviously, I'm the only one talking, so in a way it is, but I don't want it to be. Let's get up and help ourselves. Let's not be victims. And let's give ourselves a chance not only to get rich. This guy, Deacon Blues, is probably going to be the next wealthy story. But you know what? As an added benefit, we might bring a prime broker down. We might bring a ring of these counterfeiters down. We might, just might, be able to get these people who collude with each other manipulate stock prices, commit wire fraud, break laws across state lines, cheat on taxes. Maybe we'll have another Bernie Madoff. If that doesn't give you motive to move your MMTLP, I don't know what will. Flying bus driver, of course you're entitled to your opinion, as is Daniel Jewell. Attacking Bill for him expressing his opinion says a lot about you. I said nothing about Daniel Jewell's motives. Please quote me. It's good to see you here, flying bus driver. I hope everything's going well, particularly in the air. Particularly in the air. He said that it's the only way. Daniel Jewell, I really think you need, maybe you don't need to go back to childhood. Maybe you just need to go back to, I don't know, writing English. You need to learn to hear and think critically. I didn't say it's the only way. I do think it is the way. Maybe when I'm talking, I say it's the only way to do it. But let me be clear, Daniel, for you sainted child of the safe places and you know, everything has to be mollycoddled and just right. I respect your choice. If you think the best way is to walk off the cliff, walk off the cliff. If you think the best way is to stay down by the beach while a category 5.5 hurricane hits, stay at the beach. But I'll tell you what, Daniel, if you're down at the beach and I know that hurricane's coming, I'm going to tell the other people around you that I think the only thing they should do is get the hell off the beach. Drive, baby, drive. Get inland and get upland. And I'll respect your right to tell them not to. I'll respect your right to stay at the beach. But if you're asking me to allow really bad advice from you and Drew and others, in my judgment, partially, I don't know all the advice. I don't know all the advice. I'm seeing a lot of it tonight. Just like that hurricane, if my job is to be down there while you tell everyone else, hey, it's all right, don't worry about it. 5 magnitude, 5.6 hurricane, whatever the term is, category 5.6 coming. Don't worry about it. We'll be safe. And my job, because you're there, is to not tell them that I think they should get the H out of there. We're just not in, we're not in the same time zone, you and me. And if I say in my urgency, the only way to save yourself is to get off the beach, that's not saying, hey, here's a gun, and if you don't move, I'm going to shoot you. No. It's the only way to save yourself. That's my opinion. But the only thing to do, maybe, is stay at the beach. Yeah, Daniel, I'm not really. Are you a child or are you a robot? The more I talk with you, it's like the densest experience I've ever had. Yeah, Deacon Blues, William knows it's not the only way. And Deacon also said nobody knows how this is going to get cleaned up. I agree with that. I have no idea. Hey, Jerome. Yeah, my frog t-shirt from Costa Rica. Daniel, not attacking William for his opinion here. It's the accusations that he has made about others, what he should be held accountable for in the debate. Oh, God, it's tedious. I have said that people have given bad advice. I have suggested that Drew doesn't own MMTLP. I've been corrected on that. I've been now told he owns MMTLP. Sorry, Nextbridge. I don't know. Does he own the stock or not? Is it the MMTLP? I have said I don't know who Drew is. I don't know what else to do here. I'm so bored with this conversation. I can't believe it. What do I need to be held accountable for? That I think the advice that moving MMTLP to AST, you're going to miss out when MMTLP trades, that advice is wrong? That advice is wrong. That I said that a lot of Drew's advice, and yours, frankly, if followed, is going to help the shorts. Maybe it's intentionally. Maybe it's because you don't know better. But it's my opinion. You have another opinion. I think people have heard your opinion for 600 days. I know they've heard Drew's loud and clear every day. Space call, talk over people, attack on a queen of trades. Just beyond the pale. Last night, he couldn't have his way, hold a space call about me. I have a feeling Drew can defend himself. So, and I know he's done it. And you know what? If he wants me to debate his accusations, I don't care. Make the accusations. Make his argument. People will listen. I don't care that we're going to win a debate. I don't care about a debate. What a silly thing. What I care about is that people may take the steps to get out of this nightmare they're in. These shares, the real shares, could maybe not change people's life, but it could give people real money. MMTLP just gives them a chance at a settlement. And if you don't think Wall Street is aligned against a big settlement, you haven't been paying attention. It's really bad advice. And if that is somehow something I need to be accountable for, I'm accountable for my advice. Save yourself. Let me put it as succinctly as I can. It is my recommendation, not legal, not financial advice, that you run, not walk, and move your MMTLP to Nextbridge as soon as you can, while it's free, while it's available. And if you listen to the drivel that you're given options and that you're better off in MMTLP, I don't want to say you deserve what's coming. I really don't. Let me say it differently. Don't be surprised if you're holding a losing hand. It's all about probabilities. It's all about putting yourself in a position to win. I want you to win in this. I don't want you to be a victim. I don't want you to listen to people that enjoy you being a victim. And stand to benefit from it. Maybe. Can't prove anything. Whole thing is, William, prove it, prove it, prove it. But on the other side, they operate in the shadows. But if you're going to get out of this, you have to make some solid assumptions. And you're not going to prove everything, but you have to act. Move your shares. Why? Why move your shares? Because if the settlements don't work, if the legal takes forever and you can't afford it, if the financial system doesn't do anything, or if it takes forever, if Congress takes forever, If people get arrested and the IRS or the I don't know, that some police department somewhere, the FBI comes and arrests somebody, and it starts a long process, and it calls for congressional hearings. You don't know, you still don't know what the settlement's going to be. You still don't know how long it's going to take. You still don't know how to answer the question. Daniel, am I to understand that you had, from at least according to this data, you had at least from August 1st, 2023 until June 13th to ask for your shares, and you didn't do it? Am I to understand that? Well, yes, yes. I was told that MMTLP gave more optionality, and I was also told that it's my choice. My choice. They were trying to take my choice away from me. He was pushing me into Nextbridge and AST. So I wanted to exercise my choice to stay at MMTLP. Okay, sir, we understand. We hear all that. But are we to understand for a period of almost a year that we know of here, 11 to 12 months, you never once asked for your property? Well, they were supposed to automatically do it. It's unfair what they've done. It's just unfair. Yes, sir, we understand that. But again, am I to understand that this is so important to you, that you have so much money at risk here, that this has changed your life, and you want to have a chance to get your money back and maybe make money on this investment? Am I to understand, Mr. Jewell? Based on the evidence here, it might be longer, but for at least the time frame of August 1, 2003 through June through now, June, halfway through June, you had the ability to ask for your property, your shares of Nextbridge, fulfilling the only obligation Wall Street had to you, and you didn't ask. You didn't try to get your property. You're telling me, Mr. Jewell, that you have studied this and you happen to know that there are massive overages. So much so that you believe Wall Street is going to have to pay off because of those overages. But are we to understand, Mr. Jewell, that you are before Congress or before this court asking for this reward or this payout when you did not claim the real value when you had a chance? Let me phrase that differently, Mr. Jewell. You are saying that we, Wall Street, we, the court, we, FINRA, owe you $250,000. Are you telling me we owe you $250,000 and you had 12 months to claim $250 directly from the asset? Mr. Jewell, did you graduate anywhere in your life? This is an insane request. You had a chance for a year to go claim $250,000 that belonged to you. And now you're before court asking us to give you $250,000, but you never claimed yours. I really think, Daniel, I will be held accountable for my point of view on that issue. And I've just restated it. Only proof of overage is what FINRA admitted. This is from Deacon Blue. A single broker does not prove an overage above. Well, that's another thing. They're going to argue, unless McCabe has this proof, they're going to argue that's a bulge. Oh, TradeStation's an exception. Oh, Fidelity's an exception. But look at all these broker dealers that are okay. They're going to obfuscate, confuse, stall, lie, bully, cajole, be friendly, be a jerk, and then get hurt feelings when they get hurt. Oh my God, you're attacking me. Oh. But they'll do anything. They will say anything to win. And if you don't realize that, you're going to lose. Maybe not. Maybe you won't lose. Maybe someone will come along and say, Daniel, my brother, Daniel, you had 12 months to mitigate your loss. So this court, instead of paying you $250,000, we could have said, what is the value of the Nextbridge shares? We'll take that reserve report, please. All right, we'll take it. It looks like the Nextbridge shares are only worth yours are only worth 150,000. So this court finds it equitable that will award you 100,000. There, you got something. But you're just gonna say to the court, they didn't let us trade for 2 days. They didn't automatically transfer my shares. And this meanie William was telling me that the only way to do this was to move my Mmtlp to AS to Nextbridge. That wasn't right. Choices. So let me understand, Mr. Jewell. Your choice was to come to this court, and you did nothing to claim, protect, or obtain, I guess, your asset. So you're coming before the court and you're claiming harm of the full loss, and you were so immature, so negligent, so reckless that you didn't claim your asset, and you expect us to make you whole? Well, it was William. William was being mean. I don't know, Daniel. Good luck. Good luck, Daniel. Good luck. I do agree the only proof is not sufficient to Congress to show to just prove the whole problem. I don't know what that means, breadwinner. I don't even know what doxing is, or I have no idea. All right, here we come with the only other intelligent person here. If you and Ham aren't in GME, then do the rest of us a favor and stop talking about it. I've lost 90% in the last year listening to you and Ham. GME could possibly squeeze. So stop spreading FUD. All right, Mr. Shabazz, you haven't lost 90%. You're a day trader, and you're an opportunist. What you're trying to do, in my judgment, with GME, and you're winning from it, is retail is coming in. They ran GME up to whatever $56. Then they ran it up to $46. Then they ran it up to $36. Today they ran it up to $30, ever lower. But in these run-ups, you're making money because you don't have to do anything. You have access to a market maker. You just enter an order to sell. You don't have to locate it. You don't have to deliver it. And you buy it back during the day. You buy it. You probably don't hold it over the day. So what you're doing is taking profits out of that GME by day trading. That's fine. We all know about it now. But a lot of these people are so excited by GME that they're putting money, just like they did with COSM and others. They're putting money in while your kind comes in and destroys it. Now, I have not said people should not own GME. I have not said people shouldn't trade it. I have not bashed GME. I have said when it was 50 or 60, you should sell calls. Sell half your stock. I've said when it runs, take money off the table. Ham has said sell your stock, buy calls. What's wrong with that? That's good advice. But if people want to just run it up, let it come back down, fine. I've been fascinated by it. Mr. Shabazz, of course, you don't have the time, but I've come on here and I've said, and I can see where GME might be in Amazon, and the bankers might support GME's management. It might be a great long-term investment. But Mr. Shabazz, how does it help it trade with trading right now? People here own calls. But I'm open to it. I've referred people, Mr. Shabazz, you genius, to George Donahue. I've done it for months and years now. Listen to him. He tells the story perfectly. And I've always given the caveat that I could be wrong. As soon as you're cautious, it could blow up. But you know what, Mr. Shabazz? My advice over the last 3 weeks has been correct in large part. And my advice about GME and AMC over the last 2 years has been correct. I believe these are all captured. I mean, controlled is the better word. And I think you're part of it. Pardon me for living. Now you say you've lost 90% in the last year listening to you and Ham. What'd you do? You're a trader, Mr. Shabazz. You bought at the high on everything and never got out? I don't believe that. But I will also tell you, you didn't lose 90% in finger. You didn't lose 90% in finger. You did not, if you bought it. And then the finger story is not over. I can see, depending on where you bought it, the Aubrey SPAC sponsors, the Aubrey Advisors sponsoring of Aubrey SPAC, complete disaster. You probably know the principles. And I would say that D-SPAC was a disaster. I'm trying to think if it's 90% though. I still don't think, even with the combined share prices, it's 90%, but it might be. But it's not over. And Mr. Shabazz, if you want to make back some of the money, I think Logic at 3 cents could go to 9 cents, could go to 12 cents pretty soon. That won't be losing 90%. That'll be making money. So I'm going to leave my answer to you, Mr. Shabazz, there. I think that statement is, you know, you're full of it. You know you're full of it. And I would suggest to you that I don't know who the rest of you are, but I would suggest to you that most of the people that are on my channel couldn't stand to be near you, couldn't stand to have a drink with you, couldn't stand to be in the passenger seat with you. So I don't think the rest of us is very big. So if you and the rest of you don't want to hear me talk about GME, you know where the door is. Oh, that wasn't you. You were. All right. I still am all confused what it meant, but all right. Deacon sounds like he works for Ari Rubenstein. I don't have it, Gary. I don't have enough references to understand what you're talking about. It's not because you may be right. I don't know. But I just don't. I don't have enough to comment. I'm sorry. I'll think about it. I deliver packages for a living. Everybody needs to get their papers, certs delivered to them pronto. Breadwinner, Mmtlp. Oh God, you just can't stop. Flying bus driver, you said apparently he just wants to stir the pot. Yes, you qualified it with apparently, but still you disparaged Daniel. Oh my gosh, how could you do that? In my opinion, I have not attacked William. Disagreement is not an attack. Oh, do you know MMTLP? How completely energy draining and how absolutely childish this constant protecting of your sainted self. I really think I wish I were a shrink. I really think you get energy from it. The rest of us get drained, but I think as a narcissist, that's my belief, you get energy from this. It's just huge supply. It just supercharges you. And you know what? I just don't want to feed that beast. I'm going to finish this time so I cannot transfer and sue when my broker fills up. Well, okay. Your breadwinner, that point has been made several times. And I think I've tried to explain it, but my view on it, I could be wrong. Somehow the argument is if you do not transfer, it preserves your right to sue your broker. Okay. Let's just look at that half of it. If you preserve your right to sue your broker, but you don't transfer your stock, what are you going to sue your broker for? What are the damages? Okay, let's ignore the stuff I said before. Well, the damages are going to be pain and suffering. Well, that can happen if you transfer. The damages are going to be a fraud or other malfeasance. That can happen if you transfer. The other suit might be not to your brokerage firm, though, but maybe to FINRA. Hey, there was a short squeeze going on. We should have been able to trade out. That can happen if you transfer. So I don't see where those are missing. Now, if you don't transfer and you want to sue your broker dealer, I'm telling you this, breadwinner. The lawyer on the other side, the broker dealer lawyer is going to say, Your Honor, he never asked for it. We could have done it all day long. We're not in a position now because of this lawsuit. Everything's frozen. But we could have done it if he asked. So, Your Honor, we object. He didn't ask for it. And Your Honor might say, well, I'm going to allow it because, this is a new investor. Well, then the broker dealer's attorney is going to say, Your Honor, we do not think it's fair that we, as the broker dealer, should pay out the entire amount he's asking for, because if he had come to us anytime during the last 15 months, we would have given him his shares. And at the most conservative estimate, 50% of his claim is the value of those shares right now. So, Your Honor, we plea, instead of giving 100% of what he's asking for, we plead for 50%. I bet she goes along with it. And then you split half of it with your attorney. Breadwinner, what the hell are you talking about? Everybody throws this around. Oh, I want to sue. Nobody wants to sue. Everybody wants somebody else to sue. Everybody wants somebody else to pay for it. There are no free rides in the court system. If a lawyer helps you for a while, she's going to start asking you to be paid. And when she can't be paid, she's going to ask you to settle. And when she can't do that, she's going to send you a letter saying, I no longer represent you. Nobody wants to sue. Whatever. I feel like I'm hitting my head on a brick wall. This is the best way. Oh, he said it's the only way. He said it's the best way. I have choices. What are they doing to you in our school systems now? The best chance you have of not only getting your money back, but actually getting many multiples on your money. So this turns out to be a good investment, even though it's been living hell since, is to go get the real shares of Nextbridge. There's no liquidity anywhere else anyway. But I understand, breadwinner. If your view is you don't want to transfer because you want to reserve your right to sue your broker or sue FINRA, I just explained to you why I think that's faulty reasoning. But if you think it's the best way to go, that's the way to go. And you might get lucky that it might fill up, and then the lawyer on the other side doesn't think of the argument I gave. I think it's highly unlikely. Highly. Flying bus driver. So to be clear, I did not question his motive, correct? I simply stated that he was stirring the pot. Mmtlp. I agreed with you. Fine. Some people, Mr. Shabazz, some people like me who are on their last leg with finances might have a chance with GME. And last thing we need is for it to be trashed by an influencer like yourself. Just consider that. Dude, I know you're not on your last leg. I know you're a basher, but I haven't trashed it. I have not trashed GME. I am saying when you have these stocks have a rush up, it's stupid to sit there and not take. We just learned it. I personally learned it in Vocal. I learned it in GTII. I learned it in Finger. You learned it in MMAT. You learned it in MMULN. just because you accuse me of this doesn't make it true. So just go back to your fantasy land. All right, breadwinner. I didn't know there's a space call, but go do it. Hopefully I can end this quickly. MMTLP affidavits have real share names and broker account statements with the number of shares similar to on the intercoastal waterways. Yeah, but an affidavit is not proof. It's not property. And by the way, MMTLP, all these things you wave a wand. It costs money to get affidavits. It costs a team. You're not going to do it. And not everyone participates. I know this. Not everyone's participating when they can get their property. This is not an alternative. You're trying to make an excuse for people sitting on their ass and playing victim. Rather, it would take 1/10 of the energy to call the broker dealer and say, please transfer my shares of MMTLP to Nextbridge, and it would help their own cause. It would take 1/10 of that, then going and get their statements, getting their computer, getting a cup of coffee, making sure there's ink and paper in the printer, typing up a letter, copying the statement, signing the letter, Xeroxing it, getting it notarized, maybe if that will be required, overnighting the wet ink copy. What the hell are you trying to get people to do? Why not go for the real McCoy? Why go for this fake, pale imitation? But anyway, if people want to go your way, they can go your way. I'm definitely not copy and paste, even though when I appeared with Jennifer, I had the exact same voice, which was recorded. That was not me. All right. I'm going to get through this. Mr. Shabazz, get over yourself. This is William's channel and his opinion on what he sees. You are free to move along. Thank you, JC. He says, is making GME go up or down? You take accountability. Yeah, I think what you mean is what I'm saying isn't making it go up or down. I agree. Don't listen to someone trying to scare you on YouTube either. All right, everybody. Faye is absolutely the paradigm of someone I don't want to debate with. Faye's point is I'm trying to scare you on YouTube. So don't listen to me. I don't think I am. David Levy, hopped off GTI, didn't you? Trying to think of what that means, David Levy. No. In fact, I spent the last 2 days working hard on it. And if I take the role I think I'm going to do, it's going to be a pretty hard job. But David, as you know, I've been warning people since last August, July even, that there was struggling, and there was palace intrigue. There was struggle at the corporate side. And I started really strongly suggesting doing some tax loss selling, and there were other stocks you could get into and all that. Turns out all the January effect stocks really didn't really work. Some were okay, but not great. In other words, no profit. David, you're doing this you're never here. You don't own GTI. But I'll try to explain to your brain dead self that I tried very hard to give alternatives to people. Take your tax loss. Here's something that could squeeze. Here's a trade. And your friends, David, short everything. The entire market is fraud. and you join in to get your little paydays as a basher, and you're proud of it, and you go home. I don't know if you're Jewish, and you may not believe in God, but I just found out from listening to congressional hearings that this is a Jewish holiday. I think maybe it just ended, but it's all about the 10 Commandments. And I guess if it doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to you. But one of them says, do not steal. I think Wall Street is set up to steal. And I don't know how people can go to mass or go to temple or go to church or go to other places of worship and feel good about themselves by stealing. So everything is stealing. You know the situation in GTII. The CEO did everything he could to fight you and your friends. The Kramers set up the trap. They shorted 50 million shares that didn't exist. Reichman bought it back. 9 cents went to $9, but it went first to 4, came back, went to 2.50, came back, went to 2 again, came back, went to 3, came back, went to 9. Sat there for weeks. Not at 9, but it sat in sort of the 6 to 9 range, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9 range, 8, 6, 7, 8 range for weeks. Settled back into the 4, 5, 6, 7 range for a while. Guys you paid off came into the channels and convinced everyone the best thing to do was to go to COSM. COSM stripped 35 million from the market, a shitty little company with contracts. But they played the role to bail out the Kramers and the short squeeze which was occurring. Fidelity was paying 1,000%. Alpine took over the Kramers' accounts. That's the show that the squeeze was happening. NSCC put in writing in court, FINRA expelled Alpine, but they put, and it's pending legal action now, they put in the document that FINRA should go because of the large naked short position in GTI. It's black and white. But your buddies convinced everyone to rush over to COSM. And at the same time, they crushed it. I watched it. They crushed it with shorting on a scale that hasn't been seen since DBM over this period of time. Your whole goal is to destroy the stock price, so when the company needs to go for money, they self-destroy. And then it becomes, with their lawyers, it becomes screw the shareholders, protect the company, because that's how your salary is paid. And that's how you're keeping your wife, that's how your kids go to school, and that's your health insurance. And it happens across tens of thousands of companies. And that's the bastardization that's happened to the US stock markets because of your friends, David Levy. And you come on, hopped off GTII, didn't you? No, I lost a lot of money on it. David Levy. And I've been talking about it, but I haven't been telling people to buy it. That would be pumping. It would also be bad advice. But now we're down at 10 cents. Just like when we were at $2, $1.50. If I came right out and said, sell, 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 you'd be on the other side. You say, well, what are you doing? So hey, there's no way to win with you shills, you bashers. But anyway, anytime you sell, the stock can squeeze. The stock can go up. So what was presented sort of October, November, December, there was a chance to sell GTII at, I'll use the example of Logic. You could have sold GTII, and to my memory, you could have bought 3 or 4 units of Logic. It might have been 3. Well, the problem was Logic also got destroyed by your types in Wall Street. They're everywhere. The Aubrey advisors who did the sponsor of the SPAC set it up. They set up a sting operation, or they're incompetent. They set up a sting operation. They crushed it. They took they and their clients took $100 million, I think, minimum out of the market. But it destroyed Logic in the backdraft. So it didn't really work. CAUD didn't really work. CAUD traded as high as $38. And then one of your buddies called NASDAQ and said, hey, there's not enough shares. But Aubrey Advisors, who's done 100 of these, didn't forewarn NASDAQ that for the period of about 36 hours, there wouldn't be enough shares. So they stopped trading and they all crushed it. You guys do anything, say anything. So anyway, Logic, it was and has been a disappointment. But you know what's interesting, David Levy? Since you care so much, your evident care, not only for me and for the people here, it oozes out of your presence. GTII closed at 10 cents. Okay, let's use that number. LGIQ closed at 3 cents. Let's use that number. So you, David Levy, today, if you own GTI, of course you don't. You're just here bashing. And every time I say David Levy, you get to $7. David, if you are Jewish, I don't know if you're a believer, but this holiday, I don't know anything about it. It's not my place to talk about a Jewish holiday. But the 10 Commandments, just think about it tonight. Just think about it, what you're doing and how you want to be in this planet. Is it really worth squandering your soul and doing wrong for just a few bucks? But anyway, David, what you could do right now, tomorrow, we'll just use these round numbers. You could sell GTI at 10 cents. It's not advice. And believe it or not, because of what your team did, your extended groups, the Griffins and the Lynn Partners, everybody's doing all this same thing. The Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Advisors. You can sell GTII now at 10 cents instead of what it was trading for in November. And you can buy the same 3.5 units of Logic. Let's call it 3 units. So you can sell 1 unit of GTII, just like you could have back November, and bought 3 units of Logic. I think it was 3, maybe it was 4, but let's go with the 3. Today you could sell your GTI, even though it's collapsed, and buy 3 units of Logic. Okay, what's going to happen to Logic over the next 2 weeks to maybe a month? It's in these press releases. I just threw it on the floor, but they've announced already. It's done. It'll be done by the end of July. A reverse merger to the shell of Logic that's worth $100 million, and we're going to have 15% of it. It works out to 6 cents a share. The stock's trading at 3 cents. That's done according to a press release. They also simultaneously announced that this is the first of a series of reverse mergers, and they're going to be worth over 750 million. Now, you guys are going to try to crush the share price, and then you're going to send the Aubrey advisors in, and you're going to try to get the company, Logic, to destroy itself. I don't think that's going to happen this time. I don't think that's going to happen this time. And in fact, I think the way this is written, the press release, they're going to have 2 more announcements very shortly, LOIs. So what you're going to see with Logic, if you roll in 3 and it's worth 750 million, that's 45 cents a share. And you're going to see announcements soon. Now, you all in your wisdom are going to keep selling. But my question to you, David Levy, is if the first part's worth 6 cents, they announce the rest, and I don't know for sure when it comes, but I'll tell you the incentive is to do it this month, because what's attractive to the reverse merger candidate is a clean shell. If they wait, they got to start that whole financial reporting over again. So my question to you, David Levy, you're a financial guy. You can buy Logic at 3 cents. The one little bit's worth 6. If they do what's right in the press release, you can look it up. It's 45 cents a share. There's a short position, probably from Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, and Polar, probably from Ionic, probably from the 4 people on the Neo exchange, the 4 firms. You got your strategies everywhere, David, everywhere, and you guys are all proud of it. I'm not. I think you're all. I really think what you all do everywhere, all of you, is evil. The lawyers, the bankers, the prime brokers, the regulators, the Congress, all of it. But anyway, let's hop off of that. So anyway, what do you think's going to happen, David? I hate this. I hate this. But simultaneously, they're going to do a reverse merger so your buddies get off the hook on a lot of money. So maybe there won't be much of a short squeeze. But the stock's going to trade on the New York Stock Exchange. I hope it's there. $23 a share. It's going to have revenues. It's going to have institutional buyers. It's going to have cash. It's going to have multiple products. It's going to have management. And they're not going to go to the criminals on Wall Street. Who's going to short a $22 stock? And there'll be buyers. There'll be research reports. It won't be like shooting fish in a barrel down here, David Levy. So my question to you is, as this firms up over the next 2 or 3 weeks, 5, 6 weeks, what price is going to happen to Logic? 3 cents? You think you guys are going to be able to keep it down? I don't. So let me ask you. Let's not use 45 cents. Let's divide 45 by 3, 15 cents. Maybe Logic goes to 15 cents. At 3 cents. That's 5 times your money. So people could sell their GTII right now at 10 cents. Buy Logic. Maybe it goes to 15. Maybe they can get out of 15. Let's say 12. Why don't we say 12? They can make 4 times their money. Probably in a reasonable amount of time. I'd say 2 weeks to 6 weeks. And then after 31 days, they can come back and buy GTII. Now, the risks in it, David, is I'm working, and I'm going to continue to work to catch you shorts out in GTII. I'm not going to quit. Just because it round tripped, I'm not going to quit. So I'm never going to meet you. I do ask, David, that you consider who you are and what you're doing with your life. And if this is really what your mother brought you up to be, if this is really what God expects out of you. If it is, it is. But I can't judge you. I'm asking you to judge yourself. But mark my words. I'm going to make every effort I can to make you pay for what you did to GTII and other companies. It may never come directly to you, but I'm gonna do everything I can. What am I supposed to say, fetid? What am I supposed to say, fetid, about GTII? Buy it now? Let me tell you, fetid. The current CEO and the largest shareholders are at loggerheads. We're going to try to do that. The shorting that is allowed, nobody on Wall Street settles trades. There was a squeeze going on in GTII. It turns out people could have made money. It's the hardest thing to do, though, because if you believe the squeeze has started and it's going to go to $100, it's hard to sell at 9. But in retrospect, 100x was good. But I've said it, fetid. You're just here for the first time. GTII was a busted trade. It round tripped. We have to start over again. The only thing that'll save it is if Alpine has to buy in, or if something comes out douche machina. But I don't see it. There's better places for your money right now. Much better places for your money right now. Fetid. Well, worry about GTII later. Finger is the real play after a year of pumping GTII to the Mmtlp community. Fetid. This representation is wrong. Probably you don't know because you're either here bashing or you're an acolyte of one of the others here. I don't know if you're paid, but you get some sort of kick out of it. But GTII started at pennies. And that was, I think, in 2021, November of 21. I think it was 2022. It might be another year behind that. And I started my investment in GTII somewhere around the second quarter of, I think it was 2022. And we very, very much as a group and an ever-growing group built by our own individual decisions, our positions in GTII. The company, fetid, they issued, they tried to catch out the shorts. The company bought back the entire toxic note. They issued Picassos. They bought Beyond Blockchain, tried to issue a coin, that was next. They bought coins called Shiba Inu and tried to issue those, that was next. They went on Upstream. They introduced Upstream to all manner of people, including the people who came into your community: Roger Rabbit, COSM, Jeremy, a bunch of people came in and raised money. I don't have a company. I didn't raise money out of your community or ours. So anyway, GTII in I'd say October, it might have been September, but in October, so many people started buying, and simultaneously, Fidelity put 1,000% to borrow. Wells Fargo took away the buy button. The stock went to 897. But it was then, Fetid, that they put a full court press to move everyone to COSM. I don't want to go back over that. But in terms of your, as you call it, community, Mmtlp community, I'm a long-term investor in Torchlight. I sold at a loss. I had a lot of investors in Torchlight. I know John Berta. I know the story. I traveled to Texas, I'd say 3, maybe 4 times to visit. I studied the material. I pitched the company. I went to one of my contacts in the the engineering side and asked for his. We sat together and reviewed it. I wanted his professional opinion. I then had a friend, Fetid, who I really respect, called me over that sort of year saying, "Do you see Mmtlp? You should be looking at it." And I couldn't believe it was trading. I just didn't believe it. It was $1.87, 77 cents. Then it was $2. And then I thought, no, I'm not doing it. I'm in GTII and I'm in Finger. GTI looks like it's going to go. And then come December, people are talking about COSM. I bought some COSM. I got out flat. The people are talking about other stocks. I forget which ones, but I think it might have been GME and AMC too. But there were other stocks. It wasn't me. Everybody was talking about different stocks. But I stuck over time with Ham's views on Finger and GTII because you could see the trading. But I've always been open about what I see in them. So the thing is, Faye, Ketted, I bought Nextbridge. I paid $8. I did it. I think it was the Wednesday, but it might have been the Tuesday. I think it was the Wednesday, and actually it might have been Tuesday and Wednesday, but it could have been Wednesday and Thursday. But if I had to pick, I'd say Tuesday and Wednesday. So I'm in Mmtlp. Fetid, I've walked the halls of Congress. I've worked hard on Mmtlp. I did put a video out right away. And by the way, I saw what was coming. I'm still committed. I don't want anybody to lose money in Mmtlp. Why am I going through this right now? Fetid, I'm trying to get people to consider protecting their asset. Let me just ask you something, Faye Ketted. Why would people talk about choice? Why would you limit your choices to just whether or not the system rescues you, whether or not someone pays for a lawsuit, or whether or not Congress helps? Other people do the hard work. Why would you limit your ability to get a return to that? You can add to it right now for free. You can own the company, your piece of the company. Then you have both. I don't understand your point of view, Fetid. And as it relates to GTII, Faye, last July, you'd have to look it up. I started telling people and backing off completely. I stopped talking about GTI probably in the spring of last year, maybe earlier. It just was not something I would strongly advocate. Ham continued to, and he did it through my vehicle, so I'm not trying to um, uh, avoid talking about it or taking the hits on it. But Fetid, I focused on Finger last year because Finger, like a rush, the Finger was so powerful. The stocks, the options, the volume was telling you something was going on. And it did for about 4 or 5 months. That was the play. But then all of a sudden, I didn't see it anymore. And I stopped even talking about Finger at pushing, saying, hey, you boom, 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 boom. And I lost money in that last round. But I do believe Finger, which is being criminally attacked by Lynn Partners, just like Torchlight was and just like MMTLP. And if you're truly here to fight the criminals, you wouldn't have these comments. But I do believe Finger last year pulled back. It had a difficult year in terms of some of the revenues and the battle to survive the shutdown in China. But, Faye, it's not worth going through the whole story at Finger with you because I don't think you're a serious person. But I will tell you that China has now reawakened. Finger has 6 or 7 sources of revenue. They're all coming. I've told people here, Faye, over the last months, I'm not expecting a short squeeze. Now, I think the stock Finger is something you can buy and you get a double. So if you want to play other stocks, but Finger has a chance for that squeeze. But I've given some other stock stories. And of course, you would say that's, I don't know, whatever you're trying to say here. But I have never pumped GTII or Finger to the MMTLP community. When I'm on MMTLP calls, when I do MMTLP videos, I have never made the suggestion that people, well, you can't sell MMTLP, but I've never done a bait and switch ever. You don't know me, Faye. I've never done it. Now I have him here. There's times when I believe Finger is running. I told people last July, August, and if people didn't read my messages, I don't think I could have been clearer to ease up on GTII. I have told people when it was higher. And then as recently as a month ago, I did 2 videos right in a row on GTII. And I said, I think it was 20 cents. I don't know, whatever it was. I said, it's going down. There's no reason to be in it. As long as the company is in this situation, and I was more forceful. I don't want to be that forceful anymore. Where the CEO is at loggerheads with the whales and there's no direction in the company, the only direction in the stock price is down. So Faye, you know what? You're Faye, you make such a great point, and I'm glad you're here. I'm not sure how it relates to the fact that people should move their MMTLP to Nextbridge. I agree. Nextbridge's obligation is to the shareholders of MMTLP who transferred to AST. Not legal advice, of course. Once AST is filled, the Nextbridge bus can depart. It may be years for those who choose to stay. See, John, that's great. You couldn't have said it better. You couldn't have said it better. MMTLP, I'm telling you, I'm tolerating this today because of your threats to me that I have no spine, and you want me to debate you for some reason, but you're just not showing any that there's nothing here. But I'm going to finish this. But stop going after flying bus driver. Stop it. MMTLP says, he who makes assertions about matters without being fully formed as to all the facts likely draws false conclusions. I know. I've listened to you. The amazing thing about you, you have a brain that absorbs all the facts. And then you make the right conclusions. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. That's one of your greatest talents, is to be fully informed of all the facts and not make false conclusions. Okay, so MMTLP is telling you that I'm not fully informed of all the facts, and my conclusion is false. So why don't you follow his recommendation to stay in MMTLP? So you might have a chance at a legal settlement. You might have a chance at a financial settlement with Wall Street, and you might have a chance with Congress. You very well, depending on when the bus gets full, you very well may preclude ever getting any reward to actually owning the investment you put money up for. That, I guess, is the true conclusion. And I think he's taking in all of the facts. The QSIP number is written in pen on your MB certificate. Same with me. Same with me. Well, and pen me with pencil. But that's used to be, John. People got worried about that it's in pen or pencil. That it's also, if you look, it's also oh, you know what? In the other one, it was on my yellow piece of paper. But no, they do that as they're reconciling. You've got somebody in the back office. I'm telling you, I used to see this all the time, writing in pencil. It doesn't scare me at all. It's perfectly normal. But wait a minute, I might be drawing a false conclusion. Let me think. What other information do I need before I draw this conclusion? Flying bus driver, MMTLP, you get the final word. This is like arguing with a teenager. I've got better things to do. Poor Bill is too much of a gentleman to realize this. Faye Kedids, can you show us what a AST statement looks like? I don't think I've ever received one. So no, right now I can't. If you want me to call AST and get a copy of my statement, I'll do that. It's possible, Faye, as Drew knows, a few years ago, I lost my house, and it's possible the address they have, they're sending whatever statement, but I don't know if I even get a statement. I've shown you my certificates, and Faye, because of your real skills at detective work and analyzing where people are lying, I don't think I'd have physical shares of Nextbridge unless I had an account at AST. You may figure out some way I'm misleading you, but as far as I know, there's only one transfer agent where Nextbridge shares reside. So I have an account at AST. Keep trying to catch me out where I'm trying to mislead people, please, Faye. You provide a great service because I can tell, Faye, your concern for the people here. And I'm sure it relates to your concern for the people in the community of Mmtlp, which, Faye, your friend ridiculed on a Queen of Trades. So please, Faye, I know you care about the Mmtlp community. Yeah, LGIQ, Denard, I meant to show a chart, and I'm not going to do it tonight because I want to try to get down through here. But to me, I have a chart here, I think. But to me, logic is in the verge of breaking out. And somebody the other day pointed out to me that I always say it's a trade. I'm so sensitive of the fact that we have to rebuild slowly. And when we get rallies, you take the trade. Of course, these people tell me that if I'm telling you that when I said it before, GME was 35 and it was 36 and it was going up from 20. And I said, if this rallies, take some money off the table or sell calls. It went to what, 56? I was right. I'm not here to be right. I'm not here to be right. I'm trying to tell you, though, that when these rushes come in a stock, it's better to take some money off the table. We learned it with GTII. We've learned it with Finger. We've learned it with all of these. And the corrupt system, the criminals always win because all they have to do is ramp up the selling. They're selling non-existent shares. And the system is set up to allow them to do it. They're breaking the law. What they're doing here, colluding with each other, is even breaking the law. But whatever. To the guy who says his broker shows MBH. Okay, John Rambo again is this. I appreciate it. It's simply MMTLP that they renamed. They can name it whatever they want. It's the same old MMTLP placeholder, not legal advice. That's what I think. Babcock family, hello. Can you see a few words about, say a few? Yeah, I can. But can I wait till I get down to the bottom? Because it's late and I just want to finish this. But there's a couple of things I got to keep in my head to talk about when I get to the bottom. But I will, or I'll do it for sure tomorrow. Thank you. I'm sorry. I've promised these debaters a debate. This MMTLP is probably him. Who else would keep mentioning his name ever so often and putting the large exclamation mark so you can't miss his message? And John, I think you're pretty good. I think you're right too. Do you think 1 to 90 days once the lawsuit is filed, Richard sees Muslim? Oh, Farrell, you never quit. You never quit. I don't think Richard is handling the lawsuit. And I don't think the lawsuit's going to stay out there very long. Do I have any idea when Alpine will be expelled? Alpine, I think, it's possible Alpine could be expelled any week now. But my sense is they have lawyers and they'll just keep going. They won't quit with the lawyers. So I am a little bit optimistic. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how to read the tea leaves. But I'm a little optimistic that we're almost there. But I don't know if they're out of appeals. So everything goes slowly. The Kramer family, Ham says there's rumors that one or both of them are ratting to the FBI on the rest of the organizations. I don't know if that's true. I saw, I guess it was Seth Kramer. No, well, one of them, Kurt Kramer or Seth Kramer at that conference. What a beauty. But I think they're still out there soliciting business. The SEC filed against him. The lead attorney called him a two-time recidivist, and in the thing said he's done this same thing 325 times in the last 2 or 3 years. But here's what I'm afraid of. The SEC will settle with him again. If they settle with him again, Kramer will be allowed around a long, long time. I would encourage the SEC this time to see it through to discovery. But I'm not optimistic with Kramer being expelled. I think they're just a front, but I think they got away with GTII. They were really in trouble. And I personally think they paid off some people up in New York, and they got everyone moving to it. That's my opinion. I don't think there's coincidences. And that trade got taken over. And so now they're doing other companies in Virginia. I personally think unless this SEC case goes to discovery, I don't think they're going to be expelled at all. I think they're going to continue to do this for as long as they can. I'm not optimistic that the Kramer family will ever get expelled. But Alpine, it's possible that they lose one of these things here shortly, and you could get a ruling. With the law, things take forever, and all of a sudden there's a ruling. So it could happen. But I'm not optimistic, DBM. And the short answer should be I have no idea. Michael Granite, he's being paid, plain and simple. I don't know. If you're saying I'm being paid, I could use it. I could use it. Sue Ten T. Sue Ten T. Thank you. Thank you for even saying hi. Hey, Alan Cortson, at least ask your broker to register. Yes, I agree with that. For those of you who have Nextbridge at those companies, at least ask for MMTLP to be registered at AST. Scott Van Dyke, everyone has their choice, but I have peace. My MBH shares are at AST, and my investment is in a tangible asset, hoping for the best for everyone involved. Well said. Scott Van Dyke, that is terrific. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Couldn't say it better. Hi, Jennifer. I made many revolutions around the sun on this old rock, Nunya. And in my experience, the only time the messenger is killed is when the powers are threatened. The powers that be are threatened by the message. Wow, Nunya. You always amaze me, Nunya. Always amaze me. Thank you. Jennifer, Drew has his own agenda, like harassing women in the community with his friends. I don't tolerate that. I don't tolerate that. Of course, Jennifer, every now and then I probably point out things that you probably wonder, is he a sexist? I'm not a sexist either, but I don't tolerate, that's not fair to ask him. Not a good idea to talk to him, Jennifer. That's what I think. To have him on here for a debate would be terrible. Drew showed his position to the minions that no one trusts. Oh, that position, his stock positions. DP. Oh, he meant Mmtlp, not MMAT. Big Al, Alabama. He bought the Ford shares. Big Al. Think about the trader that went all in on the squeeze with, with 50K. And then the halt, your 50K is frozen. Oh, I know the feeling. Not quite 50K. Leader landscape. No, I knew if I tried to sail too high a price, the shorts bounce the position, I would end up with NVH. Okay, let me read that again. I knew if I tried to sell at too high a price and the shorts bounce their position, I would end up with MBH. That is the correct way to describe everyone's situation. It's fair enough. Fair enough. Every share has a serial number. Don't let the crooks fool you. That's true. Well, every certificate, you mean. Every certificate. Big Al, what's crazy as shareholders of Nextbridge, we can't even get information on the asset value. Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I also think they're very good at releasing information. I don't talk to anybody there, so I don't know. But I really don't know what they could release right now without giving away too much information to competitors, but I'll talk about that maybe again later. I already talked about it once before. I also think they've given out the Johnson wells, but Big Al, I don't think the asset value on a proven basis is very high right now. They did a recent trade for the Louisiana, shares. It was like $2 or $3 a share. I would argue that $2 or $3 a share on a lawyer legal some sort of basis, I mean, it's defensible because they haven't shared their Oro Grande results, but they've talked enough. We've talked about it enough, and you can extrapolate. My opinion, if you give the data from Torchlight, the information from Torchlight, you can even go to the Twitter that Greg McCabe point out. He said if the settlement doesn't start with a $600, he's going to say, hell no. The fact that they increased the ownership, they're drilling more wells. And if you just use some of the small parameters and make a few assumptions, I mean, I can get a number anywhere up to $1,000 a share. But I think the one I did the other day came out at 250, 300. And I tried to be conservative. So if you chop that in half, 150, chop that in half, 75, chop that in half, 37.50. I really think, Big Al, that it's a good strategy for them right now as they're dealing with lawsuits, settling legal issues, trying to claim. And that's why I think we need to do this. But trying to negotiate all this settlement and move forward, I think it's good for them to stay as quiet as possible about their assets. My own opinion, Big Al, this is an exploration company. It's possibly the biggest new field discovery. I did a low valuation on the acreage. And I think I came up with $3 or $4 a share. But then if they do some drilling and prove it up, there's no reason why this acreage couldn't sell at $10, $15, $20,000 a share. So just on the acreage alone, if they have some success, you could have $40 a share. We're not quite there yet. We're in the stage of the hockey stick. We're not up that hockey stick level yet, but we could be at any time. But I'm not, luckily you can't buy anymore. So I can't pump it like everyone's accusing me of. But what I'm trying to say is these I guarantee you, other than this reconciliation, if you want to call that, the only thing on Greg McCabe's mind is funding 5 wells and drilling and completing them by the end of the year. And he's doing everything he can. And maybe by the end of the year, next year, we can start hearing good news. But Big Al, this is where the criminals have us. Any good news, they would destroy it. They'd start selling. They're trying to blockchain it. I'll leave my feelings on that because the time is going by. So I'm not upset. I'm not upset that we don't know the value yet. And Jennifer, you're the best. You have 892 shares. Well, let me tell you what I think. I'll pick a number. I'm going to pick a number. I'm going to say, okay, I'm not going to tell you my numbers because then I'll multiply that by that. And then I'll divide it by okay. I think, Jennifer, and now I'll multiply it by 892. Are you going to get mad at me if I make a projection? I think your shares could be very, and I'm not saying that's the limit. I'm not saying that's the limit. I think it's the conservative number, and it's where it could start out. But I think your shares might be worth $300,000 someday. How's that? But right now, I almost certainly think they're probably worth at least 10 or 15% of that. Hey, Scott Van Dyke, that was a good comment. GME over 9,000. Yeah, that's, I don't know if you're making fun of me, but I did a lot of videos on GTII and Finger and other stocks too, where I thought the squeeze could be to these phenomenal levels in a squeeze, but none of them happened. And I've got to say, I'm really becoming less. I really think Wall Street has it all under control right now. But all it takes is one squeeze, and then the juices will flow again. How about letting the owners of stock know what we have an asset? Well, how would you prevent the shorts from knowing? I think it'll come out, Big Al. They'll have to do an engineering report if they're raising money. They'll have to they'll have to do their annual reports. That, Big Al, I think that, and I don't, Junk Savvy would know, but I think the biggest issue they have ahead of themselves on reporting is I think at some point they have to start either producing or valuing these deeper wells in the university land, because at some point the IRS is going to say, hey, you got to start paying us. But I don't know. I'm not a tax attorney. I don't know that it's all kept secret, but Al, I think, like I was trying to explain, when you're in a new field, you're drilling new wells, you're buying acreage, you want to keep your information tight. Redneck, hi, the leader says, hi, Jennifer, kids well, tell them to, Redneck from the South says hello, and obey mom and dad. I remember when these videos would have hundreds of people, now less than 100. Well, one thing, Ziggy, is I've been in a debate with Drew. 2, I've gone on very late, and 3, Ham's not here. And 4, all of the stocks aren't working. And 5, I guess I've turned into, what was it? Soulless. I'm soulless, and I'm not going to heaven. Yeah, I'm sad to see it's under 100. If they offered me 1,000 a share to stop talking about it, what would I do? If they came to me and said they'd pay me 1,000 a share and I couldn't talk to anybody else, but they're not going to give you a settlement, I wouldn't take the money. I wouldn't take the money. I wouldn't do it. If they said we're giving 1,000 a share to everybody, including those that didn't move, that's a pretty nice price. It's a pretty nice price. Stole, yeah. Steve F., thanks for trying to help steer Pierce in the right direction. I, for one, understand your logical thinking. Oh, Gronk. All the best to you from Lucky, and from Candy, Gronk, and me. Gronk. Gronk needs a treat. I have to go check up on GME. What William is saying is true and intelligent. You cannot lose your rights to the resolution to fraud by moving, but they can by Hades delete your stuff. That's a good point. That's a good point. Not steering, offering your opinion. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that more than you know. Thanks for sharing your knowledge and expertise. Some of us appreciate it. Yeah, I get worked up sometimes, though. Big Al, the stock was going to the moon. I don't know which one. There's several. They use 3. Oh, yeah, that one. Big Al. In Bazil's lawsuit, he's saying 2,400. They did. I totally agree. They used 3 to stop it. I agree with that too. Big Al, you were correct, but they are not scared of the law. Rico has sent nobody to jail. They have to create a patsy out of one of them. But then we're all the patsy. I know. Big Al, why you 3 halted? If they know what's upside, why does FINRA announce 3 days war is up? Exactly. FINRA did know. Envoy. This is interest. Envoy, I'm going late. This is interesting. I see no evidence. How? They, G20's risk, already proposed to do a bail-in and settle the bad bets of the bad actors, aka bankrupt clearinghouses. I'm going to think about that. It's very interesting. Emails prove they knew. Leaders skip over them. That's what I know, Hamwood. This is the last time I'm going to listen to those people. What about the forgery to convert? Yes, exactly. Steve F., if anyone doesn't like what Williams subs, leave and go figure it out yourselves. Big Al, stop calling them naked short sales. They are counterfeit. Yeah, they are. It's hard to always remember to say that. If there is an option to move, that means there's a resolution on the table in the world. The law and the all will be washing. In all the markets. That's true. Bye, leader. Thank you. Total fraud. I think of it as a big army. It's impossible to win. The drive it to third. That's blah, 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 blah. Lawyers don't control anything. An honest judge can clip their wings. Okay, John. William has gone off the rails. Can you? Sorry, John Platinum. John Platinum. Ham guy, when do you think Finger will do something? I think Finger is going to go to 6 over the next 2 weeks to September. During that time, it could something magical could happen. I tell you what would blow it out of the water is a big contract or some indication on revenue, or if Jeffries or somebody went down. But what I'd focus on with Finger is that you can buy it at 3 now, and it should be 5, 6, or 7 over the next few months. Is this bullish? What a good doggy. Nvidia. I was silently following you from South Korea. Thank you, Paul MacArthur. Did you say I shall return? Hey, Frank. What do you think about holding silver? Best decision you can make. There is no other asset out there. If you have to pick one asset to hold silver. I think silver will be $60, unfortunately, because I haven't replaced my ownership. But I think silver will be $60 potentially over the next months. And it's highly volatile. But I think silver is the number one asset you should hold. Brent, I've moved mine over. It's a no-brainer. Past our bedtime. Are you a professor or scholar? Hey, could you just write me a letter? I could. I don't know how to do it. I would like to gain many letters from individual opinions of the effect of nationalism. Well, the effect of nationalism in the modern bipolar world is that woe to the worthless shepherds. You're still rolling. Peace, love, happiness. William is a machine. I'm never going to go through this particular aspect again. Ace. Everyone's over on Ace. That's why it went. You'll never lose money unless you sell. You streamed. I know. I'm glad everyone went over to Ace. I'm glad. He must have bought it when it was 300. William is just. It's just like on a trade station. You can sue your broker. Yes, I think that's true. Faye says, how come Jennifer bashes people? My first MMTLP video was MMTLP to over 1,000. It was a question mark, just like GTII. Well, Faye, I really believed in the squeeze potential of MMTLP. I think I did that video that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, something like that, right? And I think it's been confirmed, Faye. They had a U3 halt. They, in the lawsuit that Mark Bazile filed, and I think it was footnote 7, he said that there were trades at $2,400 a share that settled. The cash went into people's accounts, and then they reversed it. So I stand by. I think MMTLP would have gone over 1,000 in a squeeze, and I think the squeeze was happening. Now, Faye, because you're just ball busting, you are saying, "Oh, I was wrong. I didn't know they would U3 halt it." I also never said it was a guarantee. The question mark's right there. And then GTII. I've already said, Faye, so many times. GTII was in the middle of a squeeze. It was. And I think they were down $1 billion. And I think the Kramers and the Kramers' clients bought out Cosmo Frank Benedetto and Lou Bravo. Maybe not Frank or Lou, maybe just COSM. And COSM hired Lou and Frank. I don't know. But there was a lot of money that went around. And then the shorts worked out, hyped up COSM, did a cross, and then they moved the thing over to Alpine, and then they got to work fixing GTII. So if your accusation to me here is that I'm a loony, you might be right. But if you're if you're saying that I was wrong, GTII didn't squeeze and it didn't go to 1,000, I submit to you that it never did really squeeze because they came in and stopped it. Now, it's been a long time since I've said that because it always was in a squeeze. In a squeeze. And it was just starting, Faye. And I know you like to be negative and attack. I don't know where your brilliance has come through in MMTLP. How have you helped people make money? What projections have you made? You go through life criticizing. What do you do to help people, Faye? And then MMTLP, I think in a squeeze could have easily gone to that, but they halted the trading. You're gonna say I should have predicted they halted the trading? I guess what, Faye? Right now I'm predicting to you. I am predicting to you, Faye. If you leave your shares in MMTLP, they will come up with something like the U3 halt. Okay? I'm predicting that. Anna is doing what can possibly happen with TradeStation. I know, Ordinary. She's amazing. Just options. They tell me the brokers I have real shares of Nextbridge. They do? Well, maybe trust but verify. Maybe just call the transfer agent and find out. Criminals. I know, Jennifer. I hope this ends soon. Thank you, Jennifer. You're the best. Julie Kim. I'm here trolling you. You're the best, Jennifer. I want to grow up and be just like you. Except, not exactly like you, because you're a girl. Actually, we'll go back. The reason visit remove trolls for channels. Thank you. No worries. We know. We love you. You're the best, Jennifer. Thank you. Hey, Rodney, I'm going to get some West. William, Julie Kim. The person's gone. Oh, great. Pay them no mind. Hey, future wifey. You never know what God has in mind. All I know, Mark, 8 hours. I know. I'm gonna go. I decided to see that through, and now they can't call me spineless. Torchlight info data is number one. Yeah, I went through the presentation. Why have so many board? Not tonight. I didn't. Why have so many board of officers left the company? It's a good question, Big Al. There was a woman on it. I couldn't find her. I forgot her name. I don't know the answer, but I could hazard a couple of guesses. One guess I'd give is there's not a lot of people with talent in the oil and gas business. I mean, there are a lot, but I think there's a shortage. That's what I mean. So maybe they got hired away. Maybe it's personality. It could always be. Maybe there's some risk we don't know about, and they were cleaning house in terms of the legal risk. I guess what your point is, Big Al. Maybe their terms expired and the company's saving money, but your point is the company is hiding something and it's really a disaster. It might be, but let me point something out, Big Al. If that's your fear, you already bought the company. You already bought the stock. If you, not you personally, you in general, if you think staying in Mmtlp is going to protect you if Nextbridge is doing terribly and somehow the officers are leaving because the prospects are miserable, Mmtlp's not the haven you want to be in. It'll do worse. But I don't see that officers leaving and all that is the problem. It might, I mean, Big Al, maybe McCabe knows that some of those board directors had ties to the shorts and he doesn't want them there. I don't know. I'm not worried. How many directors are on the board doesn't change how much oil is in the Oro Grande or the commercial quantities. You just want to know it right away. I understand that. They need to resolve torch holders first. Resolve the fiasco after that high value. Well, that's going to be, that's one thing. I wouldn't, Donkey, that's another thing. I wouldn't want to be owning Mmtlp, arguing I deserve shares, and that argument comes up. What if in court, the court says, we're going to let all the shares that have already transferred stay, of course, but we're going to prioritize the remainders thusly. Original first. I wouldn't go through it. AKYP. Is it 1 a.m.? Oh, good. So I'm getting close. CJ Yukon. Yeah, I am. Resolve torch layers first from fraud. Oh, I see. From fraud. Then the Mmtlp fiasco. I don't think they're going to be able to separate them. Believe it or not. I think the guys have destroyed records, but there's no way to backtrack. They've got this big blob they want to keep moving, and that's why if Greg McCabe is who I think he is, it's gonna stop now. 10,000 original shares. What? I don't know what that means. Are you saying Torchlight, 10,000 Torchlight becomes 3,000 Mmtlp? I think I owned 20 or 25,000, maybe 30, something like that, 1,000 shares of Torchlight. I wish I'd kept it. But that's a long time ago. That's back when it was trading, I think, $8, $9, $10, $12, something like that. Lawsuit filed 1 to 90 day. I've answered that question. Richard is not filing the lawsuit. Richard is keenly aware. And I don't care if when you do lawsuits, nothing happens in 90 days. So just get that out of your head. Get that out of your head. But Farrell, you're so persistent because you want inside information and you want it on the airwaves and you want it with everybody listening, including the shorts. I don't think it'll go 90 days. All right. I've answered the question now 3 times. Be careful with GME tomorrow. It may be a one-day thing. Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of risk reward in it. fresh pot of coffee. Hear my dog barking? I wish I could hug him. I wish I could hug him. He doesn't let me hug him. Sometimes he does, but not lately. I think he has pain. He's dreaming. Nextbridge hydrocarbons will be a cash cow. I agree with that. It could be. Tomorrow the brokers have to find 4.1 million shares of GameStop before market close tomorrow. That, Aaron, I will be watching. That I would love it. I would love everybody made just huge money in GME. I really would. I don't own any, but it would thrill me to watch it. I would love to see everybody talking about it. That would be really exciting. Because, you know, another thing, it'll be on the front pages. Philip, we need to get sleep. Thank you, Philip. Let me see if I can find this one question on logic. Let me just see if it's here. Let's see, is that it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So coming back here, whoever asked me about logic or whoever said it was going up, this is logic. And this is this chart today. So you see this disaster, of course, and disaster and disaster. We all see that. I think you can barely see November, December. This red arrow on the left, that's where the de-SPAC occurred. That's where Aubrey advisors did their work, or they're just incompetent. So there's a gap there. And then they just sold it down. And then, so these months have come by. If you come over here where this on the right, well, I don't know if it is on the right on your side, where it says 0.0290, that is breaking out. Look at the 20-day moving average and the 50-day moving average. That is breaking out. When you look lower, you see these dips. It's like two dips, two tests of the low. Well, it's really three. I think that's over with. And then you kind of have, I don't know, you don't quite have a double bottom, but you sort of do. You don't really. But anyway, my point on this, if this gets through this blob here, and I can't tell what that price is. Maybe it's 3 something. Maybe it's 4 right here. I think that, anyway, as this breaks out, and if this does break out, an obvious target is 7 cents. And I drew these red circles around it. But another target is this gap. And that's probably 15 cents, 13 cents, 14 cents. And then there's all this. Anyway, that's my logic. I think it's going up. But there's no guarantees. That's not a promise. All right, and then this one is logic in the bigger form. And I want to show you this. I just showed you this close in numbers. So now in a bigger view with the green arrows, this sort of gap, if you come over to the green, I don't know, that's like 14, 15 cents. But the key reason I want to show you this big one, I don't know if this will happen, but this is there's an outside chance, that if they roll these companies up properly, and they stick to their valuations, and there's a little miniature squeeze. Look at top. So what if logic, gets to 7, fills this gap at, I don't know, 15, maybe sits around here, but then gets up here. That's 50 cents. That's that 45 cents the value creation, I think, is. But what if there's a little squeeze? And what if it pops up here to this $1 level? You could even get a breakout. But anyway, my point is, if it starts to move and that $1 level sort of range hits, that would be a little bit pounceable. That'd be a little $1.25. I think you'll have a chance. It might go higher, but you'd have a chance to sell and get back in, I think, at 40, 50, 60 cents. I bought 45 shares of GME at $28 average, taking the risk for that gamma ramp. Brokers sold naked calls to Roaring Kitty, and now we exercise them. Aaron. The calls were naked? I guess they always are. But this time they might get caught out. Wow. I'll watch. Where are they going to find 4.1 million shares in the system? That's exciting, Aaron. Does that happen tomorrow or next week? I look at it this way. Original Torchlight shares after spinoff 10K per shares. All right, I got to start again. After spinoff 10K per shares and 3K for shares. Oh, I see. You're asking more of the loot to go to the originals. That's not happening. That's not going to happen. Nice try. That's not going to happen. T+1. So it's tomorrow. Okay, so Mr. Babcock, I'm not going to talk very long on that. I can't find you. I'm not going to talk very long on that, but I'll do some work tomorrow. My head's now starting to ring. But a couple of things. I talked to the main mover, and here's what's going on with that little gold company. We're raising money right now at what I think is just a fantastic price. And you guys, some of you, not everybody, whoever wants to, I'm not pushing it on anybody. And I'm in it because of the grace of God, because of the kindness of strangers. So it's exciting. So I'd say right now we're around, on the small end of it, around $250,000, maybe 300,000, which is, I think they'd stop us. I don't think we're going to get to 500, but I think if we did, they'd stop us there, but they might stop us 300 or so. Anyway, and we're in the range of that. The minimum is $5,000 investment. So there's several people that want to put up less than that. And tomorrow I'm going to work on figuring out how to do that. So don't give up if you're still interested. And then the good news, as I see it, is on the bigger part of the raise, which is 5 million, 4 to 5 million. We've already apparently got, and I just talked to the guy today, I questioned him. We've definitively received an indication for 2 million of that. And the group doing it may do the whole thing. Why is that good? That means it looks like anything can happen. There's always delays, there's all that. But if we can build out, retrofit and build out the pilot plant, that can get done in 2 to 3 months. If we can drill deeper, the estimates of reserves are on 200 feet. They've already drilled deeper, but we need third party to do it. We know it's there, but if they can go down to 400 feet, maybe 600 feet, they can double the reserves. And if they can drill in between, that's the use of the proceeds. We might be able to triple the reserves or more. If they build out the pilot plant, let's say by October and November, there's holidays, they could be producing over the holidays, January, we could have results. And this is for everything to go perfectly. And I'm tired right now. But those results coming in, it could be really, really exciting very quickly. 8 to 9 months is very quick. But I emphasize, anything can happen in it. And next time I talk to you, I might say, uh-oh, there's something. But anyway, the other thing is probably, I'm saying it probably. Well, anyway, let me wait on that. I'm just not going to say it out loud right now. Yeah, I'm still Wickedims. I'm going to sign off now, though. I'm going to sign off. And I'm going to go take a walk. I appreciate everybody. I really do. I'm sorry you had to go through that ordeal. But well, let me see that. There might be something, Mr. Babcock, there might be something I can tell you. Hang on. Hang on just a second. Relax, everyone. But anyway, I'm sorry everybody had to go through that ordeal. It was an ordeal for me. But those guys, I did that video because I believe what I was talking about. But I hope we popped that particular bubble. Oh, I see. I got to go. That's the problem. I can't find this email. Hang on. All right, here. Okay. Yeah, I can't talk about it yet. All right, Nunya, thank you. Thank you for your advice. Nico, thank you. Nico, tonight I wanted to it became clear to me who was coming at me, and I just wanted to go through it. I did. I didn't avoid anything, and I did. Thank God Jennifer came on. That's great, Aaron. I'm so excited about your trade tomorrow. I'd love to hear what happens. Yeah, that's a lot. That amount of shares could be worth $500,000. And I'm talking in the near term. If they keep working, I mean, these are real numbers. Wickedums, you really have the will and the power to be a CEO. You are a certain company that starts with a G. You work hard at what you do and your knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What I want to do if that ever happens is I want you guys to win. That's what I want. And I don't want any deals with, I don't want to let the shorts off the hook, but I also don't want to get mired like I did tonight, which I warned I was going to do as we went. I wasn't going to back. I wanted to finish it. I didn't want him to say, you have no spine. But that kind of stuff is just such a waste of energy. There are ways to have success. And maybe what, like a slingshot on an orbit, you have to use Wall Street's predisposition and money flows and use that to your advantage, honestly, and not with cheating, but honestly. All right, Aaron. God bless you. Okay. I don't have anything really to say. Let's just see if there's any news at the last night. No, let's see there. No news. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's too bad. All right, no real news. No real news. Oh, Trump's VP pick. All right, let's end it on that. Oh, Glenn Youngkin, former vice president. Glenn Youngkin. Maybe it's going to be Glenn Youngkin. He's taller than Trump. I don't like that choice. I think it should be Byron Donalds. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. All right, GME tomorrow. That'll be fun. All right, peace, love, and to everybody. Peace. Please vote, pray for peace too. And pray for the children. Pray for Busy Brands and his hard work. Pray for Jenny L. Might as well, now that I'm thinking of, we should pray for Anna and her bravery. Pray for a breakthrough. GameStop is a time bomb. I didn't think of that. That's going to be fun to watch. That's going to be fun to watch. All right, pray for everyone. Pray for everyone. And when you pray for everyone, you have to pray for everyone. All right. Good night. Good day. Good morning. I went to bed half an hour before. We had to get up half an hour before we went to bed. Luxury. We lived in a shoebox at the bottom of the lake. That's good, CJ Yukon. Good night, everybody. Good night. It's taking a while. All right, there we go.